Throughout history, champions have won the Wood Memorial. It's sure to be a good one for the final running at Aqueduct. The favorite, Iron Honor, will try to keep his perfect record, all while working out a trip from the far outside post as he looks to stay unbeaten. Napoleon Solo, he ran his biggest race to date at the Big A, winning the Champagne as a 2-year-old. Can he get back on track today, rerouting to this Wood Memorial? And the New York bred Talk to Me Jimmy took them gate to wire in the Withers, making him the only horse in this field with a win at the 9-furlong distance. That's not the only stake on the card today. The Carter features a return of a champion. Bookham Danno is back for a 5-year-old season. The little New Jersey bred that could is back for more. This is New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct in South Oaklawn Park. We are so glad to have you with us as we get ready for this Wood Memorial card, a major stepping stone on the road to the Kentucky Derby, Aqueduct's biggest race today in the Wood, and the final time that the Wood Memorial will be run here at Aqueduct. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal, looking forward to a spectacular day of racing, and it is a beautiful spring day as well. It definitely feels like we are getting closer and closer to that warm weather, and of course, the first Saturday in May onto the Kentucky Derby. Our America's Best Racing race of the week is the Wood Memorial. We'll go as race 12 today, 1 1/8 miles, 2 turns. Otinho scratching to go to the Bluegrass in Keeneland today instead leaves us with a field of 12, a big field, a contentious field, and a fun handicapping puzzle as well, as you can make a case for quite a few. As I welcome in my co-host, Jonathan Kinchin, here with me, and JK, I know we all have some really special memories at the Big A and at every racetrack, but it'll be a fun one to watch the Wood Memorial today, and really glad to see it come up such a good and big field.
Absolutely, there's a lot of history with the Wood Memorial, and I have a chance to be a part of the last one that'll take place at this historic racetrack. I think it's a good one too. I think that the winner of this race will have something to say on the first Saturday in May.
The 101st running of the Wood Memorial, and 100 points on the line as well. So we take a look at Iron Honor. He gets 1 post in, given that his stablemate is scratching, but still has post 12 in here today. He's 2 for 2, JK, having won the Gotham at 1 mile last time out. He looks like a horse that should handle the distance, but how important is the trip going to be for him with that short run into the first turn?
Well, the one thing I'll say about Iron Honor, that's not always something you'll say about a Chad Brown runner. He's got a lot of tactical speed. So I think that there's a situation in which it's very likely that he'll get into the 3-path at the worst, maybe. Maybe he could get to the 2-path if they want to be aggressive and to ride him aggressively to get there. So, look, it's not a perfect draw, but I've seen worse. I'd rather have the 13 than the 1.
Fair enough, as we'll see how it does play out for Iron Honor. Manny Franco will have to navigate a trip from that outside post today as the Gotham winner looks to pick up the 3rd winner of his career. Here's what's coming up on today's card. 12 races, the Carter, the Gazelle for the 3-year-old fillies, and of course that Wood Memorial on top of some other stakes as well. We also have the Rainbow 10-race card over at Oaklawn Park. Wet and sloppy conditions over in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200, and you can enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. Horses in the paddock for the opener. We're sprinting to start things off with a good allowance for fillies and mares, and it's Munnings Express to the outside for that trainer you just saw there, Linda Rice, who sends out the outside too. Also that horse, Geez Louise, she has a closer in Geez Louise and Munnings Express with speed, so complementary running styles.
Absolutely. I mean, Munnings Express is a pretty consistent type. You look at that first race was 3rd, beaten 11, and then never out of the exacta after that, with even some of her second place races being winning type performances in pretty deep fields where horses that, well, you know, I think her last 2 seconds, there's been 5 horses that have won out of those 2 races. And I like the draw for her in this shorter field. We were talking about Iron Honor having that outside draw and it being debatable whether or not that was good in a 12-horse field. I think that it's not even debatable. Having an outside draw like this in a 6-horse field for a horse that has the tactical speed that Munnings Express does is definitely a good draw.
That's a look at Dylan Davis. He'll be aboard the number 4, Cadena, having won her last 3 starts. So good to see Dylan back. He was sidelined for quite a while with an injury. Started back riding in Florida a couple weeks ago, and now his first week back riding here in New York. Another
part of the equation. We'll see what Dylan decides to do from a pace standpoint. There's a couple of horses that like to be on the inside to trust.
Not to mention has been going 1 1/8 miles, so different ball game today. There's Paula's a Star, that filly off the bench.
Yeah, it comes in off of a layoff, but I'm not too concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the setup for her.
Here's Intentious, beat Munnings Express 2 back.
Yeah, another one who's been facing moisture in the racetrack in her last 2 starts. Might appreciate a fast track.
The Inform Cadena.
Yeah, another one. The last 3 races, she's won wire to wire. Let's see if she tries to do that again.
How does the pace play out in this race today? Here is G's Eloise. Talk about a horse that likes moisture in the track.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great name. One of my favorite favorite phrases, G's Louise. I know this is G's Eloise, but I like to hit G's Louise sometimes.
And Munnings Express, even money favorite to the outside.
Yeah, drawn outside, one that has tactical speed, definitely the horse to beat. And I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. She's 3 to 5 on the board.
Let's take a look at the number 3, Intentious. As mentioned, this horse actually beat Munnings Express 2 starts back with Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle, who ride again for Dave Duggan. Now, this is a filly who comes from off of it. She's really probably hoping that the likes of Cadena and maybe even Paula's a Star press Munnings Express.
Yeah, my biggest fear about Intentious is that maybe it was the surface that she liked. You know, it was arguably her best lifetime race, 2 times, lifetime best. It took place on a muddy racetrack. Was it the muddy racetrack that kind of moved her up? I guess we'll find out here in a couple of minutes. But she's not impossible, and at 7 to 1, if you're interested, I wouldn't see any issue taking a chance of her trying to find that form from a couple starts back.
Generous price right now on that one. Is your favorite, continues to take money on the outside, but we welcome in another member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori with us. Richie, happy Wood Memorial Day.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Jonathan, happy Wood Memorial Day. Hard to believe it'll be the last one run here at Aqueduct, a racetrack that has so much meaning to me. First place I ever came to the races was right here at Aqueduct, and the first race I ever won in New York was here at Aqueduct. So obviously a lot of great memories. Let's get right into this race. The 3, Intentious, could not look any better for trainer Dave Duggan. Now, Dave Duggan, unfortunately, is flying back from Ireland as we speak. His father passed away, so he was there tending to family business, so our condolences to the Duggan family. But Intentious has got the right style, I think. You know, races are made by styles of horses, and she's the truest closer, already has a win against Munnings Express and a pretty close 3rd behind her, so she's not far out of the realm when it comes to the favorite, and she has the right style, and you're certainly getting a much better price at 6 to 1. Intentious, to me, is probably the most likely upsetter because of her style. Cadena looks great. Fernando Abreu's horses are always extremely well turned out. But her style is to be forward, and I think it clashes directly with the 6 Munnings Express, and I don't see you beating a horse playing their game to their strength. You know, the way you beat them is, with maybe a surprise late attack, which I think Intentious potentially could pull off, and then it brings you to your favorite, the 6 Munnings Express. But she's got a lot of size and scope for a Munnings. She's got a great draw, on the outside, and I just feel like even though she may get some pace pressure, it'll all be inside of her, and I don't think it'll have a negative effect. Even as she's 3 to 5, and I sheepishly pick a 3 to 5 shot, I just think she's best, guys.
She does look to be best on paper, Richie, thank you. And she has delivered when being a short price before. I mean, you look at that last race, you look at that race back in November where she's been odds on in both of those, and she's delivered when the betting public is behind her.
Yeah, she has, and I mentioned it right before the post parade. Those 2 seconds, February 21st and December 31st, there's been 5 horses that have come out and won out of those races. So while she was second in those races, they were very productive races. So I almost look at it in a way where I know she didn't win those 2 races, but she's run 4 winning races in a row. the consistency of showing up and running 4 winning races gives me a lot of confidence in the 3 to 5 you're getting on the board right now.
She's also a New York bred, went through her New York bred conditions, and now has the opportunity going into open company to kind of step into this type of race, which is always good to see. And those New York breds, they seem to run against anything. We've got a couple New York breds in the Wood Memorial today as well. It's
the New York bred program is I mean, it's been good for a long time, but it's really gotten so much better. And I think a lot of that has to do with, you know, being in Saratoga. I think a lot of people want a chance to win races in Saratoga. I don't think that when you're looking at a winner's circle picture, or you're in there with your family, or you think back to that time you guys won and had fun, that you're thinking, oh, well, it was with the New York bred. And I think so there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at what can sometimes be a much lesser price than trying to compete for some of these $1 million yearlings. And so, and not that there can't be $1 million New York bred as well. So I think that's got a lot to do with seeing so many of them in these big races.
3 to 5 on the New York bred Munnings Express to the outside. An early pick 5 kicking off here as we get ready to start Wood Memorial Day at the Big A. A special day of racing. Great to see the sun shining. And it's a big day for Chris Griffin as well. He'll have the call of all 12, starting with the opener. Here's Chris with race 1 from the Big A.
Geez, Eloise. Munnings Express to the outside. Backing the 1 out, Just Music. Goes back in. Munnings Express. Goes forward. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct on Wood Memorial Day. Munnings Express gets the first call, but now hard sent is Cadena from In Between Horses, and Paula's a Star. And the front 2 hook up. The speed is on. In the opener, Paula's a Star to the inside of Cadena. Settling off of them is Munnings Express is in third. 2 off the battling duo. Another 3 in front of Just Music towards the back end of the field. Intentia starts a move to rally on, and Geez, Eloise is the trailer. 22.34 for the quick opening quarter mile. Paula's a Star is trying to shake loose from Cadena. It's been a perfect trip here, 3 wide for Munnings Express, who's looming on the top 2. And Munnings Express is now primed to reach the quarter pole with the lead. Munnings Express and Jose Lescano gives her the cue, and she kicks away. Munnings Express, just like that, is up by 5, 6 widening lengths with a furlong left to go. The one that's making up ground is Intentious from far out of it, but approaching the final 16th. Munnings Express, her lead is insurmountable. Munnings Express to dominate in the opener. Intentious second, then came Cadena, and a late run from Just Music in 1 minute 9.63 seconds.
The favorite delivers in the opener in a big way. Munnings Express, she just sat the perfect kind of trip, just sitting off the hip of the pace setters.
This is a great illustration of why, if you have tactical speed, it's nice to draw outside. If Munnings Express draws the inside, she might have got hooked up into that speed duel where she was forced to use her speed to kind of hold that position. Where she was drawn towards the outside, she could let those horses go in front of her. She could sit outside and then never have a stone in her way and travel, you know, lose a little bit of ground, but it didn't matter today for her.
She was much the best. Late rally from Intentious, the one who was able to kind of pick up some ground late, but beautiful trip from Munnings Express. And she showed some versatility as well, and it was a smart move by Jose Lescano. Said, I know I have some tactical speed, some positional speed. She's won on the lead before. Let me just sit right here and wait for the perfect time to pounce.
I mean, you know, we talk about the Wood Memorial a little bit later. I mean, I know it's a 2-turn race, but a trip like that is something that could happen to Iron Honor, right? Pop away from there, get your position forward, and then tuck in behind some horses that are drawn inside that might want to take advantage of their position. And then you could end up in the same spot, close up, sitting in behind dueling leaders.
Puts her ears up at the wire. Munnings Express, I love that slow-mo shot to see how they finish like that. 1-2, and she delivers, coming back quite proud of herself, as she should be. Munnings Express picking up the 4th win of her career. 6-3, 4-1 in the opener. More on the Wood Memorial when we come back. Horses that won big New York prep races will take their step forward, potentially onto the Kentucky Derby, including Champagne winner Napoleon Solo and Withers winner Talk to Me Jimmy. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Of course, we are with a Kentucky Derby prep today, but we are looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes, and tickets are on sale now. It'll be the last time that the Belmont Stakes will be run at Saratoga, first week of June, before we're back at our main home, the new Belmont Park.
Yeah, if you haven't been, you got to check it out. It's a lot of fun. The last couple of years it's been a real cool change up, and you want to say that you were at 1, 2, or 3 or all of these Belmont Stakes that took place there. And it's just a reminder, one of the most underrated parts of our job is we don't need tickets anymore to the Belmont Stakes.
I know, that is really nice. That is a plus. We get a front row seat to all of the exciting action. In the opener at Aqueduct today, though, Munnings Express sat the beautiful trip just off the speed and pulled away, much the best.
Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion, it felt like, on the backside when the 2 and the 4 hooked up right in front of the winner, sat right behind him, and with about 3 or 4 jumps as they turned for home, Munnings Express was already 2 or 3 in front.
Late rally outside for second from Intentious, who does have that good closing kick. Munnings Express, though, she pulled away. Dominant winner delivering like a short price favorite should in the opener. 6-3-4 Munnings Express, $3.16 winner in race 1. Take a look at the field for the second, sprinting for 4-year-olds and up, going 6.5 furlongs. Another nice allowance here. And you have another short price favorite for Linda Rice, Ferocity, who's trying to make it 3 in a row. This horse ran a very fast buyer speed figure last time out.
Certainly did. The last couple of times ran fast figures. Not as easy as of a draw, right? We saw what happens when you have a short price favorite draw outside, how comfortable it can be. It could be a little bit more complicated for the 2 down on the inside with the 1 scratching.
And a horse that does not have a ton of early speed. More in that second race in a moment, though. We talked a lot about today's Wood Memorial. Let's meet the field for the 101st running. With just one scratch, we have a big field of 12 to go, a mile and an eighth in this Grade 2 affair. Starting things off to the rail with the number 1 Napoleon Solo. Can he run back to that dominant score in the Champagne?
He didn't really run that well in the Fountain of Youth, and there's been a lot of, it feels like we're gonna run here, we're not gonna run here, we might run there, we might. I don't love that with a horse like this.
Here's Talk to Me Jimmy, dragged Durbin Silvera to the front in the Withers.
Yeah, I mean, he took advantage of getting loose on the front end, was probably on the right part of the racetrack. He'd be a play against for me here today.
Wired the field that day, does boast a win at the distance. There's Right to Party, finished third in the Gotham.
He didn't break great in that last race against Iron Honor, but I don't think he broke bad enough to make up the 7-length difference.
Stretching out to the 2 turns for the first time with plenty of pedigree. Lightly raced, intriguing prospect for Bill Mott. Here's Steel.
This is my fun alternative, a lightly raced horse for Bill Mott, who ran extremely well. I thought first time out, and feels like one that will take another step forward, could improve. He would be my alternative.
Oselli gets blinkers off, trying to break his maiden in style.
Yeah, just in his last 2 or 3 starts, he just hasn't really done anything to make me feel like he's going to be able to beat this group.
Next will be Minor Inconvenience, stepping out of New York bred or restricted company for the first time.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't have a problem with this horse maybe underneath. I think it's going to be an unlikely type to win, but definitely one that could spice up some exotics.
For young trainer Amelia Green, Jamie Rodriguez will be aboard for the first time. Here is Albus coming in for Riley Mott, won last time at Tampa.
Yeah, wasn't able to win the first 2 starts. It took this horse, you know, getting Lasix and being odds on to win.
Waters get much deeper today for the lightly raced son of Yopon. There's Courting, $5 million son of Curlin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone would argue the best pedigree in the race. Unfortunately, just hasn't had a lot of races that make me feel like he's going to take that next step.
Waiting to see him progress forward. Here is another New York bred, Bravaro. Blinkers going on.
This horse, I try to describe this horse as just kind of like boring. Like, he can certainly win. There's nothing that gets you overly excited, but I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this Wood Memorial.
Was 4th in the Fountain of Youth last time out. There's Red Zone Runner, won at Parks last time on a wet track.
Well, I think that most people's eyes will be on this horse to see what the intention is from a pace standpoint. Won by 15 last time, but the competition's going to get significantly deeper.
The 11 is out, and don't count out Bob Baffert. There's Butane.
I'm going to count out Bob Baffert. Butane just has not run that well, and it looks like they're just kind of trying to find a soft spot away from some of Bob's big horses in California.
Yeah, he's got some strong hands in the Santa Anita Derby later today, and there's the favorite, Iron Honor, to the outside.
Look, I think this horse is very interesting. I'll elaborate on that. I think he's going to work out a good post, and a good trip. And I actually feel that sometimes when they draw poorly like this, it helps the price. Everyone's talking about him drawing bad, and he can creep up. I remember that happened with Classic Empire a couple times. We saw it in the Breeders' Cup this year, and you're going to help me with Stod. The same thing with Stod. He was drawn outside. And they just kind of forget about him when they're out there. They can still win from out there.
Yeah, and I think something interesting that our colleague Andy Sterling brought up too, often the Kentucky Derby is a very roughly run race. It's probably the only time these horses are going to run in a 20-horse field. And so having some adversity at this stage to kind of teach them going into the Kentucky Derby, not a bad thing either if you're caught wide or maybe get shuffled a little bit and have to overcome some of that.
Well, when you're winning these types of races, you're winning Wood Memorials, you're winning Kentucky Derbies, the idea is that you have to be good enough to overcome the adversity that's likely going to take place in those races. That's one of the things about American Pharoah when he won the Triple Crown is a lot of people say he got easy trips because he made his trips. He had the tactical speed to be able to work out no matter where he drew. And he did well in that regard. And I think if you're going to win a race like this and if Iron Honor is going to be that horse he is, who we think he is, he'll be able to overcome this post.
See how it plays out. As mentioned, though, a couple of New York breds in the field as we bring Richie Migliori into this conversation. Richie, I know you had some interest in Bravaro getting the blinkers on.
Yeah, Keisha, Bravaro, in fact, will be my top selection in the Wood Memorial. Watching him work, it was interesting. I watched the work. Dylan Davis was actually aboard for the work. And I'm watching it going, this horse is like working with the emergency brake on in stops and starts. There wasn't a lot of continuity. You know, Dylan would ask him, he would jump up in the bridle, give him, you know, 3 or 4 honest strides, and then kind of come off the bridle again. And I made a mental note then. I said, man, this horse will really improve with blinkers. Lo and behold, they enter him. Bravaro, blinkers on. And I feel like there's maybe some questions with your 2 favorites. The 13 Iron Honor is your morning line favorite at 5-2. That post, you know, could be problematic for him. And I think he could run well and maybe not necessarily win because the post could, you know, maybe hurt his chances. And then Napoleon Solo, I just don't see the continuity. You know, they entered in the Arkansas Derby. They weren't coming here. Then they're coming here. So I think there's questions there as well. I mean, obviously Napoleon Solo has a lot of ability. He's got a good inside draw. I just don't know about how they've had to change plans several times. So that led me to Bravaro. And honestly, could it be more fitting if a New York bred was to win the last Wood Memorial at New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct?
It would be pretty fitting, that's for sure. Between Bravaro and Talk to Me, Jamie, a couple of chances there for the New York breds. And I agree with what Richie says about the blinkers on. I know you weren't overly enthused about Bravaro, but and I still do wonder, is the 9 furlongs really what he wants to do? And we'll find out. But I thought that the blinkers were going to make a really big difference for him today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see about that. I mean, the thought behind it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, I probably wasn't fair when I said boring. It's just he just kind of, you know, he's won a couple races. He's run well a couple times. There's just nothing like overly exciting about him. But I do love to hear when Richie has that perspective about how he thought he needed them based on that work, and now he gets them.
See what the equipment change does. There's quite a few equipment changes, in fact, whether blinkers on or off, taking place in today's Wood Memorial. Light breeze blowing through Aqueduct today. Here is Aqueduct's road to the Kentucky Derby. We saw Napoleon Solo, unfortunately Paladin off the Triple Crown Trail. We'll get a chance to see Talk to Me, Jimmy, and Iron Honor in today's Wood. Again, 100 points on the line. For Iron Honor, who already has picked up quite a few, it's kind of less important. Obviously, you want to win, you want to run well, but for a couple of the others that might be on a little bit of the bubble, like a Talk to Me, Jimmy, like a Napoleon Solo, these points are really important today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to run the Kentucky Derby, and that legitimately for these horses. They can only run when they're 3, so if they can't, there's no get them next year. And so to have a chance to get qualified, you want to try to grab the points when you can. And outside of this weekend, I guess unless you want to be very aggressive and try the Lexington at Keeneland next weekend, this is kind of your last shot.
Yeah, so we'll see a big day as far as the points races are concerned between the Wood Memorial, the Bluegrass in Kentucky, and the Santa Anita Derby out in California. Trainer Bill Mott, though, he already has 2 Wood Memorials to his name, and he has the lightly raced Steel as a really intriguing new face in this year's rendition.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness, who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure. National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
And here comes Tex and Tacitus, and the two of them are right together as they come to the 8th hole. Longshot Math Wizard has run a big one. He's third to the outside. Tacitus on the outside. Tex along the rail. Tacitus and Tex locked in battle at the 16th hole. It's Tacitus in front. Tex second on the inside as they come down to the line. Hightowl takes third late. It is Tacitus in the Wood Memorial.
Tacitus in the 2019 Wood Memorial. I think a lot of people have a very soft spot for this horse, JK, and some people like to make fun of him because he was always right there. Maybe he didn't win a ton of races, but he was a very consistent horse altogether.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny. I know exactly what you're talking about. He was a little bit of a punchline because of all the races that I think a lot of people thought set up really nicely for him, and he just kind of continued to come up just a little bit short. But I will say this, though. His Belmont Stakes on that biased racetrack was one of his best performances. It's unfortunate that he didn't win. Sir Winston did coming up the rail, and the rail is where you wanted to be. Tacitus was wide, but still a really cool horse. And it was a shame he didn't win more races because he deserved to.
Won the Wood Memorial, third in the Kentucky Derby, second in that Belmont, as you mentioned. Belmont also trained Resilience to win the Wood a couple years ago, and this year he'll send out Steel off of just one win where he debuted down at Gulfstream, broke slowly, kind of did everything wrong, and then still managed to come and win.
Yeah, and if you, if you looked online, you could see that he's been working with Chief Wallaby, who's been running really well down in South Florida. I think that says a lot about his talent. And yeah, I think that if you look at it from a standpoint of doing everything wrong and still winning, his talent took him there. So now, if the Hall of Famer in Belmont can work out some of those issues that he had, he breaks better, he runs better, he does things the right way, where does that put him? He's got to get a little bit faster, but based on the way he ran the first time, it seems very reasonable that could happen.
Kind of an intriguing long shot in there. Sahin Savachi will have the call today on Steel as Belmont looks for his third Wood Memorial win. Back to race 2 earlier today for Aqueduct. As mentioned, we have a short price and porosity coming up here. The one is out. Your favorite will kick off today's post parade.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside. A little bit opposite of what we saw in that first race with the favorite having a lot of speed to stay connected.
Factor You and Me In does have speed.
I would think that they would send this one away from there and try to hold that position on the inside.
Here is Sacrosanct, got back to the winner's circle last time.
Yeah, another one that has some speed as well. Could end up working out a great trip sitting outside of the 3 Factor You Me.
Speaking of Belmont's Wood Memorial winners, there's one of them, Resilience, blinkers back on.
Yeah, I mean, I bet they didn't think he was going to show back up in an allowance race on Wood Memorial Day a year later.
It all comes full circle, doesn't it? 2 years later, in fact. There's So's to the outside.
You're right, 2 years later.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah, this one drawn well towards the outside, has some speed. I just don't think it's fast enough.
Yeah, that was his last win, in fact, too. Resilience back when he won the Wood Memorial at a little bit of a price that day. For more on the rest of this field, though, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Obviously, we have a big favorite here in the 2 Porosity. He couldn't look any better. I mean, he's a horse that carries good weight, and coming off of hard races, continues to carry that weight. So that tells you horse is thriving on the work, enjoying his job. Really no knocks on Porosity whatsoever. Should get enough speed to help set up his late run because he is more of a closing sprinter type. The other horse for me was the 5 Resilience, former Wood Memorial winner back in 2024. interesting that he's never run this short. The shortest he's ever run in his life is a mile. But looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he might appreciate the big turn back. They add blinkers. I do think he'll get out-footed. Could not look any better for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Leanna Wilford, the assistant here, does such a great job. And I just thought he was very interesting. He's ticked down to 2-1 now. You're not getting the nearly 4.5-1 of the Wood Memorial, but shouldn't be as tough as the Wood Memorial either. The question is the distance. I'll give it a try with the 5 Resilience over your favorite Porosity.
Yeah, he's definitely the wild card of this race, Richie. Thank you. As Resilience, he was getting a spirited warm-up there with the blinkers going back on. I do appreciate that equipment change, given the cutback in distance and given the warm-up that he's getting here today, JK, because you imagine, given that he's been running so much longer, they don't want him to get run off his feet today. Yeah, I mean, you know, you look through his past performances, you see that change back and forth. Horses like this are always very curious to me. I try to take a lesson from a horse like this to understand, like, how this horse could run so well as a 3-year-old. If I'm not mistaken, I know that it doesn't show in the running lines, but there was a 2.5 seconds in that Derby that he made the lead at the top of the stretch, or like in between the 8th pole, or the quarter pole and the 8th pole, for a 1.5 seconds. But then just to kind of never really continue on it, it almost feels like a great example of one of those 8th graders that can shave, and then by the time they're juniors in high school, everyone's kind of caught up to him a little bit. Yep. I mean, I chased him, if I'm not mistaken, a couple times when he ran around the grass. I thought, okay, maybe the grass wakes him up. Me too. I can't figure out why he hasn't turned the corner in terms of, you know, turning the other corner, getting back around to where he was. It seems like this is kind of the last choice. Like, let's try sprinting, see if that wakes him up, because we've tried a lot of other things. Let's take a look at the 4 Sacrosanct, too. Was a really talented New York bred. He started off his career 4-for-4, and then they actually ran him in the Gotham last year as a 3-year-old. Sidelined, came back after just a couple of races in 2025 and a short career, or short campaign that year. Good to see him get back to the winner's circle last time. Was it enough against this group? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that it was. This is just one I just think this horse is going to trip out. I think there's some value. I think the 2 is probably the best horse in the race, but I do believe that the 4 Sacrosanct's going to get the nice trip here sitting outside. I wish that the pace was a little bit more of a challenge last time. I thought it was a pretty easy lead, so there's a lot of time when you don't overcome any adversity. It's hard to understand how good a performance actually was. I just think that Sacrosanct is going to work out a nice trip in here. You might recognize those silks, the pink and blue of Lady Sheila's stable. If you've been watching Aqueduct for a while, take a look back 10 years ago, which is kind of amazing. 2016 Interborough. La Verdad winning. She had the last of her 7 wins at Aqueduct. She was really, really effective here, and she was a heck of a racehorse. Yeah, she was awesome. She really was, and just to be that, to win 16 times, it goes a long way to be able to do that. If you watch racing, you've found out that there's a million ways for horses to lose. And when you see a horse that's that consistent, that can dodge them on 16 occasions, it says a lot about the type of animal that she was. Incredibly consistent, very talented, and like we said, loved winning here at Aqueduct. See if those silks can make it back into the winner's circle today. Lady Sheila's stable represented by Sacrosanct, who started off so strong at the beginning of his career. 7-2 right now on that one, 4-5 on Porosity. Given how this pace might play out and given that he is a closer, do you think that that's the right price on your favorite? I always have a hard time taking short prices on closers on the dirt. I have no problem with a speed horse at a short price on the dirt, because I think a lot of times the trip works out for them. I'm not against the 2 in terms of just like if they run in front, and it's a small field, so you know Kendrick could just let them run away. He could end up in a great spot, circle one horse and win. You can't predict exactly how the trip's gonna go. But there's enough things that can go wrong from that inside draw that the 4-5 is just a touch too short for me. See if favorites can continue sweeping the card. 4-5 on Porosity to the rail now. We see the return of the Wood Memorial winner from 2 years ago. Resilience going to try sprinting today. Race 2 coming up next. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Soze Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Factor, you and me in, is asked for speed, but Soze is quickest on the far outside. Resilience on the cutback is also up close to the pace. It's going to be Soze with a head in front. Factor, you and me in. In between horses, there's Resilience. These three go at it early. Sacrosanct finds a nice trip, is in fourth, is now 3.5 off the leaders. The trailer is Porosity. No easy leads here. Factor, you and me in, has a neck advantage. 21.78 for that posted opening quarter mile. The 24 would winner, Resilience, a stalking second. 3 wide is Soze, who's dropping back. Sacrosanct now starts to warm to the task, and here comes Sacrosanct, is now a challenging third. Now in behind, the leader, Factor, you and me in, and Resilience. Resilience ready to challenge here from second through a 44.60 half-mile time. Sacrosanct is all in, but Resilience has the lead at the top of the stretch. It's Resilience trying to stretch this out. Sacrosanct gets rolling. Sacrosanct looking at the crowd in the grandstand, but now straightens up, and here from far out of it is Porosity. Porosity starts to roll. Sacrosanct is in front with the 16th left to go, but Porosity catching with every stride. To the inside, it's Sacrosanct. To the outside, Porosity in time. Porosity gets up for the victory. Last to first over Sacrosanct, then Resilience in 1 minute 15.56 seconds.
Racehorse time here. Porosity, after a slow start, comes rolling late as Linda Rice sweeps the early double and runs 1-2. Look at how slow Porosity breaks at the beginning of the race here, JK. He spots the field a few lengths early.
Yeah, it's funny. It worked out. The pace was so fast. This is the reason why I prefer not take short prices on horses with this style. Because while it did work out, and I try not to be too results-oriented, you know, a 4 to 5 shot that, you know, won by a length, it needed the whole stretch, and, you know, it worked out. If they would have gotten a little bit more of a measured pace, I think Porosity would have been in a little bit of trouble to try to run these horses down. But I thought it was an unbelievable performance, and it was a nice, cool, calm, collected ride by Kendrick to not panic after braking so slowly.
You hear us talk sometimes about kickback, and here's a perfect illustration of it. Look at the two Porosity in the back with the blinkers and the blue cap. How much dirt is covering him? Look at the horse next to him, how clean that horse is for being up front. Not only do you have to overcome and hope that you get some pace to run at that'll come back to you, but you also have to run through the dirt kicking back in your face, which some horses detest.
No, absolutely. It's definitely something to keep an eye on, and horses that can handle it. You know, they're the ones that will love a race like the Kentucky Derby. Not that these are 3-year-olds, but I'm just saying that they'll love a race like that where they are going to get a lot of kickback. I guess it's worth talking about Resilience.
I thought he was going to win for a moment there.
For a second and a half, I thought.
It was like the Kentucky Derby all over again. Hit the front momentarily.
He's just not finding that punch like he once did.
There he is, making his way back over to get untacked, but it was Porosity with the win. 2-4-5-3. 4 to 5 shot Porosity comes rolling late. When we come back, we'll talk about last year's champion, Nitrogen, looking to bounce back after a rare defeat last time out. She'll return to Oaklawn in the Apple Blossom.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. Length and a half in front. Free Like a Girl trying to reel her in. Where's My Ring is third. Switching leads does Torpedo Anna as she comes down the lane. 3 lengths ahead with a burst. Free Like a Girl is second. Where's My Ring is third with a 16th to go. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna. She's a class act.
Well, what a champion she was. Torpedo Anna, the last 3-year-old filly champion to take the Grade 1 Apple Blossom right here at Oaklawn Park. Joining me to my left is racing analyst here at Oaklawn, Nancy Holtis. And boy, do we have another exciting Apple Blossom ahead of us next weekend. $1.25 million on the line. And Nancy, it's going to be special this year. Breeders' Cup win, and you're in for the Distaff division.
Yeah, and I've stated earlier that I truly do believe that this particular field is going to produce the next Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. Thank goodness I've got long sleeves because I totally get the goosies when I still see Torpedo Anna down the stretch. Just so impressive, and some really good mares have come through this race.
Well, the field for this Apple Blossom was drawn earlier today as we'll take a look at a field of 9 as champion Nitrogen does draw the inside there near Zuri, the other Cassie runner, the 6-hole. What do you find, have you gleaned from Nitrogen's draw as she bounces back, hopefully off of that Azeri defeat last time out?
Yeah, that was really interesting because, you know, Nitrogen, she's really done well here. She was runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year. She did win the Grade 3 Bayakoa, but she did taste the slot prior to that in the Azeri, but she has super consistent, never been off the board in 14 starts, and actually put in a really good work on April 1st, and the time was not an April Fool's joke.
That's for sure. It was more of a maintenance breeze there with Autumn Laverdu up that morning, but near Zuri has done nothing wrong, Nancy, coming out of that Trevista. Christian Torres aboard her in the morning, and she's a challenge to her stablemate.
You know what? I love a good horse for course, and she has completely turned into that, scoring a starter allowance and a pair of overnight stakes. She belongs here. She's proven her spot in the gate, and she nearly did upset her stablemate in Nitrogen in the Bayakoa. So we'll see how she fares against a little bit of a tougher group.
Well, the clip that Mark Cassie has been on this meet needs no introduction, as he is on the cusp of a record setting. I believe he's actually bypassed the record now off that fantasy win with Oaklawn Stakes wins this meet, with Counting Stars now leading the charge for the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, but before he came in for the meet, he specifically said, I'm bringing the A team, and those results have proven to be true.
They sure have. But the little mare that could, Majestic Oops, upset your champion Nitrogen in the Grade 2 Azeri. And Nancy, she is coming right back for more this time around.
She certainly is. And she did compete in the 2025 Breeders' Cup Distaff. And she's another horse for course. 8 starts, 4 wins, and 2 seconds. She sprinted to victory in the American Beauty, scored the Grade 2 Azeri, and she's less than $50,000 away from being racing's newest millionaire.
She's a tiny but mighty mare. I see her and I kind of view her as more of a sprinter, but she's been both versatile routing, as she proved so last time out, and in some of those races for trainer Dan Ward. Nice breeze for her this week, but Safi Joseph with a duo will begin with Claret Beret, and she pulled an upset of her own last time out as well.
Yeah, she certainly did. She's been super competitive when taking on Graded Stakes Company. She finally got her first score in that Grade 3 Royal Delta at Gulfstream, and certainly that had to be such a big confidence boost for her, and she's been training very forwardly at the Palmettos Training Center.
This, to me, is really going to give us an impression, Nancy, of the Distaff division as a whole. With Nitrogen coming off of the defeat she did, to me, it leaves the door wide open.
Yeah, I think they are going to have her a little bit tighter before she goes into the starting gate for the Apple Blossom, but she is definitely going to have to work for it. You know, breaking from that one hole, I did call Mark Cassie after the draw, and he said it's not the ideal situation, but he's going to leave it up to Jose Ortiz.
We've also got about a 50 to 60% chance of rain next weekend. Yeah. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be the washout behind us, but we shall see how these fillies and mares do respond to that wet track. But $1 million Grade 1 Apple Blossom coming up on April the 11th. I'm excited for this one.
Megan and Nancy, thank you so much. Take a look at the field. Yeah, definitely worth being excited about. You see Nitrogen there from the inside. Like I said, a rare defeat for her last time out. She's definitely a horse with a ton of talent, and you have to imagine there's a very big chance that she's going to bounce back next weekend.
Absolutely, but it's also the possibility that, you know, we've seen it before. We saw it with some of the greatest 3-year-old fillies. We saw it with Rachel Alexander, where she came back in her 4-year-old year. Wasn't quite the same. I think Nitrogen probably had an excuse. I think that when you bring a horse back like that, you don't bring them back to just to win their first race back.
Yeah.
You bring them back to win races like this, like the Apple Blossom. I think that's what will happen. I'm looking forward to seeing her run, though.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Be sure to tune in for that next week. We'll have a jam-packed show with coverage of that Apple Blossom included. As we head back over to New York today, we owe you some prices from the second race. Favorites victorious thus far. Porosity after a slow start. Strong Rally gets the win.
Yeah, broke a little bit slowly, maybe a lot slowly, but was able to navigate through the small field, and they got a nice pace to close into, but still got to do the running. You still got to pick up the horses, and that's exactly what they did.
Able to run down his stablemate, Sacrosanct, was kind of swapping his leads, took a while to switch leads. That's something that he has always done from the very beginning of his career. He leveled off nicely, though, but his stablemate came rolling late. Those two put a lot of separation ahead of Resilience, finishing third in his sprint race. 2:45, 3:88 in race 2. It's time for our first stake on the program, the Excelsior, coming up next. 1.25 miles. Always fun with these types of races. Got to go a distance of ground, and Class is currently the favorite for Todd Pletcher. The blinkers going on. A horse that has speed, has been effective at 1 1/8 miles, and will stretch out in here today. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about it when we come back, and that does include Stowaway, who'll break from the inside to kick off a big afternoon for trainer Wick Beckman, who has live chances in the Gazelle and the Wood Memorial later on today.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Fair has it close to home from Brussels. Sidebears, the Breeders' Cup winner.
And Skippy's got it won! It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney!
Sierra Leone, Gunrunner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app today. Hopefully you did not get stuck in traffic on your way to Aqueduct, or maybe you did the smart thing and just took the A train over.
I got stuck in traffic on the escalator coming up here because there's so many people here today. That's the only traffic I ran into.
That's pretty awesome, though. It's a good kind of traffic. We love to see it. Third floor Equestrious Restaurants, definitely full of electricity up here today. Great to have such a fun crowd at Aqueduct for Wood Memorial Day. As we have our first stake on the program, the Excelsior, again, 1.25 miles. There is stowaway for trainer Whit Beckman, who, as mentioned, we'll be sending out Ocelli in the Wood, Nikon in the Gazelle, some top 3-year-old contenders as well, and then stowaway here too. So some live stakes action for the young trainer.
Yeah, and this horse, Stowaway, has had some good races in the last 6 months or so, and then had an opportunity to go 11 furlongs last time and ran pretty well and got a nice figure. So maybe, just maybe, this 10 furlongs is going to be just right for Stowaway.
He'll break from the inside, currently 8-1 on the board. Richie, would love to hear your opinion on this horse, but first, from a riding perspective, going 1.25 miles, what are some of the things that these jockeys are going to be thinking about in this Excelsior today?
Well, I'm a great believer in that to get horses to go more of the marathon distances, 10 furlongs and beyond, it's so important to have horses off the bridle. You don't want them pulling. If they're using their energy inefficiently, working against their rider, they're not going to stay those distances. So, you get a horse like Stowaway dropping back from 1 3/8 miles, and I agree with Jonathan. I'm of the opinion this is the Goldilocks effect. 11 furlongs may be a bit too far. 10 furlongs could be just right. He looks great. He gets a good inside position, 2 turns. He's going to get to save ground. The last race was, a little bit difficult to ascertain or discern exactly what was going on because it was a real snowstorm. I mean, they were coming through driving snow, and you really couldn't make out all the runners. So I had a hard time with the replay, but he finished well. He ran on well to be second, and I just think the 1.25 miles is going to suit him very well. Where are we headed next? The 4-horse Classicist. I feel like he's the horse that's going to try to control this race on the front end. He adds blinkers, and he's already shown some really good speed. Todd Pletcher is so efficient at getting horses to stay marathon or more towards marathon type distances. And then the 6, Yo Daddy. Linda Rice swept the early double. Her horses are running extremely well. Yo Daddy's another one that just should be very well placed from the start. Comes out of a good second in the Stymie going 1 mile. And he was second in the Belmont Gold Cup going 1 3/4 miles to Parchment Party. So I don't think 1.25 miles is out of his scope for sure, guys. But that's how I see the race, 1, 4, 6, until I get an eye on them on the racetrack.
Look forward to hearing your opinions there, Richie. Thank you. There is Yo's Daddy, as he mentioned. Linda Rice trying to go 3 for 3 here, as this will be the toughest task yet for her entrance. But Yo Daddy finished second in the Stymie last time. He actually beat Classicist 2 starts back at the beginning of February.
Yeah, I mean, Yo Daddy's one that's not going to have a problem with the distance. He ran second in the Belmont Gold Cup that was run on the dirt last year. So I don't think the distance is going to be an issue for Yo Daddy. I just worry, is Yo Daddy in the best form of Yo Daddy's, last couple of years? That would be my biggest question. Even that 9 furlong race and that allowance race 2 races back, I didn't think that was one I'd be cutting in line to bet him in this spot.
Yeah, you look and say we were second in the Stymie last time. It was just a 3-horse field. Phileas Fogg, a favorite, kind of disappointed in there. So we'll see what he can do today. Let's meet the field, beginning with the Whit Beckman trainee, Stowaway.
Yeah, ran 11 furlongs last time, like we had already discussed, and seems like maybe this could be just the right distance.
Here is Omaha. Omaha finished just ahead behind Stowaway last time.
Yeah, but this is a horse that feels a little bit more plotty. Some of his shorter races aren't even as good as that one. I think maybe he wants to go even longer.
Interceptor won at this distance last time.
He did. He made the lead in a very, 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 very slow-paced race. I can't trust that one.
There is Classicist blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is the most likely winner for sure. I just think that there's some others that might offer some value.
Yo Daddy?
Yeah, he's one of those horses that can win as well, but I think at 5-2, he's too short of a price.
And Otello cutting back from 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I think this one's a little bit interesting. A reclaim for Rob Atras. Like you said, he tried the 1.5 miles last time, but his race down at Oaklawn, the 1.16 miles, one of the best races he's had in a very long time. Maybe a combination of the trainer change, the distance change, the surface change. Maybe that could make it all work.
Yeah, I don't know the story behind it, but he was purchased in the sale at the end of last year, and it's been the same owners all the way through. So once with Rob, twice with Wayne Potts, now back with Rob. But in any event, as we mentioned, Whit Beckman with a big afternoon. He's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. So pleased to be joined by Whit. And Whit, you got Stowaway. Comes off a really nice effort at Colonial Downs, although it was hard for me watching the replay to kind of pick up exactly where he was at early.
It was hard watching it live, too. I saw him break and I saw him finish. And this horse has a tendency, if you kind of just watch the numbers, to kind of drop back down the backside, which, you know, he does take himself pretty far out of, but he's got a, you know, pretty good closing kick. So we're hoping today we can probably maintain a little bit of contact.
So last time, 1 3/8, so you cut back to 1 1/4. I say, I call it the Goldilocks effect. Maybe the 10 furlongs would be just right.
I'm hoping so. You know, we always seem to be on that 1.16 miles, 1 3/8. We're just trying to find that perfect distance for this horse. You know, he's an older, very classy horse, so we know we'll get there.
You know, Whit, you've worked with some great horsemen. You've been out on your own now, and things are going really well. It's always fun to have you ship in here, but you're a guy that seems to send the horses where you think they're going to fit.
Yeah, there's so many options around the country, and, you know, with modern transportation, there's no reason not to bring a horse where they're going to be ultra competitive. And on a big day like this, on the last Wood Memorial Day, I mean, I spent a lot of time here, so it's just good to, you know, hopefully knock out a few on a historic day.
Well, it's really great to have you here, and it is truly a historic day. I think there's going to be maybe some moist eyes in the house before the end of this day, knowing it's the last Wood Memorial.
I know. I wish all these pictures weren't bolted to the walls, or maybe some be coming home with us. You know, this is let's spend a lot of time here, and it's going to be a bittersweet goodbyes.
Well, I've been working on those pictures. Don't worry. Guys, they might be bolted, but some of them are coming home.
If you're looking for anything in particular, be sure to check Richie and Whit's trunks.
Yeah, well, Miggs earned it. He's earned it. It's like he basically went to high school here, so
yeah,
you know, he earned it.
There is Whit's runner Stowaway, the number one, as he is 6-1 right now on the board. Richie's still talking to him after the interview.
They're scheming. You know what? Whit said something I like to hear when you're interested in a horse, and I'm interested in the one, is that, you know, there is a problem on paper that he does kind of fall a little bit far out of it, but it sounds like Whit is aware of that, obviously, and is intending to try to keep him a little bit more connected. Now, sometimes that can backfire. Sometimes if a horse wants to be back there, they're the ones that are in charge out there, the 1,000-pound animal, and you can ask them to do something, and they might not like it very much. But I think at 6-1, knowing that they're going to try to stay connected makes me feel more comfortable than we're going to just let them kind of fall out the back and see what happens.
Yeah, really good point. I mean, did run 100 by our speed figure 3 starts back in the Tenacious at Fairgrounds, so he has some of those faster races in there. See if he can get back to something like that, or even the race prior at Keeneland. 6-5 continues, though, on the number 4 Classicist. There he is with the blinkers on. He's an interesting horse, JK. You know, it took him a couple times to get going, and he did seem to improve with distance. He's a son of Curlin, which does make sense, and I've always kind of noticed about him throughout his career, and I wasn't here last time, but when he warms up well, when he's moving freely, when he's really using himself, that's when he runs his best races. If you watch some of his earlier races, he doesn't seem to travel as comfortably, and I think the longer distance suits him because he has more time to get into that big stride.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and you talk about big stride, and you see Todd's wins down there in the left corner of the screen. I've always felt like this is like what Todd's barn is full of, is 9 furlong dirt horses, which is why he's had so much success getting horses to the Kentucky Derby while winning 2 derbies. Still, the lead up to the Derby is where Todd does most of his damage, because I think I think it's like 9 furlongs on the dirt. It's Todd's thing. It's the type of horses he gets. So I always give those horses a little upgrade when they're moving to that distance for the first time. Not that this horse is moving there, but anytime that you have a horse running at these distances, my eyes always open a little bit more when Todd's training.
He's even money right now, Classicist as the favorite. Richie, what's he showing you?
He's checking all the boxes. He looks fantastic from a physical perspective. He's by Curlin out of a Street Cry mare. The 10 furlongs should not be a problem. And the way Todd Pletcher trains, right? Nice, long, steady workouts, but big, long gallop outs. He's not looking to put speed into them. He's putting those miles into them, that foundation. Class Assist is going to be very, very tough to beat here. I'm on the one stowaway. I just like the 10 furlongs for him, dropping out of the 11 furlong race at Colonial Downs. Made a real nice physical impression. And I love when these horses start running into, their 7, 8-year-old seasons. He's a 7-year-old son of gun runner, and I just appreciate those old pros. And as guys, the horses are heading to the starting gate for the Excelsior. Full disclosure, the Excelsior is one of a very few races, stakes races, that I never did win here at Aqueduct. I think I was second by a neck on Funny Side. I guess that'll never happen now.
I bet if he could, Richie would be in the jocks room right now trying to angle, to see if he could get himself a mount to get a win in the Excelsior.
Richie's trying to yank Manny Franco off right now. If he could get away with it, Richie would yank Manny off.
If his wife Carmela wasn't watching.
Put on the silks and try to get an Excelsior before the last one runs.
Richie, of course, who has won more races at Aqueduct than anybody, has won a lot of the marquee races, including the Wood Memorial here as well. We always love to hear his insight. Both of you on the number 1 stowaway, but I think both kind of accepting that, yes, Class Assist is the horse to beat. What about Interceptor, 9-2? I know you said it was a very slow pace last time out, but does the fact that he has a win at the distance make you take a little bit of a look?
I mean, it does. It's one of the things I've learned, and obviously the longer distance races typically are run on the turf, but one of the things I've learned in longer distance turf races, and I think they apply to longer distance dirt races, is that I used to blindly toss horses who won off of soft, early, easy lead, wire-to-wire wins. The problem with that is that I've learned over time is that while that is a useful starting point, you don't really learn what would have happened if they were asked to go a little bit quicker. And sometimes horses excel when they're asked to go a little bit quicker. So it's the question marks around the 3 Interceptor that give me the issue and why I'm going to pick the 1. But I will say, from a multi-race standpoint, if you're starting this pick 5 with $115,000 in the pool, I would want to have the 1, 3, and the 4.
And to that point, too, I don't know any other trainer like Mike Maker who seems to excel with getting horses to go long distances.
Yeah, he could put me and you in a horse suit and probably win a 1.5-mile race.
Correct. Yo Daddy taking some attention, too, at 5-2. Linda Rice looking for her 3rd win in the row. On the card, this is a massive horse, and he certainly looks like one that should want to go longer distances, but does he still have it? Class Assist, your favorite. It's our first stake of the day on Wood Memorial Day, the Excelsior. Coming up, here's Chris Griffin.
Goes in, all set for the Excelsior. And they're off. Otello broke sharply from the far outside, and Otello will easily get to the lead. Class Assist is now going to move to the outside here for a stalking second. They're well off the rail in the early stages. Otello, free running Ramon Vasquez, now gets close to the rail. We'll take him into that turn. It's Otello who's going to show the way. Otello's up by 1.5 lengths, almost 2. Stalking from second as Class Assist is to the outside here, but ground-saving Interceptor. Yo Daddy, a little keen, wants to move forward, is in 4th. Now switch to the outside, didn't love the kickback there in 4th. Stowaway is second to last, and Omaha is the trailer. Otello comfortable on the lead, no pressure. It's Otello to the backstretch, and Otello went 24.66 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes Class Assist, who moves in closer, now within a neck of the leader. At the rail, a patiently ridden Interceptor. Yo Daddy, now more settled in 4th, is 2.5 off the lead. Gap of 4, back to the 2 trailers, Stowaway and Omaha. 50.34, they slacken off the tempo, and Otello still there. Otello going to try and take him all the way. Interceptor looking for a seam at the rail. Is there room as Interceptor and Ricardo Santana Jr. a bold move here with a 1/2 mile left to go. Interceptor through that tight spot has now taken the lead into the turn. Interceptor with a head advantage. Otello in between horses. Class Assist gets the cue here 3 wide. Yo Daddy is trying to uncork the rally, and the winning move Silks and Orange up on the outside too. From the back, Stowaway starts to make up some ground with Omaha. To the inside, it's Interceptor. Class assist as Otello has dropped out of it. But here comes Yo Daddy. Yo Daddy starts to roll down the center of the racetrack, and now Yo Daddy has sprinted to the lead. Battling on towards the inside is Interceptor, and Interceptor's now going to move to the outside here. Yo Daddy's in front. Interceptor not done, keeps chasing inside the final 16th. Give it to Yo Daddy in the Excelsior. Interceptor's second, class assist, and stowaway for fourth. 2 minutes, 3.73 seconds.
Well, he does not have a pretty way of doing it, but that is how Yo Daddy has been the entire time, and he picks up another stakes win here, galloping at that big long stride. Linda Rice sweeping the card.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't hear anything you just said. I'm trying to see who Linda has in the next race. She's got a chance to win the Big Five. She got 2 in the next 2 races, so that'd be hilarious if she won all 5 races. No, I joke, but I mean, it's a goofy way of going, this Yo Daddy,
yeah.
right? But these long distances on the dirt are what he wants to be doing. And I thought that Ricardo's ride on the 3 was outstanding. Interceptor to go up the inside, to be aggressive like that, and sometimes you just get beat. I think Richie and I have talked about this before. I want my riders to make errors in aggression, not in being passive. And so if that was an error, I still support the move that Ricardo made. Those often go the right direction rather than the wrong.
5-2 on Yo Daddy. Yeah, he's always had that funny way of going, and it's in large part why we saw him for much of his career towards the beginning running on turf. And I remember talking a couple times with Linda about it, and she said, yeah, he really moves like a turf horse. Always runs kind of with his tail straight out and his head up in the air, but Jose Lezcano fits him very well, and he was confident in him the whole time.
No, he was. He was traveling well, and he, it's funny, when you get to these longer distance dirt races, it feels like at the top of the stretch, there's the haves and the have-nots. There's the horses that have run and the ones that don't, and it was very clear that Yo Daddy was one that had run.
3 wins today for Linda Rice, 2 wins for Jose Lezcano. Yo Daddy takes the Excelsior. Let's kick off the card at Oaklawn Park. Unfortunately, some wet weather over there, but a nice maiden special weight to start things off. Plaza Q for Ken McPeak. Currently the favorite with some speed as we check in with Megan. Hope you have a nice dry spot over there.
Yes, we got to the inside, and it is very sloppy today. It's steadily been raining all morning and overnight, but very solid but compact group of maiden fillies traveling the mile and a 16th here. And we'll start from the inside with the number 1, Epicus, the baby sister to champion and Grade 1 winner Epicenter by Outwork, and comes off a bit of a layoff. Now, this horse, I think, is incredibly fair of a price at 5-1, as I find she's taken a step forward physically from the last time I saw her here opening weekend back in December. Now, she's a little bit more denser made, but man, is she gorgeous. She definitely wants the route game, as I can forgive her last time out, where she came off a little bit of a layoff there from March, then needed the time between her races. She stumbled and then broke slowly, spotting that field a few lengths that day, trailed and kind of just made up ground along the rail under a run around the turn, and then just kind of flattened out. So I'm hoping from her inside position she will be able to break and go forward, but physically I was really impressed with the step forward that she's taken. And your current favorite, the number 2, Plaza Q, as Acacia said, should be the main speed on deck here. And man, is she huge. As you can go through her form lines, she went as far as 1.25 miles last time out on the all-weather. Looks like as though this is probably even shorter than she wants to go, cutting back to the 8.5 furlongs. So she is an enormous daughter of Sky Meza, who isn't overly inclined to the turf or synthetic physically. Now, she does get to the wet, sloppy track. Last time she did so was at Keeneland, where she just did not fare whatsoever that day, tiring behind in a fast pace. So we'll see if she can take to this surface off of those synthetic tries. But, I mean, she should not have any problem negotiating the route of ground. But a horse that's taking money that I am against in this spot is the number 4, Bella Ella. Now, she's got a great pedigree. She's a stakes winner in Hoosier Filly and that stakes winner American Promise, but she is all Munnings, her sire. She is short-bodied. I wish she looked a bit more fit, and I just didn't agree with her today, albeit she did some running on debut. But the number 6, Charted Destiny for Kenan LaRose, as he looks to get his first winner here at Oaklawn. Had some live runners yesterday at Keeneland. She was sharp, tacked on the walk. I think she's going to appreciate the stretch out. She's certainly the refined, athletic individual of this group, breaking from the outside Acacia, but a small but mighty field of fillies in here.
They each have something interesting to offer. Megan, thank you. 9-5 on Plaza Q, who, as she mentioned, is getting that turn back from 1.25 miles on synthetic last time out, but she does have the speed. They go in for the opener on a sloppy main track at Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
11 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Plaza Q stumbled badly at the break and drops to the back after that. Quick to Charm up close. Charted Destiny a little bit quicker. So is Delicious Diva. Ephesus not far away as they go into the first turn. Delicious Diva has the lead into the turn. Charted Destiny will track right behind. Ephesus third. Quick to Charm outside of her. Bella Ella at the back with Plaza Q. Stumbled at the break is last now, and she's 6 lengths off the pace. Approaching the backstretch run. Delicious Diva clear on the lead. 1.5 lengths from Quick to Charm, who tugs at her rider, claims second. Charted Destiny back to third on the outside. 3 wide. Epicist alongside of her. 2.5 back to Plaza Q. Bella Ella will attempt to do her best running later. 6 fillies and mares head down the backstretch here. Not a fast pace set by Delicious Diva. Joe Belmer trying to steal it up top. 2.25 lengths ahead of Quick to Charm. Epicist, they're now side by side. Plaza Q makes an early move. She's into fourth now. 6 lengths off her stablemate down the backstretch run. Charted Destiny alongside of her, and Bella Ella still the trailer as they hit the far turn. Delicious Diva, 3 furlongs to go. 2-length lead. Plaza Q slipping inside of Epicist, level second. Now Plaza Q back in third as they quicken the pace now. Epicist alongside a joint second with Quick to Charm. Plaza Q is 4-3 behind. Charted Destiny in an all-out drive, and Bella Ella needs to get going still at the rear as they come off the turn in the opener. Delicious Diva down the lane, still clear by a length. Epicist trying to reel her in. Quick to Charm on the grandstand side right there. 3 across the track with a furlong to go. Delicious Diva finds more up top. Epicist alongside now. Quick to Charm beaten in third. 100 yards to go. Delicious Diva, she's going to go all the way in the opener. Delicious Diva, gate to wire. Epicist second. Quick to Charm third. And fourth was Charted Destiny.
Delicious Diva ended up taking advantage. It was the quote-unquote other Kenny McPeak horse to get the win here. Number 5, Delicious Diva with Joey Belmere gets the first win of her 4-year-old season.
She's been single digits in her last 3 starts. She must have really enjoyed the sloppy racetrack, and she gets her maiden broken, and she's a winner now, and on to bigger and better things.
Getting the win here, number 5, Delicious Diva with the victory, as we still have plenty more stakes action to come, and that does include the Carter and the return of a champion. The New Jersey bred Bookham Danno is back for more in his 5-year-old season. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Taking a look at Yo Daddy heading into the winner's circle, getting the victory. Third win today for Linda Rice, this one for Winning Move Stable. Let's head down to Richie.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Steve Sigler, the owner of Yo Daddy Winning Move Stables. Steve, you've been doing this a really long time now and doing it at the highest level with success. What's your approach to this? You seem like you have a very practical approach.
Well, thank you, Rich. You keep your expectations low. I think that's one of the ways to do it. In order to be a successful owner, you have to have a strong trainer and all of her ancillary staff and a strong partners as well. If you keep your expectations low, when you win and you have those surprises, it's even more exhilarating. And that's my approach towards it.
But I know you and Linda have a wonderful relationship, but it seems like you spot your horses well. You're not, inclined to overmatch them.
It's all her call. Occasionally I will chip in, Rich, but when you have someone who's the leading trainer, she's so devoted to her craft, loves her craft, and I think one of the keys in almost any successful relationship is trusting that partner, your partner with it, and that's what it's all about.
Well, you guys have been hitting on all cylinders. You just gave me kind of strategy how to be a New York Ranger fan. Keep my expectation low. I know you and I are huge Ranger fans, and it's something we talk about a great deal.
Well, I'm reading all the literature on the young players that they have that are in the OHL, and I think that's where the hope is. It's kind of a rejuvenating the veteran players to have Chemlar and the other young players that they have. They have more speed. I think they lacked a lot of speed. They bring the speed, and so hope for the playoffs next year.
Well, I hope you're as good a scout with hockey players as you are with horses, because Steve Sigler, he knows how to get a good racehorse.
Nice of you to say, Rich. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
There's his Winning Move Silks. Easy to spot the bright orange. Yo Daddy picking up a stakes win. Third win today for Linda Rice, and Yo Daddy, boy, he did have it in him. He looked like a winner, honestly, every step of the way. Confident ride by Jose Lascano, $7.66 winner. Good effort from the runner-up Interceptor. I thought you pointing out Ricardo Santana's ride, very well meant. He made the right choice going up the rail.
Yeah, I mean, I think horse racing in general, I think you can become too results-oriented, where you can't go back and forth on your process based on what happens. You have to believe in your process and try to stick to it, because occasionally you're going to be wrong. It's impossible to be right all the time in this game. And I thought Ricardo's ride was the right ride, although the result wasn't what they expected or wanted, but I thought it was the right decision.
Yo Daddy picks up at the win in the Excelsior, our first stake on the card. We're not done yet. In just a few moments, we are going to be moving over to YouTube until 4 o'clock, at which point we'll be back on FS2. You can watch YouTube on the NYRA YouTube channel all afternoon, as in that block while we're on YouTube, we will have the Carter, which it does include the return of Bookham Danno, champion sprinter. Later on, the Distaff, the Gazelle, and of course, the Wood Memorial. You and I are not done though, JK. We're powering through, and we hope you'll stay with us. Over to the NYRA YouTube channel, you can continue to watch all the coverage here on Wood Memorial Day. The Carter still to come. We'll be back at 4 p.m. on FS2 if you're watching on your TV. It's Wood Memorial Day from Aqueduct. Our coverage continues after this.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us on our YouTube coverage. Reminder, we'll be back on FS2 at 4 p.m. But for now, we will continue on with our coverage on Wood Memorial Day as we continue looking back on some of the great and most fun Wood Memorials throughout history.
Wicked Strong comes gobbling up ground down the center of the racetrack, and here is Wicked Strong, who sweeps to the lead in the final furlong, and Wicked Strong wins it going away.
Track was kind of not favoring speed that day, and there was I'll never forget, we talked to Rajiv. The horses were coming down the middle of the track way out, and there was a path there that horses were just taking off. And we both said in the back, says, well, give him a chance, save ground, but then in the stretch, swing him out and hit that path. And he did. He hit that path, and he took off, and he won pretty handily. Well, we had a little bit of a rough winter. We didn't do very well, and we really needed that to pick our heads up. And the rest of the year was very good after that.
2014 Wood Memorial with Wicked Strong and Centennial Farm. Just had a really cool horse, a cool name, cool story behind his name as well, with the one and only Jimmy Jerkins, who's now overseeing Kenny McPeek's at New York String, and so involved with Right to Party in today's Wood.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jimmy Jerkin's obviously just a legendary trainer from a legendary training family, and it's always fun to see our former colleague Rajiv on former horseback. He's on current horseback as well. So it's those big races like that, it's one of my favorite parts of racing is the memories that we get from these consistent races that we get every year. That you can just remember where you were when so and so won, and it's one of my favorite parts of the game.
Yeah, really special for sure. As we take a look at race 4 coming up next here in New York. So far, it's been a little bit the Linda Rice show, and we'll see if she can continue sweeping the card. She is represented by the number 3, Fort Nelson, and the 6, Waitlist. So 2 chances in this 4th race. It does seem, at least according to the board, though, they all have to get around that horse, the number 4, Tariff Mindset for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Tariff Mindset, who ran really well first time out. Very similar to what we'll talk about throughout the day with the horse Steel that's running in the Wood Memorial. Tariff Mindset had a horrible first time out, broke slow, and still found a way to win. So you like to think when a horse can overcome adversity like that, they're set up to run well here as well. It feels like Chad and Tariff Mindset, Chad Brown and Tariff Mindset might end Linda's short little streak she's got going here so far.
And you even look at the comment, Oslo climbed badly. When you talk about climbing, it's kind of what we talked about earlier with the kickback. So take a look at the start here with the 3. Gonna break slow, and then the climbing, it's more going up and down versus going forward. They kind of have their head up, they're resenting it, their knees start to get high, and they're not really leveling to go forward. So the fact that he was still able to win after all of that, and not being probably the most comfortable ride for Flavien Prat that day.
Yeah, that's a great illustration for climbing. It's almost as if they're trying to jump over the dirt that's hitting them in the chest or in their face, and to overcome that and to run the way that this horse did, still in behind horses getting kickback, finally gets into the clear and really levels off.
Finishes well, 71 Beyer speed figure for that debut. Dylan Davis going to be aboard today as he steps up to face winners for the first time. And look, it was visually impressive, but the fact of the matter is he just has one start to his name, and he's going to be facing some older, more seasoned horses in the field here today, which is always a little bit of a jump.
Yeah, it's always, the experience that you had, but I will say this, Tariff Mindset got a lot of experience in that first race. Learned a lot of things about what this racing thing is all about. I'd expect that horse to take a step forward off of that.
Horses heading out from the paddock there. He is at 8-5 now for trainer Chad Brown, who of course will send out Iron Honor later in today's Wood Memorial. Stepping out onto the track. Great to see such a good crowd here today at Aqueduct as well. Let's meet the field for this 4th race, going a mile and an 1/8, starting with Georgia Magic.
Yeah, once upon a time, this is a very highly regarded horse for Ray Handel. I think he expected a lot out of Georgia Magic. Let's see if Georgia Magic can put it all together here today.
Linda Rice looking for her 4th today. One of 2 in here is Fort Nelson.
I'd imagine Kendrick will be pretty aggressive with this one, having that speed drawn towards the inside.
Next will be your favorite, the lightly raced Tariff Mindset.
The horse to beat after overcoming all of that adversity first time out. You'd like to think they'll improve second time out and hopefully can avoid some of those hiccups.
Here is the number 5, Chillax for Belmont.
Yeah, it exits that race that we just saw Interceptor out of, cutting back from the 10 furlongs.
Another for Linda Rice. Big price, there's a wait list.
Yeah, probably a little bit too slow. I'd say if Linda goes and wins 4 in a row, it won't be with this one.
And to the outside, a new face, there's Founders, just switched back to the dirt last time.
Yeah, debuted on the dirt. Debuted on the dirt, switched to the dirt last time, and ran pretty well. Lifetime best last time. It's possible maybe that's where this horse has wanted to be all along.
Finished second by just a head at Gulfstream on the dirt last time out. Race 4 about 5 minutes away. Let's check in trackside with Richie.
That's a really nice first level allowance race. You got to look at the 3, Fort Nelson, coming from the Linda Rice barn. He's coming off back-to-back wins. He makes a really nice physical impression. And, Linda Rice is 3 for 3 today. The only person that's beat Linda Rice today is Linda Rice. She had the winner and the runner-up in race 2. Tariff Mindset Yeah, you guys talked about it. The way he was climbing, and horses use themselves so inefficiently when they're climbing like that, that usually they don't have any energy to finish with. The fact that he still finished after, climbing as severely as he did. Now, he'll probably be better for the experience. A mile and an eighth, the dirt does not come back nearly as hard when they're going a quarter in 24 and change, a half in 49-ish, as opposed to 23:47. The faster they go in front of you, the harder that kickback comes back. When you got a 21:44 pace in front of you and you're getting hit with that, it's like getting hit with, pepper spray, if you will. The 5 Chillax, he just looks so good from a physical perspective. That third to Interceptor, who just had a real good second in the Excelsior, kind of stands out. That's where I landed. I was going back and forth between him and the 7 Founders, who I've always had a feeling, or the idea that horses coming out of South Florida, when they come up here, they've got their Florida tan, their coats are so resplendent, and it's usually a little bit cooler. I can't really say that's the case today, and they seem to respond really well to that. And I thought Founders was very interesting from the Safi Joseph barn. Like I said, I was vacillating back and forth between the 7 Founders, the 5 Chillax. I guess because of that third to Interceptor, Chillax gets the nod.
Chillax, I like it. Flattered by the company. He has disappointed, at least though, as the favorite in the last 3 starts. You're getting 5-2 on him today. It does seem to be a relatively more even board now between the 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised the 4 off of that visual performance is as short as high of a price that he is. I think he'll probably come down. But as far as Chillax is concerned, often we talk about those types of horses that don't give you that impression that they want to win. A lot of times I think it's unfair because you'll see horses that are 5 or 6 to 1 that are running second. Well, they're not meant to win. They're 5 or 6 to 1 because they're the third or fourth choice. And if they're running second, they're actually overachieving to a certain extent. The problem I have with a horse like Chillax is that he's been pretty short prices 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of his last races, and the only one that he won, he was odds on. I don't trust Chillax in this situation.
That is certainly fair. See if he can find a way to turn things around this afternoon for trainer Bill Mott, who has Steel waiting in the wings. Talk about lightly raced, going into some tough company off of just a debut maiden win with a slow break, going right into the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, the one thing about that is that while Steel is lightly raced, the horse who's the favorite is also pretty lightly raced. Iron Honor's only run twice, so it's not like he's got that much more experience. Certainly, he's got more experience in terms of being a Gotham winner and winning a stake race like that, going the mile. That definitely should count for something. But, look, lightly raced horses can win, especially nowadays. It feels like more than ever. It's the way that races are spread out between horses. You don't really get those 27 start types facing second, 2-time runners.
Where did you land in this 4th race?
I'm going to go with the favorite, Tariff Mindset. It's hard for me to overcome seeing a horse have everything go wrong and still win. I think sometimes it can be a little bit overblown. If a horse breaks slow and wins, it can be misleading for a couple of reasons. One is, who are they catching? It could have been the worst field ever that they're catching, so it looks like they did something great, but it wasn't as great as it looked on paper. The other problem that can come from a horse breaking slowly their first time out is, well, why do you think they're not going to do it again? Maybe that's just who they are. That's a habit of theirs, and they can break slow again. But I will say that this horse ran well enough, got a fast enough number based on the way that it went. I just have a feeling that this one's going to run a little bit better, a little bit more trust here.
9-5 right now on Tariff Mindset. The betting public in agreement as this horse will step up to face winners for the first time today. Mile and an eighth for this 4th race, Wood Memorial distance. Obviously, it's a now 6-horse field with scratch, not a 12-horse field, but you can watch, see how trips play out, watch how quick it is into the first turn with this mile and an eighth race.
Well, the other exciting part about races like this when they start to come up is, when there's 3-year-olds involved at mile and an eighth races, these are horses we could see later in the summer, right? Just keep in mind as they're running, if Tariff Mindset shows up, does something super impressive, you know, he's the type of horse you see in the Jim Dandy.
Even the Peter Pan,
yeah,
maybe.
or even something sooner than that.
Yeah.
So that's always fun to keep in mind when you're looking at the ages of these horses that are trying to go 2 turns on the dirt.
Yeah, very good point. See how it plays out. Mile and an eighth, Wood Memorial distance for this 4th race allowance. Linda Rice with 2 chances as she tries to continue sweeping the card. Chad Brown might be standing in her way, though, as he has the current favorite, Tariff Mindset, going into the gate. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Walks right in. Here's Chillax. Waitlist. And Founders. Last 2. Waitlist. Founders. Last to load. Founders is in. All set. And they're off. Waitlist flashes early speed. There's Georgia Magic, hard sent towards the inside, and Fort Nelson will keep that leader company. Georgia Magic, Jorge Vargas Jr. now with the advantage, well apart from Fort Nelson, who drifted out there 3 wide, is in the 3 path, but now Fort Nelson tries to straighten up and chase that runaway leader. Georgia Magic and Fort Nelson, they're 1-2. Tariff Mindset, a ground saving journey, is now a shared 3rd, is right there with Chillax in between horses. 3 wide in that group, that's going to be Waitlist, who broke on top as towards the tail end of the field, and the Triller is Founders. They work to the backstretch, 24.15 for that opening quarter mile, and a big long shot in. Georgia Magic is in front, but not for long. Fort Nelson wants to assert, and now assuming the lead, it's Fort Nelson who's up by a half length. Georgia Magic is back to a clear second. Chillax still traveling in tandem with a ridden along. Tariff Mindset being encouraged to keep to the task, and Tariff Mindset is to the inside of Chillax, their 3rd and 4th. 48.47 for the half-mile time. Founders is now second to last, relegating Waitlist to the back end of the field. They work into the far turn, and Fort Nelson is in front. Georgia Magic's not done, is back for more to the inside, and Georgia Magic has put a head back in front. Fort Nelson in second, Chillax is now in 3rd. Tariff Mindset is trying to get going, is in 4th, is all in. Dylan Davis asking Tariff Mindset at the rail, is not making up the ground yet as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Fort Nelson back in front, and Fort Nelson, Georgia Magic have been jousting back and forth. Tariff Mindset, Founders, Waitlist on the grandstand side. They are tightly packed now, and Waitlist is thrust to the front. Inside the final furlong, it's Waitlist. Tariff Mindset is trying to switch to the outside, has run, nowhere to go. Waitlist has the lead. Waitlist up by 2. Founders and Tariff Mindset give it to Waitlist with the upset. Waitlist gets it over Founders. Tariff Mindset in the photo for 4th in 1 minute 51.15 seconds.
Linda Rice strikes again, sweeping the early pick 4, this time with an upset. Waitlist at a big price, probably the least favorable of her entrance in here, and he came with this outside run to win his first race in quite a while.
Well, I got to tell you, I thought the streak was going to get broken in this race, and if it was not going to get broken, it was going to carry on. I thought it was going to be the 3 for Linda Rice, not the 6. She can't do any wrong. I can assure you I will not fall for this mistake in the 5th.
You got to have at least like a little saver bet or something, right? Waitlist, this is his first win since February 2nd, 2025. So over a year since he's seen the winner's circle. He's been consistent. He's been knocking at the door. Gets back to the winner's circle today and continues on the streak. Now, the favorite, the 4 Tariff Mindset, he still broke a little bit slow, but far better. But it was in the later stages of the race that you could see Dylan Davis really working on him to accelerate and to kick on. And that's kind of what you were talking about a little bit with the 1.25 mile race. You see it with a 1 1/8 mile race too. The foundation late in the stretch.
Yeah, he just never really had that punch. And you even heard Chris Griffin call it in the call around the 3/8 pole as they just posted the inquiry board. At the 3/8 pole, he was still kind of like in between horses being asked and not really going anywhere.
Yeah. So inquiry between second and third place finishers does not affect the winner. So I think it's just on the edge of your screen if it's possible to get ahead on there. So between the 7 and the 4, so waitlist, your unofficial winner, not affected by this inquiry, but between the 7 founders and the 4 tariff mindset, let's take a look here and see what takes place. So the 4 tariff mindsets in the red and white cap, just a his outside in the burgundy is the 7 founders. It looks to me, JK, like the 4 actually came out first.
Yeah, he did. He came out. There was some contact, and there's actually a couple more bumps a little bit further down the stretch. And then there seems to be a reciprocal bump there. There'll be a lot for them to kind of sort through there.
Yeah, so several bumps, both of them, I think, one coming in and one coming out. The last bump might have been the hardest, and that was from the 7 founders, but did seem that the contact was initiated by at least the 4 tariff mindset, who even at that point is getting out a little bit on the turn. You can see the way his head is turned. So right here is where you're going to see little bump there from the 4, kind of leaning on one another, and then the 7's going to come back over.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the way that this often works is, did the potential foul cost a horse a place or in the finishing order, or did it affect the order of finish? And it'll be close for them to decide.
Well, no doubt about the winner, though, and again, he's not affected by that inquiry waitlist with the win. 4th win on the day for Linda Rice. 4 for 4. We head over to Oaklawn Park, race 2 coming up, an Arkansas bred claiming race for $16,000, going 6 furlongs. And it is the number 4, Classy Socks, who's currently the favorite, did have a win on a wet track 2 starts back.
Yeah, and ran very well on that wet track. And I think that's probably why they're betting here, thinking there's going to be a duplicate effort based on what happened 2 back. The last race was not good. The last race was very, very poor. Was 12th beaten 15. But I guess if Classy Socks runs back to that race 2 back, the board is right, and that 9-5 is a bargain.
Do you have Classy Socks? Like, my husband loves patterned socks. Like, I know you do the patterned shirts.
No.
Do you have some big day socks?
Well, see, I don't. Your husband dresses a lot nicer than I dress. So he has to have like a classy sock to go with it. I do have ridiculously expensive socks. For some reason, I have like a bunch of Lululemon socks, which are,
Those are classy.
Yeah, but they're not like, they don't have like beautiful designs. I can't wear them with a suit, but I like them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I respect that.
And then in the summer, I got to wear those little short socks because I like going barefoot.
Yeah.
And shoes.
I
It's
think
not a
that's,
good.
I think
It's
that's
not a
fair.
good operation
I think
for me.
that's fair. Yeah, Bombas. Love a good Bombas socks.
They fall down.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, I love them.
Not a sponsor.
No, that's right. Just discussing socks. Classy Socks is the favorite, 9-5 off of that wet track race. 2 starts back, has some speed. We'll see if he can pick up another wet track victory as they go into the gate for race 2. Arkansas Breds at Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Second to last, Blessed Vision to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Classy Socks and Stuck in Snow. 1-2 out of the gate. Classy Socks short lead. As I say that, Stuck in Snow moves up. He snatches a head advantage here. Classy Socks right there to the outside to press him. Burlsworth in the pink cap runs in the 3rd spot. Blessed Vision is next with UVC, who's between horses. 1.5 lengths to Miria Coincidence. My Dominator to his inside. Allo Henry second to last. 6 behind. 8 clear of Shea Whiz at the back as they go into the far turn. Stuck in Snow. Classy Socks spar on the lead with Burlsworth on their tails right behind 3rd, 3 wide, sent upon a little bit. Gap of 3. Blessed Vision into 4th. UVC under pressure. Miria Coincidence plotting in place. Allo Henry has passed My Dominator. Shea Whiz still at the rear as they hit the quarter pole. Stuck in Snow drops back. Classy Socks on the lead with Burlsworth. They swing off the turn together. Inside Classy Socks, outside Burlsworth's got the lead now. Classy Socks left behind in 2nd. Burlsworth with a furlong to go. Extends straight stride, opens up 3 with a 16th to go, and Burlsworth is all alone on the lead under Rafael Bejarano. Burlsworth opening up 5. Burlsworth, a dominating winner. Battles for second, UVC and Blessed Vision in the photo for second. Classy Sox, 4th across the line.
Burlsworth gets the win. First time on a wet track in a while. First win on a wet track, but did so pretty decisively.
Yeah, he sure did. They had the right idea. It feels like with Classy Sox, just didn't run to that performance two back. Burlsworth, on the other hand, ran extremely well. I also think it's important to know that the draw being outside, it's just a more comfortable place to operate from. You get to kind of put pressure on the horse to your inside. That's what it feels like Burlsworth did.
Pulling away from the competition in here, Burlsworth with the win at Oaklawn Park. We should note, by the way, with that inquiry in New York, no change to the order of finish. So it was 6-7-4 at Aqueduct. Coming up, Keeneland coverage on the horizon next week for the Lexington. JK and I will be there. Absolutely can't wait. The spring meet underway. We'll talk more about what's to come after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, and we're looking forward to our coverage next week on FS1. We'll have on-site coverage from Keeneland, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Hope that you'll join us. Jonathan will be there. Absolutely can't wait. You have the Lexington, the final Kentucky Derby prep, really, and just a great opportunity to be at such an iconic racetrack.
I love it. It's one of my favorite days. Also, they got the Grade 1 gamble that day, one of my favorite contests of all year long. They do a great job with that. And there's something about Keeneland when the airport is literally right there, and when you land in Lexington, you fly right over it, and you just feel it when you're there. It's actually a little bit different than Louisville. When you go to Louisville for the Derby, it's Derby, but it doesn't, when you walk into Lexington and you walk into Keeneland, it just screams horse racing. It's one of my favorite places.
Yeah, there's such a love, obviously a deep-rooted history there in Lexington. So many great farms really close by as well, where you can see where a lot of champions got their start as well. So really excited about that. Hope you'll tune in with us next week on FS1. The fourth race, though, goes to waitlist. Big afternoon for Linda Rice. But Richie, would love to get your input on the inquiry, what we saw between the 7 Founders and the 4 Tariff Mindset. Again, no change in the order of finish.
Yeah, no change in the order of finish, and I think the stewards got that 100% correct. You know, we'll take a look at the head-on, and to me, it was Tariff Mindset searching for room, desperately searching for a clear lane in the stretch. You know, a horse that obviously has a lot of ability, still a little on the green side. He's going to come out, white face, the white and red cap, Dylan Davis under a left-handed crop. He's searching for room. He's going to come out. Right now, it looks like he's got a path. Here comes the winner, blows by him, kind of drifts in, takes the path. Now Dylan's going to come out again. He initiated that contact, initiated the second contact. Now the outside runner Founders with Jamie Rodriguez came in and gave it back to him. But at that point, I felt like Dylan Davis on Tariff Mindset is the one who initiated the first 2 contacts. And a lot of times the stewards give the rider that's been kind of bumped or pushed around a lot of leeway in giving it back. You know, it's kind of you push me, I'm going to push back kind of thing. At best, it was 50-50, but I do think the fact that Tariff Mindset initiated the original contact led to no change in the order of finish.
Richie, thank you. Always good to get your insight as somebody that's been there and done that. 32-32 definitely has a nice little ring to it. 15-1 shot Founders with the big upset, and Linda Rice 4 for 4.
Yeah, I always say when riders win a lot of races on the day, and the same I'll say for trainers, I can't pick 4 winners in a row, and I can pick from any other horse. She's won 4 races in a row, and she has to run the horses that she has. It's pretty impressive, and let's see if she can pull off. Oh wait, she's on the rail. If she can pull off this, she had the 4, Sweetest Princess. If she can pull off this pick 5.
Yeah, she had 1 scratch. She's grandest out, but she still has a chance, as you mentioned, with Sweetest Princess, who's 9-5 in this upcoming 5th race, looking to sweep the early pick 5. New York bred allowance going a mile coming up next early on for Safi Joseph, the favorite to the outside as of now, though. It is Wood Memorial Day. We're getting closer and closer to the big one, and as we've touched on, some spectacular horses throughout the years have won the Wood Memorial, including Easy Goer, who looked like he was about to stop and take a snack there on the side. We'll hear about his story, one of the greats ever look through a Bible, after this.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000. $650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 and a half, $1,600,000, thank you.
Next Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeneland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeneland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass. Plus, special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeneland and Oaklawn Stakes races next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
Easy Goer, I think, was a popular name for the people to say, and you know, the New York press just hooked on to it. He still is a pretty prominent name around New York racing circles. After he ran the first time, I took him to Saratoga. I was pretty anxious to run him, and then, you know, then he won. So I'm walking back through the paddock, and the press kind of converges on me, and this and that. I said, he just broke his maiden. And they said, yeah, but he ran like 2 or 3 seconds faster than the split, which I didn't realize. When he started his 3-year-old campaign, he ran the Swale. You know, he won that, and, you know, that brought him to up here in the Gotham, where he ran 1/5 of a second off the world record.
Easy Goer.
He ran the Wood Memorial.
Easy Goer leads, passing me 4x2, and Rock Point in second. Easy Goer has the lead.
You know, when we got to the Derby, we just got a little bit unfortunate that we caught that type of a track.
Sunday Silence wins this Derby by 2 lengths.
With the Preakness.
Sunday Silence, Easy Goer. Here's the finish. Sunday Silence wins it by a nose.
Belmont, you know, I was in the race to win the Belmont, not trying to keep anybody from winning the Triple Crown. That never went through my mind. And I wanted to win the Belmont not only for the horse, but for Mr. Phipps, and I never won a Classic, so obviously, you know, Shug was involved too. And he came out of the Belmont so good, I wanted to run him in, and we ended up waiting, but we ran him into Whitney. In the New York races, it meant something to us as of being me and the Phippses, and races it meant something. I won the Whitney and then came back and won the Travers. The fan base showed up at Saratoga, so I think that they'd probably gotten over the disappointments of the Derby and the Preakness, and it was here we go. It was a good thing, and you know, to get to Saratoga is a special place. The Travers is a special race, and you know, the fans showed up. And they showed up in our corner, and it made it quite a day. And Wood would have been right when we came back. That was when they were the Breeders' Cup preview days. You hate to see a horse like that leave, but sometimes it comes time for him to leave. Well, he went in Secretariat stall and Bull Ruler, so you know, he was following quite a legacy there, and all that stuff is, you know, it can be maybe a little corny, but it does mean something. I think that Easy Goer would have gone on and been able to prove himself. The longer he'd been in stud, the better he would have gotten. There was a lot of Easy Goer shirts. Every now and then I'll see one, and you know, and you won't imagine how many people in a year's time will come up to me and say, I became a fan of horse racing because of watching Easy Goer run. Or Easy Goer was my favorite horse. You know, I almost want to say, man, that was 30 years ago. I need another one, you know. But he was very popular, and he was very popular with the people, and in times he still is. It's been a fun ride for me because of it, and took me to places I never thought I would be, you know, and still is.
Easy Goer winning the 1989 Wood Memorial. Would go on to do some really spectacular things, as you saw in that piece, and I think probably really did stamp himself for a lot of people, as Shug said, kind of the horse that got them excited about racing, just the rivalry that he had with Sunday Silence as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to Tupac and Biggie. If you ask someone, Easy Goer or Sunday Silence, I can tell you immediately what part of the country they're from. Easy Goer was such a New York East Coast favorite, but yeah, I've heard the same thing from lots of folks that about how influential he was into them falling in love with racing.
Champion 2-year-old inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1997, 9-time Grade 1 winner. Not an easy thing to do.
No, not at all. Sometimes it's hard to run 9 times for some of these horses, and to win 9 Grade 1s is very impressive.
Amen to that. And JK, you know, you see sometimes just various silks. Those silks just immediately bring back memories of some really great horses.
No, and they're some of my favorite. They're so classic. I mean, some of the best silks are the really simple ones. Don't get me wrong. I love the E5 silks, right? The green with the purple, and I love that. It's fun. But there's like those types of silks are just so classic. Even like, you know, in Claiborne with their gold silks, like the that they have, you know, the dark yellow. Just they're all really cool. It's one of my favorite parts of the game. The colors that this game offers. You know, with the saddle cloths and the silks, and it's part of what makes it so special.
It's a vibrant game, that's for sure. Let's meet the field for this 5th race. New York breds in the spotlight, beginning with the number 2, Asa Ira, winner last time out.
Yeah, wire to wire last time. A little bit of deeper waters this time around.
7-1 on the board at the moment. Here's the 3, Like a Rolling Stone, back to New York Bred Company.
Yeah, hasn't done much running though in the last few starts. Maybe getting back with the New York Breds will help.
Linda Rice trying to continue sweeping the card. She has Sweetest Princess going out.
Yeah, I got to tell you, just because I like to say I got to see stuff like this, I'm rooting for this one. I want to see Linda win the early pick 5 all by herself.
And I'm told, too, Linda actually won the last race yesterday. So technically, she's looking for 6 in a row, 5 potentially on today's card, which is just amazing. There's your favorite, though, early on. Big win last time out.
Absolutely, and this one's going to be tough to beat. Got a fast number last time. Was odds on last time. But when you see a horse that ran in the Kentucky Oaks show up in a spot like this, they deserve a little attention.
3-5 right now. Sahin Savachi on board once again for Safi Joseph. Faced some really good horses, as you mentioned. We'll see the Gazelle later on. This filly was beaten by a nose in the Gazelle last year.
Yeah, it's funny, on these big days, you know, you get to see former horses that were doing things really well in the past. We saw Resilience earlier today. We get to see early on here now, and we get to see a champion here in the next hour or so as well.
Yeah, welcome Danno. Looking forward to seeing him back. And we actually have 2 champions on today's card because Immersive is coming back in the distaff as well. She was a former 2-year-old fillies champion, so 2 champions on today's card.
Excited to see her run as well, right? I mean, she's a 3-time Grade 1 winner, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
All in her 2-year-old year?
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
There is early on spirited solo warm-up for her. She's feeling fresh out there, coming back off of a big win when returning to New York Bred Company. She has definitely had no problem with distance in the past as well, but her last win was at the mile. She's drawn to the outside. What kind of trip do you envision in this race for her?
Yeah, I mean, she's not the fastest horse early, but I think she's got that outside draw. She's going to end up in a great spot, right? It's a small field. I think she'll want to not get too far back. She'll want to stay connected. And I think if she's within a length when they turn for home, I believe she wins. I think the biggest enemy to her would be getting too far back and letting them kind of run away from her.
Or it could be Linda Rice. I mean, she's unstoppable today.
Yeah, that could be her. That could be her biggest enemy as well.
Very well could be. Look, everybody's feeling fresh on Wood Memorial Day. He's looking very sleek in his suit.
Look at this guy.
Well dressed for the day. That's a great shot. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, happy Wood Memorial Day. Welcome to the show. And what are you seeing for this 5th race here?
Well, I mean, I should just step aside and let Jose Lascano's son take over here on the show. Far more animated of an individual than his father, but maybe trying to step into the irons. Look, there he is, there he is. He's still got the moves. He's got the moves. Boom. Break it down for me. Come on. Well, let's talk a little bit about a horse not ridden by Jose Lascano. I think the streak ends here for Linda Rice as early on. She's a prohibitive favorite on the board, and boy, does she look that way physically. She looks so much better than the rest of her competition. And on top of that, she looks better than what she did, well, for her first start back and even last time when she got back to New York Bred Company and dominated that field. She looks better in her coat. She looks fitter, even more so now, third off the bench, and she's a bit more lively and energetic. I do think she is a really strong favorite here. And I've always liked her going this one-turn mile, as she's going to look to do that yet again here, graduating on to this second-level New York bred allowance. Now, I would love to see Linda go, 5 for 5 on the card or 6 for her last 6 here with Sweetest Princess, but I just don't see that happening necessarily. Yes, she does have some races in her that would make her a formidable foe to your favorite in here, but do we get to see that today? I'm not sure. She hasn't looked great to me over the winter, but look, 2 back in the same condition. She was very good, and she beat, well, some of the horses that aren't going to play here, but some are, and beat them quite soundly. And last time, I think she was just in over her head, and that race really kind of dominated on the front end, nobody really changing positions. She was chasing along the rail, but couldn't really quicken when called upon, but at least she's in a spot where she can be competitive. The fact of the matter is, Acacia, she just doesn't look nearly as good as Early On does today.
We'll have to try and turn things around. Maggie, thank you. And early on, the betting public all aboard her as well, 2 to 5 right now. She does seem to be the class of the field as well, JK. We mentioned some of the horses that she's faced. She ran in the Kentucky Oaks. She's been effective against Open Company. And from Maggie's comments, too, now back as a 4-year-old, you sometimes see these horses that run in these big races like the Oaks or Derby. And sometimes they need a little bit of time when they come back as 4-year-olds to kind of find their groove, find where they really do fit.
Absolutely, and look, it's as many times there's horses like Resilience who run well in 3-year-old races and then don't come back to be what you hoped and thought. A lot of times you see horses that do come back as 4-year-olds and do grow up, and are able to continue to progress. And it feels like Early On could be one of those types. She had her little comeback race in January that wasn't great. But then she came back, and she looks like she's kind of ramping back up in that direction. So, and then you have horses like, recently got to see like Magnitude, what he did as a good 3-year-old to what potentially could be a great 4-year-old now, and allowing these horses to grow up a little bit. It doesn't always work, but it certainly can.
He's already had success in his 4-year-old season, even if he doesn't do anything else. Winning the Dubai World Cup, it's sensational, huge purse, big effort from him that day. But yeah, really excited to see him back. Sovereignty back in training, journalism as well. Some of the top 3-year-olds from last year back as 4-year-olds. First of all, great for the fans watching, and I think just really good for the sport as well.
Well, there's a trend going. I would say that the ownership group of Torpedo Anna and Mike Rapoli and Coolmore and Peter Brandt with bringing back Torpedo Anna and Fierceness and Sierra Leone last year, and then this year we're seeing it again with Godolphin bringing back Sovereignty and Bridlewood and Coolmore bringing back journalism. And Eclipse as well, and so we're seeing that in Magnitude with the Winchells. We're very, very lucky, and I hope this is a trend that continues, because getting those 3-year-old superstars back make racing better the following year, much better.
It really does. Looking forward to seeing, hopefully, one can dream, them all lining up in the Whitney a little bit later on in the summer. But first, we have this 5th race here. Can Linda Rice sweep the early pick 5? She has the 4 Sweetest Princess. They all have to get around the favorite Early On to the outside, though. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
2 more. Sweetest Princess, Early On. Heavily favored, Early On, last to load. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Like a Rolling Stone, broke sharply, so did Sweetest Princess, Early On. Just settling off of them is going to be towards the back end of the tightly packed field, and at the rail comes Asaida. Sweetest Princess, well off the rail, free running, is now ahead in front. It's Like a Rolling Stone. These two trying to decide who's going to assert and take the front as they work to the backstretch. Like a Rolling Stone now puts a nose in front of Sweetest Princess. Jose Lezcano wants to see where Early On is. 4 off the lead is the trailer behind Asaida. 24.22, easy opening quarter mile for Like a Rolling Stone. Sweetest Princess is engaged from second at the rail, Asaida. Early On. Sahin Savachi, a very tight hold. Early On is ready to roll. She's right in behind this trio with less than a half mile to go. 48.22 for the half mile time. Sweetest Princess now moves closer to that leader. Not cut loose yet is Early On. It's just waiting for the cue. Now starts to pick up some momentum. Has taken third to an all-in Asaida. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Like a Rolling Stone has been there throughout. Sweetest Princess is engaged. Jose Lescano, another look back, looking for the favorite in Early On, and Sweetest Princess has to worry about who's in front, and that's Like a Rolling Stone. Sweetest Princess is trying to catch this lone leader, and still Like a Rolling Stone has not relented. Like a Rolling Stone is back up to by a length and a half inside the final 16th. Like a Rolling Stone, a front-running upset, and wins it. Dalila Rivera, Like a Rolling Stone, Sweetest Princess, Early On, and Asaida in 1 minute 37.27 seconds.
It looked for a moment like we might see Linda Rice win another one, but what a game performance from Like a Rolling Stone, pulling the upset with a gate-to-wire score.
Yeah, well, we were so worried about the 7 and the 4, respectively, and there you let someone get loose on the front end, and that's what can happen. The wire-to-wire loosed on the front, to me, is the greatest type of horse that creates the recipe for an upset. It's just a horse that gets loose and gets comfortable and gets brave.
Dalila Rivera, 7-pound apprentice. She won 2 yesterday and picking up a win today for a young jockey, an apprentice jockey, winning multiple races on a Naira card, big deal, but winning a race on a card like Wood Memorial Day is a big day as well.
Absolutely. You want to prove that you can show up on the big days when all the eyes are on the sport. It's why when you have success at Saratoga, because all the eyes are on the sport, it could lead to a career-changing, have a career-changing effect. We saw it with Dylan Davis a couple years back, and so it's one of those situations where getting a win like this for a young up-and-coming rider goes a long way.
Well done, Dalila. She puts this horse on the front end, and she has taken big steps forward as well. 5-year-old mare, Like a Rolling Stone, picks up the 6th win of her career, 11-1 upset in race 5, 3-4-7-2. In the 5th, still to come, though, the champion getting ready for his 2026 debut, New Jersey bred Bookham Danno. A fan favorite is back in the Carter here at Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We turn our attention to Oaklawn Park, race 3 coming up next. It's a 1.16 mile claiming race, dated condition, so non-winners of 2 races since December 4th, 2025. So kind of opens it up for the types of horses that you get in here. Right now, it is the number 7, the Thunderer. It's a good name, who's currently the favorite. He won his last 2, including a win on a wet track last time.
Yeah, he makes sense. He ran well enough, and you know, I don't necessarily have a problem. He was close to a slow pace. I don't love that. I kind of like the 8, Treble Clef. We talk about it occasionally, and it's hard to know. The voided claim situation is obviously a useful rule that protects people from claiming horses that may not be sound. But I do think at times it could probably use a little bit of tweaking. And I think that it sets people up to be aggressive next time out, because people will be deterred from claiming them based on the fact they had a voided claim. But they go through so many obstacles to be able, after a voided claim, to be able to run, that you know the horse is likely sound to be running. So I like to kind of sometimes follow those voided claims. I think you can get some value on horses like that. That's why I think the 8's at least a little bit interesting.
Treble Clef for Norm Cassie, currently 7-2 on the board as they approach the starting gate. The number 3, Heroes Medal. First off the claim for Tammy Hornsby, taking some attention as well. 4-1 right now on the board. Did have a win last time out. A few different ways to go in this spot, but maybe a little bit more kind of leaning towards the 7 and the 8 as far as the board is concerned. Race 3 coming up next. They start to load into the starting gate. Again, going 1.16 miles. Let's send it up to Matt Dinnerman.
2. The Thunderer coming up. Icarus post 4. 2 back, Treble Clef. And to the outside post, Mo wins. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Good start from the Thunderer. From the inside, east side, cool. Shown Rain to get up there on the lead. He's got it from the Thunderer 2nd. Mo wins 3rd early on. Global Empire, Heroes Medal, they're side by side. Treble Clef, the gray horse, is racing alone. 4th last with Icarus as they corner into the first turn run. Gasoline, he's 2nd to last, and Hoppin' John's at the back with him. Around the clubhouse turn they go. East side, cool, carving out the fractions. 3 parts of a length ahead. The Thunderer right behind 2nd. Mo wins 3rd, Park 3 wide, 2 off the lead, 1.5 lengths clear of a pair. Heroes Medal, Global Empire, they're together. Another 2 to Treble Clef with Icarus. They're side by side, and they're 2 ahead of the last pair. Gasoline, Hoppin' John as they head down the backstretch. 5 furlongs to go. East side, cool. Still on the lead, a half length. The Thunderer a little bit closer while on restraint. He's 2nd, perched outside in the 2 path. 1.5 lengths to Mo wins, racing alone 3rd. 2 back to Global Empire. He's come under a bit of a ride with a half mile to go. Treble Clef is joining him going into the turn, going okay. Treble Clef as they corner into that far turn, then a line at the back. Icarus, Hoppin' John's trying to make up some ground. There he goes on the far outside. Hoppin' John passing horses right now, all the way level 5th, and Gasoline's trying to move with him from the back. Icarus alongside of them. Global Empire is giving way to the tail end of the field here as they come to the top of the stretch, coming back to the lead. East side, cool, off the rail, but leads the way as they come down the lane. Treble Clef is asked to go inside of him now. He's continuing a run. Treble Clef inside, slipping forward down on the inside, needs to catch the Thunderer, who's got the lead in the meantime. Hoppin' John has unseated the rider at the back with a 16th to go. The Thunderer is still up top. Here comes Treble Clef. These 2 head-and-head coming to the line. Treble Clef right up the inside to win it for Giovanni Franco. The Thunderer is 2nd. Gasoline was 3rd. Mo wins 4th across the finish.
Tight down to the wire. Good call, JK, who liked the number 8, Treble Clef, coming up the inside, dueling with the 7, the Thunderer, logical 2, putting on a nice show in the 3rd at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he got down there on the inside, and sometimes on a sloppy racetrack, the inside's not where you want to be. Doesn't seem to be the case here today with this horse kind of re-rallying, looking like he maybe was in a little bit of trouble, and then coming back down on the inside for Norm Cassie.
And you heard in Matt's call, the 6, Hoppin' John, unseating the rider. We'll give you updates if we have any on Danilo Garcilas-Rave, and believe they had apprehended Top and John after that last race. Back over to Oaklawn, back over to Aqueduct in the 5th, the 3, like a rolling stone, pulling the upset, taking them gate to wire with Dalila Rivera in the saddle, who's had a good weekend and is standing by with Maggie.
Here with winning rider Dalila Rivera aboard like a rolling stone. Dalila, huge day, Wood Memorial Day. To get a win like this has to be so meaningful to your career as a 7-pound apprentice.
Yeah, I feel grateful. I don't know, say to express me, so.
Say in Spanish.
Me siento bien agradecida y súper contenta por la oportunidad que me han dado y la confianza del trainer como tal.
I got that. I got it for as much as I could, that she's super grateful for the trainer for giving you this opportunity. Also, you've become so good on the back of a horse. Obviously, you have a great teacher in Angel Cordero, but you look so polished now. Talk a little bit about learning and the process of becoming a good rider.
Yeah, it's a one process. Cordero teach me all the day, see the race. I am learning day for day, it's step by step for this race. It's my first race big, so I am very excited. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, we're all cheering you on. Congratulations. Big day yesterday with 2 wins. Keep up the great work.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Dalila, making impressions here at the Big A, and I'm going to brush up on my Spanish so we can have a total Espanol interview in the future. Acacia?
Yeah, you did a good job translating, Maggie, as most people, if you spend any time on the backside, probably know at least a little bit of Spanish, but well done. I mean, you could just see how excited Dalila was to win on a big day, pulling an upset 2-win day yesterday. Obviously, as Maggie touched on, she has a legend as a mentor, but it's exciting to see a young rider flourishing like that.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget what Angel's accomplished as an agent, right? Johnny Velasquez, being the winningest rider in Saratoga, a Hall of Famer. Manny Franco, he started with Angel, got him to the position that he is, as well as John Panagot now as well, and she's in good hands.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Dalila. 25-64, like a rolling stone, pulling the upset in race 5. Race 6, a race we've been waiting for. It's the Grade 2 Carter, presented by Naira Betts, going 7 furlongs. No surprise to see 1-5 on Bookham Danno. And Jonathan, one of the fun things I think about our job is that yes, we get to cover some of the best races in the country, if not the world, but you also get a chance to sometimes take a little bit of a step back and be a fan of a game. And I admittedly am a really big fan of Bookham Danno, being able to see a gelding run a lot like he does and run in these big races.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, these are races, I call them like action pick 5s for me, where I want to get alive to a horse like Bookham Danno. Not so much for the financial implications, but obviously I fell in love with this game as a gambling game, but I still want to have a root. A rooted, like, deep in my soul root, and so that makes it a little bit more fun. But even without a wager, when horses like that come back and we're able to continue to watch them run and continue to try hard and to fight and to have that victory, those victories, I mean, we've probably seen Bookham Danno run, without looking at this past performance, just guessing, maybe 5 times at Saratoga, if not more.
We've been able to cover a lot of his races as well, which has been a lot of fun. Glad to see him back. He still has to go out there and do it. And maybe a horse standing in his way is one that's undefeated, rated by Merritt, coming back for the first start of his 2026 season, making his 4-year-old debut. And off of a big win in the Discovery, can he keep that streak alive?
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock is a Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
As we continue to celebrate the Big A, we turn our attention to the race that for generations has defined springtime here at Aqueduct, the Wood Memorial.
First run in 1925, the Wood Memorial was named for Eugene D. Wood, president of Jamaica Racecourse, where the race was originally held. When Jamaica closed in 1959, the Wood found a new home here at Aqueduct, where it has served as New York's premier race towards the Triple Crown ever since. Run at 1 1/8 miles, the Wood Memorial has consistently highlighted the sport's rising three-year-olds. In fact, 11 Wood winners have gone on to capture the Kentucky Derby, including champions like Seattle Slew and Foolish Pleasure.
Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Through the decades, the Wood has showcased racing royalty. Hall of Famers like Damascus, Slew of Gold, and Easy Goer have all stamped their greatness here on the road to stardom.
Easy Goer has the lead.
And sometimes, the Wood delivers performances for the ages. In 2005, Bellamy Road produced one of the most dominant efforts in Aqueduct history.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
The Wood Memorial has shaped the sport for nearly a century. And before Aqueduct takes its final bow, this historic race will be run here one last time, adding to the remarkable legacy of the Wood Memorial at the Big A.
We've been talking about the history of the Wood Memorial, and rightly so, as you saw in that piece, just some of the great horses that have run here, some of the things that have taken place at Aqueduct and on Wood Memorial Day. And we'll see who can add their name to the Wood Memorial wall. I don't know if they'll get to go up or if it's just going to kind of be an emotional wall, a spiritual wall, instead of actually being able to be up there. But there's something pretty cool about seeing your silks up in the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, I figure we gotta maybe make some space for the wall.
Yeah, we got a little time, you know, before we go to Saratoga after the Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll figure something out.
Gotta
I
add
trust
it there,
that they
right?
will. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty special. Of course, the Wood Memorial coming up a little bit later on, but first we have the Carter. Been really excited about this race. Of course, with Bookham Danno, seeing the matchup between him and Rated by Merit. BU, not an intelligent horse as well. Obviously, Bookham Danno seems to be kind of the class of this group in here as he is 1-4, but that does beg the question, Maggie, it is his first race of his 5-year-old season. How does he look off the bench?
Well, Acacia, you know, as we often talk about, 5 years old is when horses reach their full physical potential. And I am seeing that with Bookham Danno now. Even though he is a gelding, he has bulked up quite a bit now into this 5-year-old season. With that being said, though, do you wonder, is he a little bit, a little bit soft? Maybe. He also does come back wearing front wraps for the first time, I believe, in his career. So we'll see how he does here, but he's such a cool dude. How can you not be a fan of this guy? As we'll turn our attention to the Florida bred, who's looking to remain undefeated. Number 5, Rated by Merit. I remember after the Discovery win, he was considered possibly for the Cigar Mile, but things did not go accordingly. He's a horse that's a little bit funny, the way he runs turns, and I watched his breezes down at Payson Park too. He kind of holds his head at a weird angle and wants to lean out around the turns. Then he kind of levels off when he switches leads. But boy, here in the paddock, he is a good-looking sort. He is athletic. He has a presence about him, and he does look really fit coming back off the bench. Acacia?
He's definitely intriguing, that's for sure, Maggie. Thank you. Post-parade underway. Point 2 went by. There is the champ, Bookham Danno.
Yeah, look, I think you listen to what Maggie says, and you got to understand he comes back not necessarily for just this race, for an entire campaign. Maybe he isn't ready for this one.
Long shot, Acoustic Ave, Linda Rice with another chance.
Yeah, I mean, if Linda's got one in, you got to take her into consideration. She's pretty on a pretty hot streak.
BU won the toboggan last time out.
Yeah, this horse has probably got a little bit faster for the top 2 in here.
Undefeated, Rated by Merit.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Bookham Danno gets beat, it's by this horse who has had some really fast races, and let's just see if Chad can try to figure out some way to get him to run a little bit better than he has in the past.
Bookham Danno back, trained by Derek Ryan, and he's standing by with Maggie.
It's always good to have Danno back in some sort of Naira paddock, that's for sure, as well as Derek too. Derek, do you feel pressure bringing back such a fan favorite like Bookham Danno?
Yeah, I suppose there would be. You know, it's been what, 7 months? Hard to believe it's 7 months since he last ran. You know, so he's had a good break. He's got bigger, stronger, and he's doing good. So he'll run his race.
What is his race? Or is there anybody you fear in this Carter?
They're all nice horses, you know. They all have an edge. They're race fit, you know. So they have an edge on him on fitness-wise. He's about 90%. You know, I need him for Saratoga. So we get one in him here and then Saratoga.
I'm glad my assessment of him in the paddock match is exactly what you said. So that makes me feel good. But still, even his 90% could win here.
I think he should be able to get the job done. You know, we got Paco back, so. He hasn't missed a beat since he come back. He had 2 really, really good works, and then Paco came into Tampa last Friday morning and popped him out of the gate, so he's good to go.
So excited to have him here for the Carter. Best of luck, and thank you for your insights.
Cheers, thanks.
All right, Derek Ryan with Bookham Danno and Acacia. I can say the whole crew here from Atlantic 6 Racing is well represented in the Big A paddock.
They're a very enthusiastic crew, that's for sure. Always fun to see them tag along with Bookham Danno, and they have enjoyed the experience and the journey that this horse has taken them on to the fullest.
No, I mean, they've done a great job with you know, taking the journey all in stride and really enjoying it. And I got to do kart talk with half of them, the Atlantic 6 last summer, and with Derek Ryan as well, and that was a lot of fun just to see the enthusiasm. I actually saw one of them coming up here as well, and they're excited. They don't like to miss these races, and you know, they had a little bit of an interesting plan last year with a horse that won as many times as he did at Saratoga, and the big races that he did, to not run in the Breeders' Cup. I think they had some ideas to go to the desert for some of those bigger races this spring, but obviously with things going on in the world, I'm assuming that had something to do with their change of plans. And lucky for us, we get him here and to see him in the Carter, and excited to be able to see him a bunch this summer as well in Saratoga.
We'll see him match up against this horse rated by Merritt. Let's take a look at his last one in the Discovery, and you'll see exactly what Maggie was talking about and the way that he runs. I remember I did that race, and I spoke to Manny Franco afterwards, and he said, I was prepared for it. I'd watched all of his races as a 2-year-old down in Florida. He runs with his head turned. He likes to get out, especially on the turns, but even in the straight as well, he kind of runs with that head carriage. He cuts back a bit to the 7 furlongs here today, but he is fast.
No, he's got numbers that are borderline, right? If he can take a step forward, get a little bit better, you know, and moving to a future Hall of Famers barn, you'd like to think that there's an opportunity for that to happen. You know, I do think that if he jumps up, he's not that far behind a 90% Bookham Danno. What we heard Derek, Ryan, and Maggie also kind of point to, we're likely going to see a 90% Bookham Danno.
And 2, it's a little bit tricky with rated by Merritt because he only ran once in 2025 in October. He also has a layoff to contend with coming back, and he's kind of one of those natural speed type of horses. So you would imagine, obviously, both connections would like to win this race, but as you touched on, some bigger Grade 1 races, Grade 1 sprint races down the line.
Yeah, I mean, career-wide, you could say that the edge would probably go to rated by Merritt, with Chad Brown being 26% bringing horses back off a layoff, while Derek Ryan only 13% bringing horses off a layoff.
3 to 5 on Bookham Danno, though. Maggie, we saw Paco Lopez doing his thing and warming him up in all his circles out on the track. What's he showing you?
Yeah, you know, Paco doing Paco things, as we often talk about it. But this is what he always does. You know, I remember being out on the track for both of Bookham Danno's, you know, Saratoga performances, and actually, was it all 3? No, the 2 in the regular meet. And he just kept moving. I mean, he's a horse that, you know, responds well to really kind of loosing and lumbering him up. So this warm-up is imperative for him. But boy, does he look like a happy boy out on the racetrack. So all things good for Bookham Danno. Like we said, though, like we've all said, even in Derek Ryan himself saying, he's about 90% fit. We'll see if he can win this one on class as we'll move on to the inside. You know, I thought it was interesting for a race that obviously is for some of the best sprinters in the country. There's not a horse that is really, really fast. And I feel like early, I should say, and I feel like Point Doom is that horse. He, especially from the rail, it definitely simplifies things. He's a big, strong animal, too, as he comes in here for Tim Kreiser. And I think they did the right thing of shipping him up here as opposed to running him down at Laurel, because he has the opportunity, if he can, to steal this on the front end. Acacia?
Speed is dangerous, and he's breaking to the inside. Maggie, thank you. We'll take a look at his General George last time out. Now, Quince Brew, who is going to run at Laurel instead, came out of this race to win. But the speed and easy to spot in those yellow blinkers with Point Doom. Angel Cruz knows him well. He has that natural weapon.
He does. He ran really well last time. Very fast. I would imagine that he'll send away from there. I think if you're a Bookham Danno fan, which I know a lot of people are, I think the best case scenario would be for Point Doom to pop away from there, make the front, and then be attacked by rated by Merritt at some point to set up nicely for Bookham Danno. I don't think you want either one of those horses, the 1 or the 5, to get too comfortable, get too loose, especially with what looks like could be a 90% version of Bookham Danno.
6 to 1 on Point Doom coming up in the Carter. He'll break from the inside. Bookham Danno rated by Merritt, kind of the big ones. Let's touch a little bit on BU, who's 6 to 1 on the board right now. Did win the toboggan last time out. I mean, Bookham Danno beat him by a lot when they met back in 2024 in the Woody Stevens, but he's a horse that maybe has come to hand a little bit, and to be fair to him, he was not as far back last time as he sometimes can be.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue I think for BU is it's not really about him, it's about his competition. I think BU's a nice horse. I think in the right spots he can win races. I worry that there's 3 horses in this race that are faster than him, and one of them that's a lot faster in Bookham Danno. And that would be my biggest concern, is where does he find that extra oomph to be able to beat all three of these horses. Now, a lot of times if BU was just facing Bookham Danno in here and a couple of other horses that BU was better than, sure, Bookham Danno doesn't show up, BU wins. But BU needs all three of those other horses to not show up.
Yeah.
Bookham Danno,
Rated by merit.
Point Doom, and Rated by Merit to all not show up. Yeah. That's the part that just doesn't feel likely to me.
7-1 on BU. Kendrick Harmouche will be aboard again. He rode him well last time out. We'll see if he can pick up another win now against some tougher company. The Carter, though, we've seen some really talented horses run in this race. Here's a list of Carter winners to go on to be named champion, and that's quite a list.
That is Kodiak Cowboy, Gulch, Rubiano. There's a lot of them up there that, and this is a race that was once a grade 1 and a very prestigious one. Unfortunately not any longer, but that can always change.
Yeah.
They review them.
And I do think it's possible that at least one of the horses in this year's field is going to go on to win a grade 1.
Oh, certainly.
If not more.
Oh, yeah. You win this race, one of these two horses, absolutely.
It's the Carter, the return of Bookham Danno. Chris Griffin has the call.
In the Carter, presented by Naira Bets. In between horses, Acoustic Ave. Bookham Danno is right there in this early fray with at the rail. It's Point Doom, and Point Doom puts a nose in front. Acoustic Ave is going to sit in second. Bookham Danno could not get in the early mixes, back to third. Right next to Rated by Merit, who's got outside running position, center of the racetrack, and the trailer, but not far off of him. Only 3 off the lead is BU. An easy opening quarter of 23.01. Point Doom is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Right off of them is Acoustic Ave in second. Here comes the undefeated Rated by Merit is on the move. Rated by Merit is to the outside of now a ridden along Bookham Danno. The champ coming back, and Bookham Danno's in fourth and nowhere to go right now. BU is the trailer, but starts to run on in the center of the racetrack as Bookham Danno. Paco Lopez trying to muscle through this spot. The leader at the top of the stretch in the Carter, it's Acoustic Ave and Point Doom with those easy fractions. Now Bookham Danno is cut loose. He found that running room, and here comes Bookham Danno to the outside. Point Doom is still a neck in front. Bookham Danno trying to run on by, but a stubborn foe today, and Point Doom battles on. Point Doom is going to pull off the upset in the Carter, presented by Naira Bets. Big run from Point Doom. Bookham Danno second, BU in third in 1 minute 22.53 seconds.
An upset in the Carter. What a performance. Point Doom ran huge in the General George last time out, and today he was able to hold off the champ, Bookham Danno.
I got to say, I'm not sure that this is a, Bookham Danno didn't run his race thing more than it was Point Doom ran really fast.
Yeah.
Because Bookham Danno was engaged. I know he got a little bit tight here for him. He looked like he was trying hard. He looked like he was traveling well. I think he ended up getting out without too much issue. It was a little bit tighter than I'm sure everyone would have liked, but I thought you just saw 2 really good horses run 2 really good races and fire up the rematch. We'll see him in Saratoga.
I'm all here for that, that's for sure. And yeah, you had to wait for Bookham Danno to get some room. I think he was anticipating Rated by Merit to drift out, which he kind of did, and he finally was able to get some room coming through. And this is, though, where you would expect Bookham Danno to kick on, and maybe that's where the 90% fitness came in the stretch where you had a horse with some recency and off a very fast race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you were sitting around waiting to make a decision on whether you were going to play against or on Bookham Danno, and you heard what Maggie had to say, and then you heard Maggie's interview with Derek Ryan, you could have easily been led to a horse like Point Doom at 7-1.
For trainer Tim Kreiser, shipping in here, opting to run in this spot. You see the celebration from Angel Cruz. He knows this horse well, and celebrations from the connections as well for Busch Racing Stable. How about this too, JK? This is a horse claimed for $40,000 last year. Now has already been a stakes winner, now a graded stakes winner.
You gotta love that. I mean, it's awesome to have a horse like that. You'd like to think when you can get him to move in that right direction, you make these claims hoping that you can get a horse to improve, to show up in spots like this, and when it goes your way, it's got to be a great feeling.
And I apologize, I downloaded the past performances quite a while ago. Edwin Gonzalez aboard. Edwin riding usually in top form down in South Florida. He's got some big chances throughout the rest of the card today, and definitely, though, so far, worth the trip for him. Talented jockey. He's a very tall rider, too.
Yeah, he looks
This is
tall.
a big horse, but he can really get, like Richie would say, like a lizard on a log on the horse.
Yeah, it's he looks tall. You can tell when you can look out there and see how big they are. I thought this was a great ride, aggressive ride. You know, he rode like he didn't ride like, where's the champion at? He rode like, I'm riding a really good horse and I'm gonna give him his best chance to win. That's exactly what he did.
Point Doom taking them every step of the way, holding off Bookham Danno, and we talked about it. Bookham Danno, great to see him back. I'm sure they would have loved to win today, but one thing that I've seen about Derek Ryan multiple times, whether it's after the forego, immediately saying, no, we're not going to the Breeders' Cup, even saying it before the forego. After he had a 12.5 length score in the Pasco as a 3-year-old, he said, we're not going to even entertain the Kentucky Derby. He's going to stay around one turn. They have always kind of taken the patient, even you could say more cautious approach sometimes with this horse.
Something tells me so much about their decision making is about making a career of a horse rather than just winning today's race or winning tomorrow's race. And I think that the one thing that I would expect from those connections is that I'm sure they're a little disappointed every time they lead him over there. I'm sure they want him to win, but I bet you they're not overreacting. The whole idea was to bring him back. You got to start him somewhere. And I think that the point to races to defend some of his titles in Saratoga this summer would be the #1 goal for them.
Yeah. We look forward to it. And like you said, hopefully we'll get a chance to see the rematch between Bookham Danno and Point Doom. Edwin Gonzalez aboard for the win. He'll be riding Bravaro later in the Wood Memorial as well, so not done yet. What a race in the Carter. Moving over to race 4 at Oaklawn Park. Here's a look at the field. Favorite for this maiden claiming is Ace Jack Deuce towards the outside. Let's check in with Megan.
Yeah, Keisha, I thought this was a pretty wide open group beyond your favorites. And I'm going to go with a little bit of a price on the outside. The number 10 at Gunbolt for the red hot connections of Steve and Eric Asmussen, who've been on a tear this week particularly. But this is a son of Candy Ride out of a grade 2 winner in for the $30,000 tag, now dropping in class. And 6-1 I thought was wild on this horse, and now really getting to stretch his legs, which I do find is what he ultimately wants to do. Now the Dam, as I mentioned, that grade 2 winner also was 2 for 2 on a wet surface, as this sloppy sealed racetrack will be an equalizer, as none of these horses have even encountered it just yet. And the sire Candy Ride, of course, 20% on the wet going. This is a half. It would be fitting on Wood Memorial Day. This is the half sibling to that Wood Memorial winner in Bourbonic. So a plethora of pedigree, gets the route of ground. Give me 6-1 all day on the number 10 Gunbolt. But the number 3 start out for Brad Cox, also taking the drop in class. Now, was on the turf on debut. I find this horse is going to fare better on the dirt. Now, the sloppy dirt, we shall see. This is a half to a multiple stakes winning dirt router in Coach, but this colt is absolutely tiny and very petite. So we'll see how he takes to the stretch out and distance, but he looked fantastic, and Brad Cox has a pretty strong clip overall on the drop in class. I will say, though, with maidens turf to dirt the past 3 years, he's 31% overall, so strong there, but I always am dubious with some of these Cox runners that do get a little bit bet down, but you're getting a fair price today up there at 8-1. But checking in quickly with your 3-2 favorite, Ace Jack Deuce, was very sharp in the paddock with 2 handlers. Fine, hopefully will be able to show a little bit more early speed, but has been running against some really talented foes. You see Easterly, Jackson Hole in the form lines, now getting some class relief, and I do find Acacia, he will be forward. I just looked elsewhere for some prices in a very competitive group.
Certainly fair. Megan, thank you. See if you can get around that 7-5 favorite, and you will be returned well with some good prices on there. Any thoughts, JK?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the figures and all what these horses have run already, I thought the 7 had a shot, but that horse scratching, it makes the 9 Ace Jack Deuce a pretty tough one based on the figures. And I'm not too disappointed with this horse not winning after 4 career starts. The prices haven't been that short. 14-1, 5-1, 11-1, 3-1. Finally gets a chance to run at a short price as the favorite.
Maiden Claiming going a mile in the 4th at Oaklawn. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
To the outside post, Gunbolt. Here's Gunbolt coming up. Go again. We're ready to go. And fire off. Getting squeezed at the break, Ace Jack Deuce, the favorite, towards the back of the field after that beginning. Start out on the lead with Whiskey Point, who's not far away. Scuffle, 3 wide. Looking at Mack easing off the pace, 4 deep early on. Gunbolt farther out, 5 wide, trying to tuck over as they round the clubhouse turn. Contentious tempo up top here. We come back to out flat. Ace Jack Deuce is recovered. He's in midfield, about 7 behind off the contentious pace. 6 clear of Liberty's champion, Astro Bow, dropping to the tail. Onto the backstretch. Fast tempo here up top. Start out setting the pace here. Whiskey Point not going away. A 3 deep Gunbolt is right there in that line, heading down the backstretch run. And now Start Out is trying to clear off. Does so. Opens up a length on Whiskey Point. Scuffle is 3 wide. Gunbolt going to ease off of him 4th. Is losing position at this point. Passed by out flat. Approaching the far turn run. Then comes Ace Jack Deuce trying to get into the race. Want to hold right now. He's only 4 behind going into the turn. Liberty's champion trying to make up some ground. He's passing a weakening, looking at Mack, who's calling it a day, and Astro Bow's still well behind. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Start Out has lost the lead. Scuffle on the 3 path with Whiskey Point, and here's Ace Jack Deuce. He's tipping 4 wide for a rally, but he's moving, and out flat is right behind the leaders. He's searching for room, pumped upon a little bit now, though, as they come off the turn in the spots. He's trying to get through. Out flat's not going to get through. Ace Jack Deuce has got the lead. Now Liberty's champion is charging down the outside. At 19-1, Liberty's champion from the back's going to reel them all in to win it, and he's going to win going away, too. Liberty's champion, Luis Fuenmayor, to score by 2. Ace Jack Deuce was 2nd, Scuffle 3rd, Astro Bow 4th.
Liberty's champion pulling the upset. New gelding, blinkers off, a lot of changes, and finds the winner's circle.
Well, there can't be too many better feelings if you have a 19-1 shot rolling down the middle of the track like he's, Orb in the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't taken money in his last 2 starts. I guess the blinkers off is the change that matters. He was bet on debut. I always try to find out why so I can try not to miss him moving forward.
Yeah, getting the winner there with all those changes, 19-1, Liberty's champion with the upset. It was an upset in the Carter as well. Point Doom taking them gate to wire, emotional celebration in the winner's circle. We'll have that story after this as we get an interview from Maggie and hear from the connections. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We just saw the Carter Handicap, and it lived up to the hype. It was a great horse race, even if it was an upset and not necessarily the winner that we might have anticipated. Point Doom holding off Bookham Danno. Somebody's silks to be added to the wall. It's Bush Racing Stable with Point Doom, the big son of Into Mischief, 5-year-old. He's now 11 for 31. Remarkably consistent horse.
Absolutely, and you love to see it. Like you said, you had pointed out a horse that when you reach into to claim, you're hoping, especially for 40,000, you're hoping it will make you win a couple races, but maybe we could turn this into a stakes type horse. I would imagine they didn't think they were going to win the Carter.
1687, 2 big wins in a row. Now graded stakes win to his name. Point Doom holding off Bookham Danno. Hope we get a chance to see them rematch later on down the line. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale standing by with the emotional winning connections.
It's an emotional Carter win here for Team Point Doom, and I'm so pleased to be joined in the winner's circle by Dave and Brian Bush. And guys, this horse, well, first of all, on paper, I'm glad you brought him here because I know he was cross-entered at Laurel, and he looked to be the lone speed, and boy, did Edwin steal it on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, look, first off, kudos to our trainer and our team. I mean, incredible job with this horse. I mean, we claimed this horse for $40,000 at Penn National. I mean, and the fact that we're racing here in the Carter, I mean, these are beyond our wildest dreams. I mean, nothing we've never imagined. I mean, you can hear it in my voice. I mean, I'm certainly emotional. It's Dad's birthday. We're here together, and this is just, I can't even put into words what this means to us in our racing stable. It's beyond words.
Brian, this has not been an easy road for you, but a horse like him keeps the dream alive.
I died and they brought me back to life to see it. It's a big thing. My kids are here. All my kids are here, all my friends. So this is just one extra thing. This is a bonus.
What is it about horse racing that brings families together?
I mean, we started, me and Dad, in 2004 with $5,000 and $10,000 claimers. So, you know, to think that we ever be at this point, at this racetrack, running at this level is something that honestly is beyond our wildest dreams. And, you know, that's why we're surrounded by so many friends, so many family that you can see sitting here or standing here. It's just unbelievable. And honestly, this is one of the best days of my life.
We are so happy we get to be a tiny part of it. And keep on keeping the dream alive here with Point Doom. Amazing, guys.
We even got one of our favorite jockeys back. Edwin used to ride for us at Penn National all the time and win all the time for us. So we knew we were in good hands.
It's a full circle moment for us here today. Unbelievable. I mean, I can't even put it into words. I'm beyond words.
It's okay. We can see your emotion and could not be happier for all of you here with Point Doom. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Acacia.
That's what horse racing does to you, that's for sure, Maggie. Just really special, bringing family together. You know, Brian has had some health issues, and being able to celebrate here with his family and with a really special horse, you know, you can really see it sometimes, JK. Even if you have a small piece of a horse, or maybe it's a small win or whatever it is, but it's just so special. You can't bottle that feeling.
Well, I think that it comes from a couple of things. I think it comes from the excitement of leading up to a race, and sharing that excitement with family and friends is one part of the equation. And then, you know, if I'm being fair, I think also the disappointment that comes a majority of the time when you have a horse, and sharing that with your family, that those moments when it actually goes well is so, people cherish them so much, and then to be able to share it with people that you love, especially during times that it seems like that things aren't always going great, and you get that one smiling, happy, fun moment together, I think it goes a long way. You know, it reminds me of a friend of mine, Reagan Swinbank, who had Cy Fair, who won the Breeders' Cup and won at Saratoga in the weeks following the horrible floods, and his family being involved in that, and just to have that happy, exciting moment when things aren't always going great in such a tough sport with your friends and family. I think it goes a long way.
It's really special. It's a team sport, more than many people realize. So many involved in getting these horses to the racetrack. So congratulations to the Bush family as Point Doom. What a horse race there in the Carter. Still to come, though, the unbeaten Gotham winner, Iron Honor, looking to keep his streak alive. Moving into the Wood Memorial, can he go 3 for 3 and onto the Derby?
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com. Of course, we're looking forward to the Wood Memorial, but also to the Grade 3 Gazelle for the 3-year-old fillies going 1 mile and an 1/8. A nice field of 9 assembled here, and we're getting a chance to see the top 2 finishers from the Busher coming back. Paradise got the win that day over Nikon. Both of them will stretch out to the 2 turns for the first time.
Yeah, I'm excited about both of these horses, Paradise in particular. You know, shout out to Jamie Roth and Ellen J. Foxwoods, always the best names. Paradise out of Venetian Harbor, the best. But this horse, it just feels like is going to get better. I remember her mom, Venetian Harbor, started off as like a turf sprinter, and then next thing you know, she's winning big-time dirt races along the Kentucky Oaks Trail, and it feels like with this pedigree of Gunrunner and Venetian Harbor that this one's going to just get better as they get going a little bit further. And she's tactical. She ran a fast number last time. I'm very excited to see her run and see what she does on her road to the Kentucky Oaks.
Very talented filly for sure. By Gunrunner out of Venetian Harbor, as you said, regally bred. She's now 2 for 3, finished second on debut, and then really seemed to improve when she got to go longer. You think with pedigree, she should be fine going out to the 2 turns as well.
Absolutely. I think she shouldn't have too many problems with that. As you know, these gun runners, I feel like they'll run 17 miles if you need them to.
So those 2 rematching, but 7-2 on the morning line, Maggie. Pashmina, a very intriguing new face coming here to New York.
That's right, Acacia. I could not agree more. She had more than a troubled trip last time out at Sunland. But I also got to chat with Brittany Atras, assistant to her husband, Rob, who had her down at the fairgrounds. Now, check this out. You're going to see Bottle of Rouge, who is in the lead in the yellow cap, turning for home here. Pashmina is on the outside of her. Now, Bottle of Rouge, she's in, whoa! Yeah, that was fun. I was covering the race on the desk that day, and I could not believe they didn't take Bottle of Rouge down. Now, she did compliment that victory in winning the Virginia Oaks in her subsequent start. So maybe this race at Sunland proving to be a little bit better than what we thought possibly going into it. But also talking with Brittany, she's been training well. She's done well since shipping back up here to New York, and that she's just a big bear of a filly, you know, kind of a little bit of a bull in a china shop type of situation where she can kind of get on her toes and bull her way around a bit. Hopefully she can do that out on the racetrack. As Acacia, hold on to your hat if you're wearing one today. It has gotten incredibly windy out here. I feel like it's a Wizard of Oz. I even got on red shoes just in case.
Maggie, start clicking your heels together. See what happens down in the paddock there. I was actually just thinking the same thing. I'm really happy I pinned my hair back today going out for the Wood Memorial later. But Maggie pointed out that trip from Pashmina. We'll see if she gets a cleaner run today in the Gazelle. That's still to come. We got a lot of fans on track here, though. JK said there was a line to get up the escalator and into Aqueduct. A lot to come after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's Wood Memorial Day, and we are getting closer and closer to Aqueduct's biggest race. As we have race 7 coming up next, though, this one is a claiming race, 17,500, going a mile. We're having a saddle adjustment on the 2 Autumn's Turn behind the gate. Looks like they're just kind of moving it forward, tacking it up in place. JK, where did you land in this race?
Yeah, it was between the 8 and the 11. I really just, the other horses is all very hopeful. I thought the 4 was interesting, scratched. I'm going to go with Jorge Abreu in the 8, Blenheim Baby. Last time, the one negative I see is last time was chasing a slow pace, but, you know, I just thought kind of third off of a little short break, you know, and look, Maggie picked the same horse too, so now I know him, right?
2-1 on Blenheim Baby. Maggie, you are of the same thinking as JK.
Yeah, and on top of that, guys, she just looked best in this field physically coming in here. And she just carrying great weight. She's a horse that in the past, that hasn't been the case with her. She looks happy. She's bouncing around the paddock, bouncing out on the racetrack. And I just think, you know, given that last race, which was complete domination, she should be tough in here overall. As we'll go to the outside as well with the horse who's been flirting with favoritism too. That's number 11, That's Funny. And she'd been scratched, I believe, out of a similar spot in the interim between now and that January 23rd race, 4 previous connections. She goes to Rob Atras. And, you know, Rob Atras is kind of one of those trainers that stamps his horses kind of physically. They all will tend to look similar overall, and she does. And I really like the way that she warmed up today. She really kind of got into frame, and the longer she went, the better she started to move. So I think she, you know, with that outside running style, or outside running post in the gate, she should be able to sit the right kind of trip overall. Now, I do want to mention with number 7, Rogue Justice, who does go first off the claim here. She's one that last time she was lugging in significantly, and I remember Ray Handel had a pretty, you know, severe bit, the cage bit that we often talk about on her. So something to think about in her with running straight. She's a decent price considering she does come off of a win, but it was a slow win. On the other side, the horse that finished 4th did come back to win yesterday. That's the Facts Jack, I think. I didn't write it down. That was stupid of me. But came back and won with a 50 in that spot. As I can't tell if she's wearing one again. She might just have a snaffle bit on today. So I am... Oh, no, she has a Houghton bit on. Just kidding. I couldn't tell from where I was standing earlier. So that's good. Good to see. It obviously didn't help as much as you would like to see it help Acacia last time, but at least it's there.
Sometimes you need a little power steering, Maggie. Thank you, Rogue Justice. Not an easy horse to ride. At least Christopher Elliott knows her well. And yeah, as she mentioned, flattered by That's the Fact Jack coming back to win in her next start yesterday afternoon. Blenheim Baby, though, 9-5. She just kind of makes sense in this spot, doesn't she?
Yeah, I mean, she does. And I think that the 11 as well, That's Funny. Off the trainer change is another one that is right there in the mix. It's hard to make a case for some of these alternatives. I tried pretty hard in here because those other 2 don't make you feel warm and fuzzy, but when none of them make you feel warm and fuzzy, you got to take what the defense gives you.
Going into the gate for race 7, pick 6 kicking off here. We had a carryover yesterday on the card. Appreciate all those participating today. Good luck if you're playing. Of course, got the Wood Memorial and Gazelle in that sequence still to come a little bit later on. The 7th race up next, though, going a mile. Here's Chris Griffin.
Just won the Carter, is now moving forward here with Matoli's Girl. A few more left to load. Here's Dolce Seta. Gregorian Solo. The Bob Diskin Purse. Towards the outside, Huntress, and That's Funny. Waiting on Gregorian Solo. Goes in. That's Funny. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. step slow for Autumn's Turn. Speed from Hauntress towards the outside. Daniil's in the early mix too. Blenheim Baby's right there, and all the way on the inside now will be Rogue Justice. So the outside posts have the advantage. Rogue Justice with a nose in front is chased to the outside. Stalking second is Blenheim Baby. 3 wide, that's going to be Daniil, and Hauntress is now back to 4th. Down towards the inside of them, That's Funny, starts to work on through, got over to the rail, is now in behind Rivals, is in 5th, is a length in front of Matoli's Girl. Gregorian Solo and the Green Silks out in the center of the racetrack is towards the back end of the field with late running Dolce Seta. It's another 4 back to Amity Island, and just not keeping up right now, Autumn's Turn, the distant trailer. 23.47, the opening quarter mile. Rogue Justice has the lead. Blenheim Baby starts to move in closer with less than 4 furlongs to go. 47.15 for the half-mile time. Down to the inside, That's Funny. Bottled up, nowhere to go yet. Ground-saving Journey at the rail looking for room. Out wider, here comes the run from Daniil, is on the move. Red Silks, and there's the seam here at the rail. That's Funny. That's Funny. Manny Franco was patient enough and now gets on through, ran right by Rogue Justice. That's Funny. Now with a head advantage, Blenheim Baby in full pursuit. Matoli's Girl is in behind horses, looking for a seam too. That's Funny with that ground-saving trip is opening up. Matoli's Girl, there's a seam for Edwin Gonzalez who's going to take it. Matoli's Girl, Daniil grandstand side. That's Funny trying to hold him off. Matoli's Girl's got her in sight with a 16th left. That's Funny. Matoli's Girl down to these 2. That's Funny. Matoli's Girl. That's Funny. Won it. Matoli's Girl second, Blenheim Baby, and Daniil in 1 minute 38.80 seconds.
That's Funny, holding on into the Rob Atras barn and into the winner's circle. Manny Franco aboard. Maybe had to fight for it a little bit in the stretch, but held clear.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought this was a 2-horse race between the 8 and the 11. Sometimes you want to get creative and hope for some crazy long shot. Sometimes it's pretty simple. 2 best horses in the race, one of them got it done. Great ride up the inside with the 11. How you come up the rail when you're on the 11 horse means that you had a good ride.
Yeah, Manny Franco riding very well right now, and he's going to be aboard the morning line favorite in the Wood Memorial still to come, an Iron Honor, I believe your pick?
Yep, I'm going to go with Iron Honor. I think the 3rd start, and I also think the outside draw is actually going to work in his favor a little bit. He can get comfortable on the outside, pop away from there, should be able to get his position and tuck in. I don't see him being any wider than the 3-path.
That's still to come, the Wood Memorial. We hope that you will tune in with us. We are saying goodbye. I'll be back reporting for the Wood a little bit later on. JK, it was a pleasure as always. We're going to take a quick time out. We have the next 5th race coming up at Oaklawn Park, and don't forget, we'll be back on FS2 at 4 p.m.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 in the name, $1,600,000 bid now 650, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Joining you from Oaklawn Park as we take a look at this $30,000 group of claimers, non-winners of 3 lifetime here, going the mile in a 16th round of grounders. They are impending on loading here in Hot Springs, but I thought this was a pretty competitive group, right? Landed on the number 2, Lear, where I find that this horse is going to get an aggressive ride by Walter Dela Cruz, and particularly with the scratch of the number 8, we'll find that the front end will be a bit freer for Lear to achieve that trip. But your favorite, number 1, Yellow Brick, will be coming off of things. I thought this was a pretty competitive, sturdy group of older horses as they enter into the starting gate, and Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
Yellow Brick, Lear have gone in. Skyler and Labambo, they've all gone forward. Batter Up coming up. They've loaded Amazing Mark, 2 back, Magna Tap. Post 4, outside post, Cali Canthus. Working with Magna Tap to go into the gate. Almost dead. Now he's in. Cali Canthus to the outside post rounds out the group here. We're ready to go. And we're off. Cali Canthus drifted outwards at the break, is prominent though, not on the lead. From the inside, Lear is close with Skyler, and Labambo, the gray horse, going to take back to 3rd. Cali Canthus getting over to save some ground into the first turn run, runs in the 4th spot. Amazing Mark right behind him. Then comes Yellow Brick, Batter Up. The 2 stablemates 3rd last and 2nd to last respectively. Magna Tap gets a tap on the shoulder while dropping to the back as they approach the 3/4 pole. Duel on the lead, Lear inside, Skyler outside. They're a length and a half clear of Labambo, who's in a good position, tracking in 3rd. Cali Canthus broke on the outside post. He's on the rail now, approaching the 5 furlong pole. He's 2.5 lengths behind. Another length to Amazing Mark, 2 more to Yellow Brick, 3 back to Batter Up, and a length and a half to Magna Tap as they head down the back stretch here. Still Lear and Skyler together on the lead. Lear's got a narrow lead now. Skyler right there matching him, though, with a half mile to go. 2 back to Labambo. Still in a good spot, 3rd. Cali Canthus on the rail. Amazing Mark in the 5th position, shoved upon. Yellow Brick joining that one. Yellow Brick getting closer, rounding the turn, and Batter Up, his stablemate, right up alongside of him now as they round the far turn. 4 back to Magna Tap as they round that turn. Lear sent upon just a little bit to keep pace with Skyler there together. Cali Canthus getting closer, 3rd, and he's tipping outside, trying to anyway. Labambo's pitting him in. Then comes Amazing Mark, caught deep while losing position, and Yellow Brick, the rail's wide open for him. If he's good enough, he's going to try to move through down in there. Furlong to go. Cali Canthus and Skyler with Lear and Yellow Brick. Those 4 across the track battling. Far outside, Cali Canthus. Yellow Brick on the rail. These 2 swarming Lear in the final 16th. Cali Canthus going to the front with a 16th to go. It's Cali Canthus pulling clear late to win. Yellow Brick in a photo for 2nd with Lear, and then came Batter Up in the 4th position.
Over a century, the Wood Memorial has produced some of the game's greats, and this wall tells their story. It's a story that has a special place in the hearts of New Yorkers because this track is New York. Tough, gritty, unforgiving weather, and demanding fans. No one knew that better than former Yankees boss George Steinbrenner. He teamed with fellow New Yorker Nick Zito for one of the great performances this race has ever witnessed.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
Or Queens native Mike Rapoli, who used to sneak in here as a kid, then went on to win this prestigious race twice as an owner.
Vino Rosso Fantastico in the Wood Memorial.
But for many, one stands out among the rest. Easy Goer, who captured New Yorkers' hearts in 1989, winning the Wood and later the Belmont Stakes.
The Wood Memorial goes to Easy Goer with that day aboard.
This will be the last Wood run at Aqueduct. It's home for over 60 years. One last chance for New York City's racetrack to produce unforgettable memories and just maybe produce one last unforgettable 3-year-old. It's time to decide who gets to line up in this year's Run for the Roses with New York's final Derby prep. Iron Honor, the one to beat. He's undefeated, but light on experience and got no favors in the post position draw. His trainer, Chad Brown, is one of the most dominant the sport has ever seen. He's looking for his first Wood win. Napoleon Solo ran one of the best races by a 2-year-old all of last year, but in his 3-year-old debut, he wasn't the same. Which version shows up today? And it's a long way from the Withers to the Derby, but talk to me, Jimmy's Withers win was so dominant, this New York bred just might be for real. Who will punch their ticket to the first Saturday in May in this year's Kentucky Derby? We will find out with the last Wood Memorial ever to be run at Aqueduct Racetrack before it shifts to the new reimagined Belmont Park next year. Welcome to South Ozone Park, New York. On Wood Memorial Saturday afternoon, Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. The big ones happening this weekend, these 100-point Derby preps. This Wood Memorial field, is there someone in here that can make a real impact on Derby Day?
I think that's a great question. I think it's a great question for really all of the Derby preps being run today, because while we've clearly seen 2 horses last week in Renegade and Commandment that are major players in the Derby and the 2 favorites for the Derby at this point, their advantage over the other horses is not so extreme that any number of horses couldn't step forward, whether it's here, Kentucky, or California, to say they belong as one of the players in the Derby. We'll find out in just a few hours.
Haven't got that standout performance. Maybe, who knows, it comes in this race this afternoon. We will see if that does happen. I think most believe it's probably going to happen from Iron Honor, although a very difficult outside post. He enters 2 for 2, stretched out in start number 2. For trainer Chad Brown to win the Grade 3 Gotham.
And if he's able to overcome that post and win this race even reasonably impressively, I think it does make him at least a serious contender for the Kentucky Derby. And you know, I know people say, oh, the Derby winner never comes out of the Wood. Well, I'm old. First time I came here was Bold Forbes. He was in the middle of 3 straight Wood winners winning the Kentucky Derby, and we've seen a lot of horses out of the Wood do extremely well in Triple Crown races. Whether or not it's the Derby is a different story. Iron Honor is a very lightly raced horse who has run fast speed figures in both of his races. He gets a very good test from the outside post, and as I had said to Chad Brown a few days ago, clearly you would rather have drawn an inside post. But the good thing about this outside post is it's a true test for him, because the more battle-hardened he is heading to Kentucky Derby, the better.
We'll talk more about why it is such a punishing post a little bit later in the program as we look at the leaderboard for the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. And those 2 big dogs you mentioned, Commandment won the Florida Derby, Renegade won the Arkansas Derby. Most believe it's between those 2 for favoritism probably on Derby Day.
There's no question that those are the 2 biggest names right now. And if you look at that board, it's going to change significantly, because not only does the winner of all 3 races today get 100 points, but the second place finisher is going to get 50 points, third place finisher 25 points. So that board is going to look a lot different after today's races, and we'll have a much better idea of who in fact is going to be in the Kentucky Derby. For instance, the number 10 horse, Class President. Todd Pledger didn't rule the Derby out, but scratching from the Bluegrass, hard to believe we're going to see him in Kentucky.
17 spots for U.S.-based horses to get into that Derby starting gate. One of 3 New York breds in this field today. Talk to me, Jimmy. He has 20 points already, so he has some work to do. Maybe helped a little bit by a track that was favoring speed on the inside, but he was very impressive winning the Withers over the winners. We head down to Maggie Wolfendahl.
And it just goes to show how good the New York bred program is to produce horses like Talk to Me Jimmy, even Bravaro, a minor inconvenience, who will also participate in this year's Wood Memorial. But the thing that Talk to Me Jimmy does hold over many of his rivals is a big win at today's distance of 1 1/8 miles. And I thought it was impressive for the fact that he was coming back off of a layoff for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. And if you look at the horses who ran in there, you have Grittiness, who albeit is still a maiden, but he ran second in the Virginia Derby, and finishing 4th that day in the Withers was Schoolyard Superman, who would come back and run very well in an allowance race with a 99 Beyer speed figure. So it's not like he was meeting bums per se in that Withers, as he did upset the field at 12-1. He's a horse that has really kind of come to hand quite quickly. You know, I didn't see him for that Withers performance, but even from his first to his second start, mentally, he just clicked. It all came together for him, and I think we'll see much of the same here today. And Greg, it's a fascinating Wood, and it's a good representation of what horse racing is. You have horses like him that cost only $31,000. You know, a $40,000 purchase, $12,000 purchase, and then you have $1.1 million and $5 million horses in this Wood Memorial, showing that a good horse can come from anywhere.
Yeah, courting for Todd Pletcher with that impeccable pedigree, still kind of waiting to live up to that pedigree. $5 million. We'll see if he can get it together today.
I almost feel like there's a bit of an inverse relationship between how much the horses cost in the Wood Memorial and what their actual chances are to win this race, because the horses that cost a lot of money are relative long shots, or at least somewhat outliers in this race. And Maggie's right, $40,000 for Napoleon Solo. Talk to Me Jimmy, and I don't think Talk to Me Jimmy absolutely took advantage of the bias. I think in ways it helped him, but he was a bit wide, and as Maggie pointed out correctly, and I like him today, he beat some horses that have come back and run very well.
Beat a very good group, had a minor foot issue out of that race. Only lasted about a week, though. Didn't miss a lot of training time, and it's all systems go today.
And as trainer Rudy Rodriguez had said after the Withers, we expect his next start to be the Wood Memorial, so it's not as though he missed a race.
You could play all the action, including today's Wood Memorial, at NYRA Bets. Use that promo code MATCH200, get that $200 new customer deposit match bonus just by signing up and playing right there at nyrabets.com. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We've already had one champion defeated this afternoon. We have another champion to come. Former 2-year-old champion Immersive will return in the distaff.
Well, I like the champion that lost, and I'm against Immersive, so she's probably the champion that will win today.
The Gazelle, final New York prep on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, and then the boys get their shot in the $750,000 Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World Casino. Race 8. 1-turn mile, $50,000 starter allowance. And a look at turn and count for the Tom Morley barn. Blinkers come off this afternoon. There's Tom Morley there in the background adjusting the equipment. Right now the 2-1 favorite. We're going to take a timeout. Bob Baffert, 3-time Wood winner, winningest trainer in the history of the Triple Crown events. Can Butane get his act together in his last chance to punch his Derby ticket? We'll find out later.
one that I liked the most was Bold Forbes because he took me straight to the Derby. He was a sprinter, and to have a horse that sprint to go that far is a big accomplishment. I made the lead early, and he still finished. So I thought he had a good chance in the Derby. I didn't think he had a chance at all in the Belmont. But it was just something that I guess it was meant to happen, you know. It's a lot of things that happen that you have no explanation for, and that's one of them for me.
The pride of Puerto Rico, Bold Forbes Stakes record 147-2 in that Wood Memorial, and trainer Las Barrera had him run out an extra eighth of a mile to see if he could get that mile and a quarter distance.
I could probably spend the rest of the show talking about Bold Forbes and Angel Cordero, and that was my first Wood. I was actually here for that 50 years ago with my grandmother, and he was a tremendous horse, but Angel's right, he was a sprinter, and he beat Honest Pleasure in his next start in the Kentucky Derby. He was 2-5 in that year's Kentucky Derby, coming off just humongous races down in Florida. And as Angel said, he didn't think he could win the Belmont. Angel's being very modest there. I don't think the Legend of Bold Forbes would be anywhere near what it was if Angel Cordero had not been on his back. That was not just a great horse. That was all of the skills of one of the greatest riders in the history of this game.
Champion 3-year-old lost out on Horse of the Year to a pretty good one named Forgo.
Forgo was pretty good. Yeah, he was pretty good.
Look at the field for this year's edition of the Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World. Iron Honor, 5-2 morning line favorite. The New York bred, one of 3 in the race. Talk to me, Jimmy. He probably looks like the most dangerous. Do you expect him to be gunning for the front?
I don't think he can get the lead over Napoleon Solo. And I don't think they were gunning last time. I thought Ruben kind of asked him a little bit. He just kind of took off on him.
Let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
That's right, here with Megan Taylor, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Relations with Genting. Megan, it's a bit of a bittersweet day for us here in racing, last Wood Memorial Day, but Resorts World has some plans for redevelopment here at the Big A.
We do. We have some really wonderful plans. In a very short amount of time, we are going to be able to open live table games in New York City for the first time in the city's and state history. We are so excited to have that, and that is just the beginning. So within months and years after that, we will be opening various amenities, whether it is multiple food and beverage outlets, a 7,000-seat multi-use arena, a new hotel. There is a lot of wonderful development on the brink here at Aqueduct.
Sounds amazing, and definitely incentive for people to keep coming back here to the Big A. Now, you're familiar with horses as horses are hitting the track here. For this one, you have an opinion in today's Wood Memorial. Let's hear it.
I do. We really like Bravaro. I think the horse has been looking really wonderful in recent races, and I think he's got a wonderful, wonderful shot for today. So we'll see.
Well, thank you so much for your time. So excited about those live dealer games and everything that's in store for Resorts World.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, Megan Taylor from Resorts World.
So we got to worry now about Maggie heading over. When we're down in the office and I say to you, where's Maggie? And we can't find her. I guess she'll be playing a little blackjack over at the casino.
That's where she was for those paddock reports earlier today. Race 8, post parade coming up. Who will book that ticket to head to Louisville right down the road at JFK? We're going to find out in just a couple of hours. Cocktails in Kringle kicks off this post parade for race 8. Stephen Schauer, very dangerous, fairly new trainer on the scene.
I agree. He showed up. He had been an owner before, and he showed up and he did very well. And this horse is not without a chance, though I prefer the horse who beat him 2 back, and Awesome Empire is actually a bigger price.
7-1 on Fiddling Felix. Second off the claim for Bill Morey, was a winner 2 back.
Bill Morey wins a lot of races. I don't think this horse is good enough to win here. I'm surprised he's only 7-1.
Can you still say what you used to say about Refua?
He refuses to win?
He's gotten a little better.
He has gotten better, but he still has those 18 seconds and 5 wins. Good horse, doesn't win.
Linda Rice, she won the first 4 on the card today. She sends out Morlock.
I don't think he's good enough, but he can have an effect in the race because he's speed.
Gustavo Rodriguez, trainer of Awesome Empire.
I don't know why that horse is 11-1. I may have to bet him.
Here's the favorite, Turn and Count.
He's a bad lug-in horse. We'll talk more about him, but he's the one to beat.
And Willing to Risk It All, 2 starts back. That was a race no one can touch.
Well, he rode Extreme Bias that day that dressed his performance up. I think he's a dubious short price in here, and if Morlock goes like he's supposed to, he's not going to be able to wire this field.
Late pick 5 that includes the Wood Memorial. The anchor leg of the sequence begins right here as we get a look at Awesome Empire. Ruben Silvera will be aboard for Gustavo Rodriguez, and a horse who can be forward.
Gustavo Rodriguez, who made one of the best claims of last year with a stakes horse, he claimed this horse for 17.5 and immediately improved dramatically to run 2 very good races. This is his win 2 back when he beat Cocktails and Kringles by 3 lengths. Now, last time nothing went right. He broke the gate before the start, and he never really had a fair chance that day. But if he can get back to this effort, he can absolutely win this race. Now, he's come down from the 12-1. He's now 8-1. But I think he's a very interesting horse in here. And while I prefer the number 8, Turn and Count, who we need to speak about, I think at the prices, I can bet a little to win the 7 and bet an 8-7 exacta. The thing about Turn and Count, the 8, is he's a terrible lug-in horse. And maybe he wants to run outside of horses, but the horse wants to lug into the rail, which is why he ended up in the rail last time and did no running. And I think maybe Tom Morley realized that putting blinkers on last time was a mistake. He takes them off. If he can get back to his 2nd or 3rd races back, he absolutely can win this race, but he is a horse that can be his own worst enemy.
And he's got a rider on now this afternoon who is not that experienced with them, first time aboard, but I'm sure he's been spoken to about his issues as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, and Jamie Rodriguez in the barn a lot, working horses for Tom. So, yes, familiar with the antics of Turn and Count. And, you know, Tom last time felt a bit of pressure after he continued to lug in his previous 2 efforts to change the equipment. Rightfully so. I mean, you got to kind of make a change, right? So he put those 3/4 cut blinkers on, put a burr on too. And this horse just resented it from the word go. So blinkers come off immediately, back to a figure 8 and a ring bitten here. It's what has, I don't want to say worked because lugging is still a problem, but he doesn't resent it. He's a happier horse with this type of equipment on. And, you know, he continues to look physically good throughout these winter months. A horse that sometimes looked a bit light behind, that has been kind of resurrected, if you will. He's just stronger behind the saddle now. We'll see. He doesn't do this stuff in the morning. It's purely on race day, and it's hard to train it out of him, if you will. Moving on to number 5, Morlock. Now, he's been a scratch. We know Linda likes to scratch horses, and he's been a private vet scratch, not a regulatory vet scratch. Back on March 7th and March 19th in the same spot. Now, I wasn't overly thrilled with the way he appeared prior to that start on February 14th, and he ran okay. But he was kind of with the racetrack too. Now, as Andy said, he does have speed here, and he could make things kind of just annoying maybe for a horse like Awesome Empire that wants to be forward as well. So we'll see what he does. A horse that I think could sit the right trip possibly is a bit of a long shot in number 1, Cocktails and Kringle, whom I just think looks better than ever. I've never seen this horse look as good as he does today. He's had that long wintry coat to him. Not the case on this particular occasion. It's shiny. It has that sheen to it. It just speaks to health, and his weight's better. So I think he's a little bit intriguing. He was wired last time out by Fort Nelson, who got very comfortable on the front end. I did think he hung a little bit there, Greg, but maybe he gets the right kind of setup today.
All right, Maggie, we'll see if that comes to fruition as favoritism shifts back to willing to risk it all now, the 9 on the outside for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
That might be my biggest interest in the race. I had a disagreement with morning line maker David Aragona. I said I thought the 8 would be favored. He made the 9 favorite. Right now, he looks like he's going to be right here. You know, what's funny about Turn and Count is last time he ends up in the rail, and most lug-in horses want to get the rail to get comfortable, but it's almost like he resented being inside. But I think what Maggie alluded to and we talked about, I think he resented the blinkers more than anything else, and they took them off. We'll see if he can behave himself today. Watch how he races, because he is his own worst enemy and was a legitimate DQ 2 back, which was 3 back, which was too bad because he really was best that day.
Yeah, crossed the wire first, got it taken away. He's 5-2, second choice. There's the 5, Linda Rice. Again, she won the first 4 on the card today. She finally lost a race in the 5th. Pretty incredible start to Wood Memorial Saturday for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano on Morlock. Here is the one to keep your eyes on, the 8, Turn and Count, and that lugging in issue. The favorite, this one, willing to risk it all. Let's go to Chris Griffin, race 8 from Aqueduct.
Set. And they're off. Morlock broke sharply from in between horses, and Morlock has the speed. Cocktails and Kringle is in the early mix with Awesome Empire settling off of them in third. Willing to risk it all. They're tightly bunched as they get set to come out of the chute. Morlock is the leader, but only by a neck. Willing to risk it all is now challenging center of the racetrack in Awesome Empire. Ruben Silveris trying to get some cover is in behind horses now, is in third with Cocktails and Kringle at the rail in fourth. Center of the racetrack turn and count is free running in the fifth position. Just behind them comes Refua and the trailer Fiddling Felix. 4 lengths to cover them all, and 24.03. That opening quarter mile, Morlock is the target. It's Morlock up by 3/4 of a length. Willing to risk it all starts to move in closer. Cocktails and Kringle tightly at the rail. Awesome Empire, a little tough to handle, is right there in fourth. Turn and Count is launching his move, and here comes Turn and Count after these leaders. Willing to risk it all is the new leader. Turn and Count with this early move. Jamie Rodriguez now about to put a nose in front, and it is now Turn and Count and Willing to risk it all 1-2. At the rail comes Morlock. Turn and Count reaching the top of the stretch, and Turn and Count has got the lead. Willing to risk it all battles on there with Morlock. Turn and Count starting with some of those antics on the front end is waiting on horses now with a furlong left to go. From the back, here comes Cocktails and Kringle. Fiddling Felix on the grandstand side with Refua. Turn and Count needs the line. Fiddling Felix was at the back. Fiddling Phoenix trying to get up. Fiddling Felix and Turn and Count in a photo. Tight photo, Fiddling Phoenix center of the racetrack with Turn and Count. Refua finished third in 1 minute 36.64 seconds.
15-1, the biggest price on the board. Fiddling Felix for Bill Morey with Ricardo Santana Jr. from the back of the pack.
It's a funny race because if you look at the pace, it was not a particularly fast pace. But the way the race was run, the race completely fell apart at the end. And if you're Tom Morley, you're probably saying, I don't know what I have to do to get a win with Turn and Count, but I guess we moved a little soon, but they weren't going that fast. What was Jamie Rodriguez supposed to do? And to be honest with you, this is the best that I've ever seen Turn and Count behave. He drifted out a little bit in the stretch, but he never showed in those severe lug-in tendencies. He looked like he finally was going to win a race, and you just feel like he's kind of snake bit. Congratulations if you had the winner of this race, the 3 Fiddling Felix, who got it done as the race came apart late. I don't know how you make a case for him, but if you had him, I tip my hat to you.
He won 2 starts back, leading every step of the way. He was last entering the turn here, turning for home.
He's multi-dimensional, Greg.
Wow. 15-1, Fiddling Felix, 4-year-old, wins for the 3rd time in his career in dramatic fashion. 3-8, 4-1, and a huge upset here in the 8th from Aqueduct.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Wood Memorial Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. This is coming up next weekend. The final points race to get into this year's Kentucky Derby. Live coverage of the Lexington from Keeneland. Live on-site coverage on FS1, 4:30 Eastern to 6:30. Our first time live on the program from Keeneland.
I'm going to guess this is going to be your first trip to Keeneland in about 11 years. Have you been there since you came to work with us in 2016?
That was 11 years ago?
Well, we were there for Fox on the Jockey Club at Fox in 2014 and 15. I was there for the Breeders' Cup in 22. I'm not allowed to go to Keeneland, but you are. They're sending the good people. You, Matt, Acacia, the real talent's going there.
Tom
I'm staying
Amos
here.
will be there with me, Acacia
Like
Clement,
I said, the real
Jonathan
talent.
Kinchin. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Very excited to have that coverage from Lexington. We hope you join us next Saturday with the Lexington Stakes. They don't care what your resume is, apparently. Earlier on the card, we had a champion returning. First start back, Point Doom denies Bookham Danno.
I didn't watch the head-on, but it sure felt like he drifted a long, long way. And it looked like Bookham Danno right here, who's moving into third between horses, was poised to just go on to victory. But Point Doom, who's turned into one of the best sprinters in the country, would not be denied. He showed that big figure win last time, the General George at Laurel, was no fluke. Seemed like he was drifting a bit. There was no inquiry, so obviously nobody felt anything severe happened here. And he was able to hold off a very game Bookham Danno. It was a very good race, and I don't want to get down on Bookham Danno. It's his first start off the layoff. And maybe, just maybe, and that's not the race, that's race number 7, just maybe Point Doom has turned into one of the best sprinters in the country. I don't want to criticize Bookham Danno by knocking the winner of this race. He was very game.
Now it's 3 races in a row. He's been sensational, and 7 furlongs back off the bench. Is that a tough distance to come back?
I know, maybe. He's done it before. We've seen him run well off layoffs. I'm not really sure that Bookham Danno didn't run pretty well. Maybe he'll run better with a little more experience. But I also don't want to take anything away from that winner. That horse is good, and he came from Maryland. It's not easy to take that out-of-town form against the big boys in New York, and he did it, and he deserves a lot of credit.
Remember that name in the sprint division, Point Doom. We go to Oaklawn, race 6 furlongs, condition $10,000 claiming race on that sloppy track. It is the 11 Mercy Warren. Definitely seems like the right favorite at 2-1 here for Lon Wiggins.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 1 is a little bit interesting in this race. Dark Fury off the claim for Peter Miller on the slight drop, but I had mostly the 1 and 11. But like a lot of races at Oaklawn, I thought it was pretty wide open.
Matt Dinnerman with the call starts the Classics pick 6 from Hot Springs.
Spotlight next up. The gray. Galoshes has loaded, working with Spotlight. Georgiani's Mind. Mercy Warren goes in, 2 back. Georgiani's Mind is one of them. Outside post, Lily May. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning. Mercy Warren out close. Here comes Singing Emma in the red, white, and blue. Snatches the lead. Dark Fury moving up. Dark Fury, Singing Emma. They're side by side with What's Crackin' right behind them. Mercy Warren into the 4th position, wreaking havoc alongside. Gap of 4. Spotlight on the rail with Galoshes and Jerry Don, who's deep. Lily May farther out. Peyton's Beauty now shuffled back with Galoshes, a joint second to last. Rio Bella at the rear as they go into the far turn. Pace battle up top. Dark Fury inside of Singing Emma. Dark Fury short lead. Singing Emma right right there to match her. Gap of 3. Wreaking Havoc in third. Mercy Warren under a ride now. Third with her, gaining ground on the top pair as they round the turn. Mercy Warren and Wreaking Havoc both coming after Dark Fury and Singing Emma coming to the top of the stretch. Singing Emma near a lead. Dark Fury under pressure from the inside. Mercy Warren far outside, putting in a rally here with Wreaking Havoc, and then comes Lily May. 1 furlong to go. Singing Emma's got something left for the final furlong and spurts away to a 3-length lead now. In second, Wreaking Havoc. Mercy Warren, no excuses, is dropping anchor, and coming to the finish, it's Singing Emma for Amir Mendoza, went right to the lead and just kept going. Wreaking Havoc was second, Peyton's Beauty third, Photo for fourth, Dark Fury, and Rio Bella.
Singing Emma, she was well behind Mercy Warren, who was a runner-up when they met back on March the 8th. Different story today.
One thing about wet tracks, they play no favorites. They can be good or bad for favorites, just like they can be for long shots. And Singing Emma, generous 8-1 in this race, gets it done quite easily. When do we get a little 2, 3, and the 1? Did the 1 even get third, or the 11? No, somebody far outside.
The 8, I believe.
Late run.
Yeah, Peyton's Beauty. Back to New York. This felt like a turf race, the way it ended. Horse in last, turning for home into the stretch, getting up to win, Fiddling Felix.
I agree. That's a good analogy. And it's funny what you said about Fiddling Felix. I know if you bet him here, you weren't overly confident. First of all, if you bet anybody not named Turn and Count at this point, you weren't confident. But as they get to the 8th pole, the race starts to collapse. And the funny thing is that at the end of the day, basically Turn and Count is the one who collapsed the race. He made a bit of an early move, and he collapsed the race. Having said that, I cannot criticize Jamie Rodriguez. It was not a particularly fast pace. The 9 was the second choice in here. You're not supposed to let him loaf along in the front end. I almost feel it was worse for Tom Morley because he finally got Turn and Count to behave himself pretty well in here, and he still got beaten. He's just a horse that's a little bit snake bit.
32.90 as you see for the win, Fiddling Felix. Third win of that 4-year-old's career. As we move on to race 9, a race preceding the Grade 3 Distaff and former champion Immersive back in action. This race, entry-level allowance, 7/8 of a mile. It is for 3-year-olds and up, and right now Incentive Pay and Sansone at the same price.
Sansone is actually favored in doubles, which is a little surprising. But I will say about the number 1 Sansone, it's probably a horse that when Shug McGaughey looks back on it, he should have been sprinting all along, because the better races he's run in his career, including his big win in a maiden race at Gulfstream, have been going 7 furlongs. I'm surprised that he is a short price. Incentive Pay and Paris Sox. Paris Sox appears to be a generous third choice in this race, has been running very, very well. Incentive Pay is second off a long, long layoff.
Incentive Pay, they were probably thinking Kentucky Derby Trail, missed his entire 3-year-old campaign.
I actually saw him last winter down at Payson, and Chad Brown was extremely excited about how he was training. He ended up having some issues, missed his entire 3-year-old year, but he came back and ran a very, very good race. In losing that race to Porosity, who I want to say, did he come back and win earlier today? I think he did.
We're going to take a timeout. Brad Cox, champion trainer. Paradise won the Busher. We'll look to add the Gazelle as the one to beat, and his former champion returning in the very next race, the 10th, with the Distaff in her 4-year-old comeback effort. Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Wood Memorial still to come on the road to the Derby. Gazelle on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Program brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Feels like spring, looking at all those beautiful flowers in bloom. Gazelle, race 11 on this Saturday card here in New York. Mile and an eighth, grade 3, $200,000 purse and 100 points to the winner. Guaranteed spot in that starting gate for the Kentucky Oaks. And the rematch of Paradise and Nikon from the Busher.
And I have not discussed this race with you yet, but I think that Paradise is going to be a much shorter price than 5-2. And I feel like she's the horse to beat. She draws very well inside. She looks to be the controlling speed. And I think she's getting better at every race with Brad Cox. And win or lose, I think she's way the horse to beat. Do you agree, disagree, or are you more neutral?
I think she could be very tough. I do think there's some who could step up, but I think she could be very tough, especially with her draw and her speed.
Yeah, I mean, she just figures to get the right trip in here. I don't take the number 6, Pashima, lightly. I think 2 Bits is a little bit interesting. Always a Runner might turn out to be the biggest underlay in history, win or lose, given she just broke her maiden her debut with a 59 buyer at Tampa, and she's 4-1 morning line. That's the power of Chad Brown, but I think Paradise is getting better at every race. And listen, after the way Zaney ran yesterday, that Kentucky Oaks got even more wide open, and I don't see any reason to believe we can't see a major contender come out of this race.
Yeah, just get there in this year's edition of the Oaks. Would you agree, though, Nikon had the more compromised beginning out of that Busher?
Probably, yes. Yes, certainly had more of a compromised beginning, but overall, I just didn't think she ran nearly as well. Now, maybe she'll improve with distance, and, you know, I mean, I like that Whit Beckman kept his horse in New York as opposed to running him in Kentucky. And I think after seeing the Ashland, he probably wouldn't have won and realized whatever happens today, he's in the right spot. I just feel like Paradise is better, but maybe she will run a lot better today. She's certainly not impossible.
Now, Whit Beckman spent a lot of time under Todd Pletcher, under Chad Brown. He feels more distance is going to benefit her. We'll see what happens in the rematch.
And you know the old angle. He's the first trainer I ran into today at the track. So
that is a good angle.
Wins. Big angle. Yeah.
We'll find out. Good to see those two battle each other again. Always a runner for Chad Brown. It was a slow race. Did it very easily, though.
He talked to me before she ran, and he said, I don't know if I can get her the Oaks. It's a little bit late, but I've always felt this horse could be one of the better 3-year-old fillies in the country, but she'll have to improve to be a factor here.
Sansone for this 9th here in New York. Trained by Shug McGahee. Dylan Davis back here in New York. He'll be aboard. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, it's good to have Dylan riding back here at Aqueduct after that long and hard injury that he had to overcome. He will be aboard. Now, is it Sansone or Sansone? I've heard it both ways, but whatever you want to call him, you can call him a good-looking horse, as he should be, as he did cost quite a pretty penny at the Keeneland sale several years ago, 3 years ago now, $1.35 million. Hasn't quite lived up to that, but at least he finally broke through in his second start as a 4-year-old, first start as a 4-year-old. I question the fields that he has run second in, 2 back, and obviously beat last time out. But he beat that field at the right kind of way there at Gulfstream Park. And I agree with what Andy's saying, that this horse is just a better sprinter, or at least a better kind of one-turn type of animal, because he's got some size, yes, but he does have that frame where he's a little bit more built downhill, those big elevated hindquarters to him, but he certainly has that southern glow, as he just looks resplendent here in the paddock, as he has been preparing for this first start against winners down in his southern home base at Payson Park. So all things good here for Sansone, as we'll take a look at number 2, Incentive Pay, as he's second off of a layup, but ran a fast race in his first start in over a year and a half. He was kind of tucked in behind the pace that collapsed, and he just kind of stayed on evenly when he finally got to extricate himself. It was a pretty tough race to watch because it was all in the fog, and so you had to watch a lot of low angle cameras. I thought he looked very fit considering the time away, at least in the paddock last time out, but with that layoff in mind, a race is so beneficial no matter what you see from them. Just getting the air into their lungs, getting the experience back too. He looks great here in the paddock. The one thing I can say is he does have a little bit of skin disease, some hives through his midsection, but it looks to be as though he's getting over that. So we'll see what Incentive Pay does second off the bench. And then a horse that I feel like he might be counterfeit, but I also feel like he might be a little bit better than what he's shown us on the racetrack, and that's number 4 in here, Bold Strength for Brad Cox. I thought he was against the track back on February 14th, and Manny was niggling at him the entire way, and he never responded. He was terrible as the favorite. I picked him that day, and he was bad. I totally get it. But while you think, you know, he ran his best race when he got to control things more or less on the front end, and then he never felt as though he was in stride going a mile, and it looked as though he was rushed off his feet. It feels counterintuitive to turn him back a bit here, but physically at least, I like the move. He's a very compact, broad-chested, broad-hipped horse that I think at least physically, this cut back to the 7/8 might make sense here, and I still think there's a little bit more talent in there than what we've seen on the track, Greg.
8 minutes to post. Thank you, Maggie, here in this 9th. And then it's stakes time with a former champion back in action in immersive Kentucky Oaks, and then Kentucky Derby preps. Big lineup still ahead. Late pick 4 begins in this 9th. When we return, we'll have the post parade for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Next Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeneland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeneland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass. Plus, special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeneland and Oaklawn Stakes races next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Back with you on a huge Saturday in this sport with the 100-point preps happening across the country, including right here in South Ozone Park. Good to have you on America's Day at the Races as we get set for race 9. We have a champion returning in race 10. First up, our post parade here for the 9th, the 7-furlong event. First allowance condition for 3-year-olds and up. And Sansone will kick off the post parade. Shug McGahee trains for West Point Thoroughbreds. Dylan Davis rides.
An intriguing horse in this race that's taking a lot more money, I think, than most of us expected. He was impressive, breaking his maiden in his first start as a 4-year-old last time.
Incentive Pace, second start of his career. He was third in the Grade 1 hopeful as a 2-year-old, as we mentioned, missed his entire 3-year-old season.
And if he had gotten a clean outside run in that race, he could have won. He ran very well his return race off a 1.5-year layoff, and he is the horse to beat.
Linda Rice, 4 wins today. Pair of socks with Jose Lezcano.
Apparently they feel like Linda's run out of wins, because I thought this horse would be vying for favoritism with Incentive Pay.
Brad Cox
great form.
will have the favorite And the Gazelle, he's got bold strength.
I like bold strength for exactly the reasons Maggie was talking about in the paddock.
Jamie Rodriguez on Trust Fund.
Just feel like he beat a slightly inferior field. Last time was the time.
Back-to-back wins for Ambition.
Another step forward for a horse who shocked people. He is at least in raging form.
And here is Cool Andy, Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice.
Don't think he's impossible. He lost to Sacrosanct, who ran okay earlier today to get beaten at the wire by another Linda Rice horse. I'm surprised he's taking this much money, but he's far from impossible.
Yeah, he was 10-1 morning line, 7-2 right now. As we look at incentive pay, Klarovich Stable Colors, trained by Chad Brown with Manny Franco. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Chad Brown as he is moments away from sending out incentive pay. And Chad, a horse that you don't often see horses coming back off 1.5 layoffs, but he did so last time. Ran a competitive number in what was a race that kind of fell apart, and he was up close to the pace.
Yeah, he ran really well off the layoff. Unfortunately, he was a horse with a lot of promise. He had a trouble trip in the hopeful, actually. He could have maybe won the race, and came out of there with a big issue that needed time. So owner's been very patient as always, and we finally have him back to the races healthy, and hopefully with the race under his belt he can move forward.
Chad, this is just the tip of the iceberg for the rest of the afternoon for you, but let's talk about Iron Honor, the morning line favorite in today's Wood Memorial. Far outside post, first time around 2 turns. Does have a plethora of talent, though. What kind of game plan do you have from out there? Do you go forward or do you sit back?
I think you use the speed and go forward. Hopefully he breaks clean and just see, survey to the left and see where everyone's going at that first turn, and hopefully the pace is strong enough that strings the field out a touch. He can find a spot and not lose too much ground.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with all your runners coming up.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chad Brown. He will send out incentive pay, though. Here, Greg, a horse that looks to get back to the winner's circle, much like he did first time out.
When you're favored as a 2-year-old at Saratoga, you have ability.
His debut was one of those races that's a lot better, the figures suggest. He had legitimate trouble in that race and was an impressive winner. Second place finisher had come back to win, and he ran very well in the hopeful, but things went wrong. And as always the case with Chad Brown and the Klarovich runners, if something goes wrong, they go to the farm. They don't fool around. They give them the time that they need, however long it is to get back. And in a lot of cases, they've reaped a lot of rewards by doing just that. But here's the horse I'm betting on, the 4 Bold Strength. As Maggie was pointing out, and I agree wholeheartedly, this horse was 4 wide against a very strong inside bias. Horses on the rail had a huge advantage, and I thought he ran better than it looks. His race before that, which was coming off a 6-month layoff, he'd run a race that's absolutely competitive with the figures that horses have run in this race. So if you think, well, he was against the track, maybe after a long layoff, he regressed a little in his second start, today is the day he can run his best race. Now, he's not in against some slouches. He's in against some good horses in here, and I don't take incentive pay or pair of socks lightly, and even Sansone. But I think that Bold Strength is the value play in this race at 6-1, though I'm a little surprised. Aren't you surprised that pair of socks is 5-1 in here?
Yeah, I thought a major player had a win 2 back, beat by Porosity. We mentioned Porosity won earlier on the card, race 2 earlier today. 5-1 on the board right now. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and last time just wired by the very in-form Vibrant Express, who just dominated racing here at Aqueduct through the winter months. But pair of socks, I think, is one that should be respected. I don't know how the 7 plays into his wheelhouse, to be honest. I say that purely because of the way he's put together. He looks like a quarter horse. He's very short coupled, and a lot of times, horses like that do struggle a bit at the 7/8. Just the kind of conventional way of thinking about horses and how they're put together. You kind of more or less, unless you have a speed horse that has that size that can carry the speed and kind of get comfortable on the front end, I think a horse like him kind of struggles a little bit, but he looks phenomenal. I mean, considering when he showed up here and I first saw him back in January, he looked good that day. He looks even better now, and he's been in really good form, I think, overall, running some high 80 buyer speed figures. So I agree with Andy that Bold Strength is the value, but at this rate, so is pair of socks, Craig.
Big numbers on both those two, 5-1, 6-1 respectively.
I agree. I think the surprise is how much money the one took. It's actually favored in the double, not favored on the board at 7-2, but then again, he's also part owned by West Point. And West Point, they do support their horses the window. We love that.
Yes, they do. Great crowd on hand, as it should be for a day like this. And the favorite at 6-5, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Incentive Pay. Second start back after missing about a year and a half of action from post 2. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
It's fun. Ambition. Cool Andy, last to load. Late pick 4 time. Cool Andy goes in. All set. And they're off. Incentive Pay was off slowly as the trailer. Speed to the outside from Cool Andy. Also right there is Trust Fund, and joining them comes Bold Strength. Rushing forward, Incentive Pay is now very keen. A little rank up on the outside as they are tightly packed in behind the lone leader in Cool Andy. Cool Andy with the advantage is up by a length. Pair of Socks is running up on heels, has now having to check and steady, so some trouble in behind this leader. 23.53 the opening quarter mile. Cool Andy, a well-settled Bold Strength. Jamie Torres, they're right there in second. Tight hold here, Incentive Pay. Manny Franco 3 wide in third. At the rail, that's Sansone. And Dylan Davis, no move yet. Pair of Socks in between horses in the 5th spot. Here comes Trust Fund. Circles rivals, 3 wide in that second group. And the trailer, Ambition. Company on the lead and a new leader in Bold Strength. 46.26 the half-mile time. Bold Strength is in front. Incentive Pay much more settled as they approach the quarter pole, and Incentive Pay is now cut loose and has the lead. It's Incentive Pay. Bold Strength is back to second. Cool Andy losing ground from the back. Pair of Socks is traveling in tandem with Trust Fund, but Incentive Pay full overrun inside this final furlong. Incentive Pay out in the center of the racetrack has a 16th left to go. Incentive Pay. Bold Strength. Incentive Pay will win it. Incentive Pay over Bold Strength, pair of Socks, and Trust Fund in 1 minute 23.26 seconds.
Impressive from Incentive Pay. Second start back off almost a year and a half away as Chad Brown inches just 3 away from 3,000 career wins.
And a more impressive win than it looks because he didn't break that well and kind of took himself out of the race. Manny Franco did not want to fool around. He did not want to get caught in the back of the pack, and he immediately put him in the race, got him outside of the clear, and he ends up winning convincingly here. Bold Strength did run better, as Maggie and I said, than he could, but he was no match for this horse. Incentive Pay was a heavy favorite. He won easily, and he was even better than his margin of victory suggests.
That is big, yeah. Poor break, wide throughout. And as you saw, plenty left in the stretch here. Trying to finish at 7 furlongs against some good talent in this race as well.
No, this is a very promising horse. And, you know, Chad was right to be high on this horse last year. Unfortunately, he had those issues that kept him out. But patience, there's no substitute for patience in this game. In fact, the opposite. If you're impatient, you will never get rewarded for your impatience in this game. And giving this horse time, the time that he needed, has obviously paid off. The relationship with Manny Franco, who's riding these horses very well and with confidence. Incentive Pay just ran extremely well to win this race. It's a relatively fast race on this racetrack, and he did not have a perfect trip, and he was much the best.
Rolling by. Bold Strength here in the stretch. Won the debut as a 2-year-old at Saratoga as the favorite. Third with a troubled beginning in the Grade 1 hopeful. The final day of the meet at Saratoga, and then not seen for about a year and a half until a third place finish coming back, and now this performance certainly built on that comeback and moving in the right direction.
Well, he lost to a horse that came back and won our second race today against tougher horses. He met a tough field today, did not have a perfect trip, and absolutely drowned the field in here. This is a very nice performance. Onwards and upwards for him. Not only is a 2 next, but a horse who potentially, with a little more improvement, maybe he breaks into some stake races.
2 wins for that man aboard, Manny Franco this afternoon. Chad Brown still with always a runner to come in the Gazelle, and the horse to beat in the Wood Memorial with Iron Honor, and this man right here will be aboard.
Yeah, well, you know, the relationship with Manny Franco and Chad Brown, I think it's had a lot to do with Manny riding better. Manny's always been a terrific rider, but sometimes confidence is more important. And I'm not saying he lacked confidence before, but in switching agents and getting an opportunity to ride a lot more for Chad Brown has put him on some very good horses, like a horse like Iron Honor, and given him the confidence that the top guys have. And believe me, Chad Brown may ride him because he's friends with his agent, but he'd ride him about 3 times. If he gave him bad rides, friendship doesn't get in the way. Manny wouldn't ride his horses. He's riding them because he's delivering.
And no one will have more eyes on them probably anywhere in the country this afternoon than that man will out of the gate today, because of being drawn extremely outside in the Wood Memorial.
No, I think that's a very, very good point, because that's really when the pressure's on, right? You're trying to get a horse that could be one of the top 6 or 7 choices in the Derby, and don't laugh at that. You know, you're 12, 15 to 1 in the Derby. That's not a long price in the Kentucky Derby in a big field, and Manny has a chance to be in the Kentucky Derby on a very live horse, and you're right. He's got to make the right decisions today to get him to run well enough to head to the Derby.
Well, right to his inside, Bob Baffert, who's won the Wood 3 times in his career, including last year with Rodriguez. Butane, this is the Virginia Derby. He was the favorite. A little bit of traffic in the race, wound up 4th.
Well, you know, this is one of those things where evaluating trouble is a difficult thing to do. And a lot of times people will overrate trouble. There is no doubt that he had a troubled trip. But part of the problem is, and I'd be curious to hear Maggie's take on this, I think one of the reasons, and Richie too, that he got in trouble was the winner of the race beat him to the spot. He didn't have enough horse to get in front of Riley Mott's horse that won, and then he didn't have enough horse to get outside, as that other horse kind of put him in a blind switch. I don't think he was really finishing. I think he's a talented horse, maybe at 7 furlongs. I don't believe he wants 1 1/8. And the other thing is, okay, he had trouble in this race. I didn't particularly like the Virginia Derby. The only horse I could take out of that race going forward at all is the winner.
That was incredible. Baffert in this race, we mentioned last year, Rodriguez won it. Unfortunately, I believe the Thursday of Derby week pulled out because of a foot issue. Yeah. And then go back to 2006, Bob, and John Congaree, sensational, one of the fastest paces we've ever seen in the Derby, still was able to hang on for 3rd.
He ran 2 races that he lost that were 2 of the better big races I've ever seen. His performance in that Derby when Invisible Ink nipped him for 2nd, but also his performance in that Breeders' Cup Classic when I think he got nipped for 3rd or maybe finished 3rd when he was involved in that monster pace with Medaglia d'Oro that day. Congaree, to me, is one of the best horses I've ever seen run, and he ran some spectacular races at different times in his career.
Yeah, he was fun to watch. Stakes action coming up next. We have our former 2-year-old champion, Immersive, making her 4-year-old return. She was very good at 2. Never really took that big move forward, though, but potentially she could today.
And to be fair, she didn't put it together a full season. She didn't come back until later in the year. At least now as a 4-year-old, she's coming back in April, so she has that chance to see if she can move forward. I'm going to try to beat her today, which means she'll probably win.
That is coming up next. We'll get to that. First to Hot Springs, Grade 3 Distaff next in New York. Race 7, meanwhile, at Hot Springs on this sloppy track here. 6 furlong sprint. Condition $35,000 claiming race. Fillies mares 4 and up. And the 8 who just left your screen right there, the current 5-2 favorite, that is Well Aware. Chris Hartman barn. David Cabrera will ride in a dropping class.
Yeah, sorry, I have to switch over here. I think this horse is much the horse to beat. And to be honest with you, dropping down, I think 5-2 is a fairly generous price. Maybe the horse drops down the last flash, but I think 5-2 is very fair on the horse to beat. There are others, but that one's the one to beat.
And Lady Dreamer from the rail went gate to wire last start. It ran a good figure.
Isn't she going to have to deal with more pace in here? Insightful Miss, the 4 has speed, and Icy River in the far outside figures to be going a little bit as well. I think the 8's the one to beat and should get a decent trip.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here is the start of the late pick 5 from Hot Springs.
Here's Icy River coming up to the gate. And we're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful break. Insightful Miss sent hard for early speed. Lover Girl put into play. Far outside is Icy River. End of Innocence right behind them. Well Aware to the outside. Lady Dreamer 3rd last early. Hideki at the rear with Key to Success as they head down the backstretch here. Just 4 lengths from first to last. A compact group. Contentious battle on the lead here. 3-way go. Insightful Miss in the middle is Lover Girl and Icy River, who's 3 wide, easing off just a little bit here going into the far turn. Gets a breather. 1.5 lengths to Well Aware. Off the leading trio, Going Well has some horse here already rounding the far turn. Well Aware searching for racing room as they round the far turn. Key to Success out of last, all the way level 4th, but she's under a hard ride. 4 clear of Lady Dreamer. Then comes End of Innocence, who's given way, and Hideki still well out of it as they come to the top of the stretch. Insightful Miss off the turn with Icy River, who's giving way now. Lover Girl between horses, hanging tough. Now Well Aware is tipping outside, looking for a spot, and she's coming on between horses, and Lady Dreamer trying to sneak up the pine here. Key to Success in it. Hideki is getting rolling down the center. It's a driving finish. Here comes Hideki on the outside, coming after Well Aware. Between them, Key to Success, Hideki and Well Aware gonna battle it out, and it's a photo finish. These two hit the line together. Inside Well Aware, outside Hideki, then Key to Success, who was next. Photo for 4th.
Well, if it was Hideki, 5-1, Eric Asmussen for Dad Steve, or the 8, the 9-5 favorite. I'm usually wrong. I thought it was Hideki.
I think it's the 2 as well. I'm a little bit reticent because sometimes the inside is big advantage. There was so much distance between those 2 horses that I wonder a little bit. It did seem like he got up, though, on the outside, but I haven't called a photo right at Oaklawn. I don't think I've called too much right at Oaklawn, period, much less the photos.
One more look, not that this will give us a definitive answer. Young Eric Asmussen, relentless, trying to wrap up that win over the favorite, Well Aware, and it's a photo here in the 7th.
Well, we have an Oaklawn expert has just popped onto the scene and gotten here, and you want to take a shot at calling this photo, Mig?
I absolutely do not want to try to call this photo.
That's why I told you to.
I know how difficult it is there. It's a tough angle.
The 8.
There we go, as I said.
It's amazing. That's why, because it did, if you look at it from where we were standing, it definitely felt like the 2 kind of got his head up in front, but there's such a big advantage to the inside horses. So as we said before the race, 5-2 is an overlay on the 8, and he went up for 9-5.
Oh.
Easy game. How could he lose?
8-2, 6-4. We welcome the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. We couldn't do the show without you on a day like this. Richie Migliore, good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you guys, and I'm thrilled to be here. You know, Andy, this racetrack, Aqueduct, has so much meaning to both of us, so many wonderful memories here, and this is the first place I ever came to the races.
No, it's the first track outside of Saratoga in New York that I came to the track in '74, and I was talking about how I was here in '76, 50 years ago, and Bold Forbes won, but the next Wood Memorial I was here was '85 when you won it with Eternal Prince.
Well, and meanwhile, so I won the Wood Memorial. I was 20 years old. I go, oh, I'll win a few more of these. That was it. Got lucky to win the 1, though.
Yes, it's the way life works sometimes.
We'll have the prices from Hot Springs for you in a moment, 9-5 on your favorite. Let's get back here to New York, wrap up race 9 before we get to another champion returning on this card. Incentive pay, very impressive here. Second start back now as a 4-year-old.
No, I thought this was a very impressive win, Richie, for a horse that didn't get out of the gate. And I liked the way Manny rode him. And obviously in winning, he gave him a good ride no matter what happened. But he realized, I'm riding the favorite. I don't want to sit back and get in trouble. I want to get this horse out in the clear and get into the race. And he was clearly best.
Don't you think that's one of many gifts of Manny as a rider? He gets his position going forward. He understands, especially now that he's been riding more good horses on a steady basis.
I agree. I think, you know, you're watching a rider. Listen, Manny's been a very good rider for a long time, but he's getting so much more confidence, and he's riding better horses. And as you know, riding better horses makes you more confident.
Oh, absolutely, because you know they're there for you. When you ask them, they're there for you. But he's a strong finisher, and his mental approach about getting position, key.
You were able to put that pick 5 together in the middle of this program, 14,000 plus.
I wasn't.
Well
I
done.
wasn't even close, frankly, to putting it together.
Well done to whoever did. Coverage continuing. 2-year-old former champion filly Immersive back in action in about 17 minutes. Kentucky Oaks prep, and then Iron Honor in the Wood Memorial. That happens next on FS1. We'll see you over there. For over a century, the Wood Memorial has produced some of the game's greats, and this wall tells their story. It's a story that has a special place in the hearts of New Yorkers because this track is New York. Tough, gritty, unforgiving weather, and demanding fans. No one knew that better than former Yankees boss George Steinbrenner. He teamed with fellow New Yorker Nick Zito for one of the great performances this race has ever witnessed.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
Or Queens native Mike Rapoli, who used to sneak in here as a kid, then went on to win this prestigious race twice as an owner.
Vino Rosso Fantastico in the Wood Memorial.
But for many, one stands out among the rest. Easy Goer, who captured New Yorkers' hearts in 1989, winning the Wood and later the Belmont Stakes.
The Wood Memorial goes to Easy Goer with Pat Day aboard.
This will be the last Wood run at Aqueduct. It's home for over 60 years. One last chance for New York City's racetrack to produce unforgettable memories and just maybe produce one last unforgettable 3-year-old. Time to decide who gets to line up in this year's Run for the Roses with New York's final Derby prep. Iron Honor, the one to beat. He's undefeated, but light on experience and got no favors in the post position draw. His trainer, Chad Brown, one of the most dominant the sport has ever seen. He's looking for his first Wood win. Napoleon Solo ran one of the best races by a 2-year-old all of last year, but his 3-year-old debut, he was not the same. Which version shows up today? And it's a long way from the Withers to the Derby. But talk to me, Jimmy's Withers win was so dominant, this New York bred just might be for real. 100-point Kentucky Derby prep to decide who gets to line up in the starting gate for this year's Run for the Roses. We are just 2 races away from that taking place in the final Wood Memorial ever to be run here at Aqueduct Racetrack. Good to be with you here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. I am Greg Wolf. A huge race, especially for New York, to decide who gets to go to this Kentucky Derby. Sentimental as well, as this will be the last one run here at Aqueduct before it moves to Belmont Park next year. 11 winners of this race have gone on to win the Kentucky Derby, including 4 Triple Crown winners, so a lot of history in the Wood Memorial. Let's take a look at the field that will line up in this year's edition, presented by Resorts World Casino. No question, the one to beat, that is Iron Honor, lightly raced. He'll be making just his 3rd career start. Obviously, and we'll talk more about it, why it's such a difficult post position. No favors from where he is drawn. He'll have to overcome some things, so Manny Franco will be aboard. He's got to do some work as soon as those gates open. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. Richie Migliore, who won a Wood back in 1985. How good do we believe Iron Honor is, Andy?
I think it's a good question because he's so lightly raced. He's only run 2 times. Both times he ran buyer speed figures in the 90, which is higher than anybody in this race has ever run before. He's a horse that doesn't figure to have a problem with distance, but the question is, can he get the right position? He's not making the lead here despite having a lot of speed. Both the 1 and 2 have speed, and I want to ask you, Richie, if you were riding him today, what would you be looking to do ideally to get yourself into a winning position?
I still think you've got to come out running. You can't just take it for granted that the speeds are going to show up and do their job. Come out running, maybe force those horses to really go. Create separation, hopefully, and find a place to tuck a little bit. I think if he's no worse than 4 wide in the first turn, that's a win for him.
I agree. Even 3 wide, if he can get that separation. Yep. And that's something I talked with Chad Brown, used the same word, separation. It'll help. And I think both the 1 and 2 have to go in here. Potentially a horse that I think could get in his way a little bit is Bravaro, depending on how aggressive that rider is. And it's also key for him to break sharply and outbreak Butane inside of him so he can get in front of that horse. And if he can do that, it might be good enough for him to get that position that he'll need to win this race.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. You took the words right out of my mouth with Butane. I think he's the horse that could kind of get in his way if they use him enough where he won't be able to get over. If you outbreak him, you've got to take it away from them. And as we know, you get a little more leeway at starts and you get a little more leeway in big races. I'm going to try to take it away from him.
And Manny Franco is a great gate rider. And you know Manny, he's looking to get out and send him for that position. We'll see how it works out.
No other track probably in the country being outside at a mile and an eighth, do you get punished as much because that first turn here comes up so quickly.
No question about it, Richie. I can't think of another track at a mile and an eighth where it's a bigger handicap.
Before we get there, Grade 3 Distaff is next, 7 furlongs, and a former champion back in action. She's even money. Former 2-year-old champ, Immersive, makes her 4-year-old return now for Brad Cox. She ended her 3-year-old season with probably the best race she ever ran.
From a speed figure standpoint, it was the fastest place she ran. We'll see if she can put together a good 4-year-old season, but I like the 3, Jody's Pride.
Let's head downstairs and check in for the first time on our Fox Sports 1 coverage with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. We do see some light rain falling here. I mean, this has been 4 seasons and 1 day here on this Wood Memorial card, as it was beautiful sunshine, and now it feels like it's maybe November again here later in the day. But taking a look at the former 2-year-old champ in the paddock, Immersive, I have to admit, when I saw her for the CCA Oaks up in Saratoga, I was underwhelmed. It just felt as though she didn't really change or transform or progress from 2 to 3. However, from 3 to 4, she has. And I love the fact, actually, that they're turning her back in distance to the 7 furlongs, because while she was a very calm, relaxed horse for the majority of her 2-year-old season, remember out in California for that Breeders' Cup win, she did start to get herself pretty revved up, and it has not gone away. She's stayed very revved up for her races, and I think that's a good thing for her cutting back to the 7 furlongs. And on top of all that, she just looks so strong and well developed behind the saddle, and that's what you need to be an effective sprinter or even a 1-turn miler. So really like what I'm seeing from Immersive coming back here today for this 4-year-old debut. Moving on to Jody's Pride, she has one start this year in that inside information down at Gulfstream. Now, just watching a lot of replays from Gulfstream, I'm not there, so I'm not as in tune with how the racetrack is playing on a day-to-day basis, but overall it does feel as though being down on the inside is not the best place to be. And she, excuse me, she was down there for the entire race. Now, she did run pretty poorly that day, but it was a decent race on top of all that. And she just looks exceptionally well here for Jorge Abreu. She is one that has filled out now as a 5-year-old mare. She's really robust in her overall shape and frame, and she's very confident and laid back and classy acting here in the paddock. So I do like her in this spot, returning to the 7 furlongs here at the Big A. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 4 to 5 now on the former champion, making her 4-year-old return. This race kicks off this wager, cross-country pick 5. You can play it with Naira Bets, Wood Memorial, 4th leg of the sequence, and it ends with a Rainbow Stakes, which we'll have on our air towards the end of our program. Up next, former 2-year-old champion filly, Immersive, the comeback as she kicks off her 4-year-old campaign. 4 to 5 for her return for Brad Cox, with Manny Franco back aboard.
As we continue to celebrate the Big A, we turn our attention to the race that for generations has defined springtime here at Aqueduct, the Wood Memorial. First run in 1925, the Wood Memorial was named for Eugene D. Wood, president of Jamaica Racecourse, where the race was originally held. When Jamaica closed in 1959, the Wood found a new home here at Aqueduct, where it has served as New York's premier race towards the Triple Crown ever since. Run at 1 1/8 miles, the Wood Memorial has consistently highlighted the sport's rising three-year-olds. In fact, 11 Wood winners have gone on to capture the Kentucky Derby, including champions like Seattle Slew and Foolish Pleasure.
Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Through the decades, the Wood has showcased racing royalty. Hall of Famers like Damascus, Slew of Gold, and Easy Goer have all stamped their greatness here on the road to stardom.
Easy Goer has the lead.
And sometimes, the Wood delivers performances for the ages. In 2005, Bellamy Road produced one of the most dominant efforts in Aqueduct history.
And this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
The Wood Memorial has shaped the sport for nearly a century. And before Aqueduct takes its final bow, this historic race will be run here one last time, adding to the remarkable legacy of the Wood Memorial at the Big A.
It's a little hard to believe this is going to be the last one here. Of course, the race will live on at a beautiful brand new facility that has all of horse racing extremely excited. At the same time, I think we're all a little sad when we eventually say our final goodbyes here to Aqueduct, and that's going to happen in late June.
It's a very exciting time in New York with Belmont Park, the new imagined Belmont Park, a racetrack that you and I have loved for many years, but it kind of outgrew its usefulness. It was just too big. But we're going to miss Aqueduct. You have a great history here, and I've been coming here for over 50 years.
It kind of actually impacted me a bit walking in today. It was a big crowd coming in. We've got a great crowd today. You know, a really terrific edition of the Wood Memorial, full field. And I had that moment where, like, wow, this is the last Wood Memorial we're going to have here in this kind of crowd. And I don't think it's lost on the people, the true fans that love the game. And they've come out in force.
Great turnout today, no question. Let's get to our post parade for the Grade 3 Distaff Immersive. Still odds on, 4 to 5. We're going to look at her in a moment. We start off, a few scratches, by the way, in this race. Obviously, 4 come out, unfortunately. So Jody's Pride, who's run some huge races in her career, she's 3 for 3 here at Aqueduct.
She runs her ruffian last year. She's probably going to win this race. And I believe she was on a dead rail last time at Gulfstream Park. I like her chances quite a bit today.
No question about it, speed of this field. Hold your breath.
Yeah, hold your breath is fast, and her one start at Aqueduct in the Garland of Roses was by far and away her best effort.
Here's the former champion 2-year-old filly Immersive.
Yeah, listen, she's the favorite. She should be the favorite, but I think it's a good chance, a good race to play against her at 4 to 5.
And Grammy girl, Safi Joseph Jr. coming off a stakes win in the mud at Laurel.
This is who I like. I think she's well placed from the outside. And I think she's going to get the right trip. I think Immersive has got to keep Hold Your Breath company, and Granny Girl is going to be sitting in that garden spot, Andy, I believe. And also, she beat Take the Money Honey when she was last seen in the Will on the Move. Take the Money Honey kind of went on a mare tear after that, including a narrow defeat in the Barbara Fritchie.
Now, I have a question. Which Will on the Move is that race named for? The one that Leon Blushewitz trained, or the one owned by Peter Angelos?
That's a really good question. I know there were two.
Maryland-based horses.
And good Maryland-based horses.
Really good. Willie on the Move, the first one for Blushewitz won the Ashland, and the other one won the Honorable Miss.
Immersive has come off the bench before, and she was very good. She got beat, but she ran well. You would think, with all she's accomplished, for these connections, they probably wouldn't bring her back if they didn't think she could be very good. Do you think?
Well, they have a lot of broodmares, Godolphin, to be fair. Sure. They're not exactly dying to get broodmares. And they don't sell their horses. They're going to race them. So, you know, I think they probably figure she's had such a short campaign. She's only run 7 times. They had trouble getting her back to the races last year, and now she's ready to go. I think the one thing to like about her, whether it's today or in the future, is at least she's coming back for a full campaign this year, as opposed to last year, where she was always sort of fighting the clock.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. You know what I'm curious about? I had so many conversations over the years with Alan Jerkins, the incredible late great Alan Jerkins. And he talked about really accomplished 2-year-old fillies kind of losing their way a bit. Now, I don't think she lost her way. She just had a very abbreviated campaign for whatever reason, probably some physical issues.
And this was her final start of her 3-year-old campaign, and yes, from a figure standpoint, the fastest race she's ever run.
Right, and it's a good sign. My problem with her is, first of all, I don't think she should be 3 to 5 in this race. I think every horse in this race has credentials to win. I don't think she has some sort of demonstrative edge in speed figures. In fact, the horse with the fastest races is Jody's Pride. And she was a very good 2-year-old, but not a great 2-year-old, a very good 2-year-old who we didn't really get a chance to see her go on as a 3-year-old. So the question is she going to go on as a 4-year-old? I don't know the answer, but I'm certainly not taking 3 to 5 to find out. I think she's a massive underlay.
The best Immersive shows up, even with some improvement, and the best Jody's Pride shows up. It's really still not close. Jody's Pride has just been much quicker.
I 3 for 3 at Aqueduct.
And I think a lot of people are dismissing her off her last effort, where I believe she was buried on a dead rail.
Grade 3 distaff, the return of former 2-year-old champion filly Immersive. Here's Chris Griffin.
Grammy Girl takes a step back. Goes in. 72nd running. The distaff, grade 3, all set. And they're off. Grammy Girl broke sharply. Hold your breath, the same. Hold your breath is now ahead in front. Immersive is right with this leader and wants to hook up with this early leader. Hold your breath and Immersive 1-2. Jody's Pride is well settled in behind rivals. Gets some cover here in third. And now the trailer. After breaking on top, it's Grammy Girl. Tightly packed and they work up the backstretch. They're chasing Kendra Carmouche on Hold Your Breath. Off the layoff, Immersive. Traveling well towards the outside. Starts to move in closer here with Manny Franco aboard 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Hold Your Breath. Now trying to keep the advantage. Takes him into the far turn. Immersive with every chance to run her down from second. Hold Your Breath is still there. Jody's Pride, not uncorked yet, is at the rail. Paco Lopez looking for a seam. Paco Lopez right in behind this leader. Hold Your Breath, and Jody's Pride nowhere to go yet. It's Hold Your Breath, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Now moving to the outside, Jody's Pride is trying to squeeze through that opening, and all the time, Grammy Girl has circled rivals. Grammy Girl from the back of the pack has sprinted to the front, and Grammy Girl, Javier Castellano there in front with a furlong left to go. Jody's Pride down to the inside. Immersive is chasing too, but with the 16th left, Grammy Girl with the advantage. Grammy Girl wins the distaff. Grammy Girl won it. Immersive up for second over Jody's Pride, and Hold Your Breath, the woman at 23.47 seconds.
Grammy Girl also returning. This was her 5-year-old debut for Saffie Joseph Jr. Javier Castellano aboard.
Good call, Richie. Great call. Got the right trip, but she got it done clean on the outside. My horse, Jody's Pride, had some trouble getting through, but she wasn't beating this horse. And Immersive ran okay, but just okay.
Kind of a little bit one pace, right? She got outpaced at the top of the stretch. Looked like she was going to be third or even fourth. And then she kind of kept plugging away to get back up for what I believe second. But, you know, I thought Grammy Girl was going to get this kind of unencumbered trip outside and what turned out with the scratches to be a short field. And, yeah, again, what stood out to me, Andy, was just that mad run that Take the Money Honey went on after they met last fall.
And you know, once again, I think one thing we all agreed on in this race, 3 to 5 on Immersive was just a massive underlay because she didn't have some sort of demonstrative edge, and they were betting her based on a reputation, not necessarily the races that she ran.
Yeah.
And I think she showed some promise in here, and I think if you take out the price, objectively she ran fine in here, and it bodes well for the future. She's just a bad bet today.
Grammy Girl at 9-2 in the grade 3 distaff. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Anthony Guarino of Red Storm Stable. And Anthony, this is a horse that we've just watched grow up and get so much better with time in racing.
She's getting better and better. I mean, she's got a lot of guts. We love her.
Rightfully so. I mean, she kind of sat back. I always love, though, when a horse breaks on top and then they just settle like she did, and she came with that one run.
Yeah, she has a tremendous kick. I mean, she fits my program. We like to buy good individuals by obscure pedigrees. At the time, Master was really out of sync and out of favor, and we liked her even more because she was my mastery because of that.
And that's why we got her for $25,000.
Yeah, we got her as a yearling for $25,000. Her mother's a half to a champion. She's a half the Heartland, that young hot sire by Justify. So there's some pedigree here.
Come on, Roberta. We got the whole family here, your beautiful wife and your son, Caesar. He's good friends with the Willow and Grace, but days like these, you can't beat them at the track.
This is what it's all about. I just want to thank Safi and his crew down in Florida to ready her to run like that off a 4-month layoff and be the champion. Unbelievable. Thank you, Safi.
Well done. Congratulations. Get your picture taken, guys. This is a great win for Grammy Girl, guys.
And Safi Joseph Jr., trainer of Grammy Girl, still with Slow Carrot to come in the Oaks Prep. And Bravaro in the Wood Memorial is going to enjoy this one for now. Grammy Girl with the upset score over a former 2-year-old champion in the distaff.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
She's so spicy. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Side Bears, the Breeders' Cup winner.
And Skippy's got it won. It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Get ready for the biggest races from the Sunshine State. Join NYRA Bets handicapper Matthew DeSantis and NYRA analyst Acacia Clement for Snowbirds. Pick some valuable insight for upcoming warm weather stakes races. That and more on the NYRA Bets YouTube channel.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our Wood Memorial Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 1. We'll get you to Hot Springs, Arkansas next, where Mig is, probably as soon as we wrap here, jumping in the car and heading back to Hot Springs, right?
No, not that fast. I'm going to enjoy Easter with my family. I'm flying back Tuesday. Program
brought to you in part by Hallandale at Alapa. Some big moments to come still at Oaklawn with our reigning Horse of the Year, Sovereignty, back in action April 18th.
You're going to be there for that, right? Yes, yeah. The Apple Blossom, the Oaklawn Park Handicap, really excited, looking forward to that. And Maggie and Lafitte will be down there with me as well. Nice.
Race 8 at Oaklawn, 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field. Let's check it with Megan Burgess.
Good to see you guys, and we'll start in this competitive allowance group with these older, sturdy veteran sprinters with the number 3, Bohemian Beau, as he's an Archie bred, along with a couple of others in here taking on open foes. Now, he's going to be the beneficiary of the scratch of the 5 big vents, as he is speedy as ever, and last time out employed the same tactics, though just off the pace, and gave a good try to a very strong and informed Zero Sugar, who is amongst the top of the division. But hey, let's talk about shortly Bourbon Bash, who I've had a little bit of a problem with physically. I still do. I went to the number 4, Touchdown Arkansas. We'll see if the State Breds can take on these older foes as we send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Bohemian Beau walking in, Sir Wellington into the outside. Bourbon Bash rounds out the group. Here's Bourbon Bash. Going good. We're ready to go. And we're off. From post 3, Bohemian Bow goes to the lead as expected here, and Bourbon Bash is right behind him, pressing now a half length back, now 3 parts, almost a length. Bohemian Bow, the Arkansas bred, on the lead here by about a half length. Bohemian Bow there up top. Bourbon Bash right there to match him, and these two now a neck apart down the backstretch run. They put 2 lengths on Touchdown Arkansas, running in third with Sir Wellington, and Raymond is going to ease off that pair. He's now 4 lengths off the lead in 5th, racing alone going into the turn. 2.5 to Invulnerable. Max got excited at the back as they round the far turn. Bourbon Bash putting up a strong challenge to Bohemian Bow. Bourbon Bash nose in front. Bohemian Bow sticking to him, and they're 2 lengths clear. Touchdown Arkansas coming under a ride in third. He's gaining a little bit of ground. He's getting outside for the stretch drive. Raymond is past Sir Wellington, who weakens to 5th. At the top of the stretch, Bohemian Bow, Bourbon Bash 1-2. Here comes Touchdown Arkansas down the center of the track. Raymond needs to quicken. He's trying to with a furlong to go. Touchdown Arkansas going to the front, approaching the 16th pole. Now he's going to have to deal with Raymond, who continues to run on here, but Touchdown Arkansas opens up once again. Touchdown Arkansas, really cool Arkansas bred here. Touchdown Arkansas goes all the way.
Hog heaven. Touchdown Arkansas with the win. Tom Van Burt, Francisco Arrieta.
I tell you, I didn't see this horse, to be honest. I would not have played this horse, the Arky bred, running against opens here, but this was an easy win for him. Really stepped forward, I think.
Back here in New York, Grammy Girl with a grade 3 distaff victory. Saw the elated connections winning a graded stake on a big day like this. This means a little extra.
And nice to have Javier as well. Gave him a perfect ride.
Yeah, you know, and you do. You get caught up in that electric atmosphere a little bit, and then you win a big race on a big day. It's like Saratoga, Travers Day. We always see a really good maiden debut on that day. It feels like people want to put their best foot forward on those days.
This is the most electric I've seen Aqueduct in a long time. There is a big crowd here. A lot of people coming out for that last wood, and they've been treated to some nice performances. And the big race, the 2 biggest races, are still to come.
For immersive comeback race for her as a 4-year-old, what do you think about her going forward?
I think it's a promising return for her, you know, because she kind of ran in spots. As you said, Richie, looked like she was kind of giving it up top of the stretch, and at least she rallied on for second. So I think if you're Brad Cox, you don't care that she was 3 to 5. You're just glad she ran reasonably well.
I think you got to be encouraged by that effort, and certainly something to build on.
Little hardware to boot. Congratulations to all the connections of Grammy Girl. Kentucky Oaks prep for 3-year-old fillies. Grade 3 Gazelle, 100 points to the winner, 50 points to the runner-up to get into that Oaks starting gate at Churchill Downs. Mile and an eighth, $200,000 purse in paradise for Brad Cox. Handled Nikon pretty easily when they met in the Busher. They meet again.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, as you said, that Nikon didn't get out as cleanly in here. But I thought Paradise beat her pretty convincingly. She's a gun runner. Her dam was a very good runner. More of a 7-furlong type, but with gun runner's influence, Richie, I don't see this horse having any problem with distance.
Yeah, I don't think the distance will be an issue, and she gets a really good post. You know, we talk about posts going a mile and an eighth. An inside draw, she should just break and be able to assume her position.
She's supposed to be in front here.
She's a 3-2 favorite, pretty heavy favorite as we get set for this grade 3 Gazelle. We're going to take a timeout. Amelia Green, she learned under one of the best in the business to ever do it, Todd Pletcher, and now she potentially is going to be sending a filly to the Oaks. She'll send out 2 bits and minor inconvenience lining up in the wood, coming off a second in the gander. That was against New York breds. A big shot against Open Company on the Derby trail to come. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, and look who's coming back. Reigning Horse of the Year, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winner Sovereignty, making his first start back since his Travers from last year. And the Oaklawn Handicap, April 18th. Mig will be live on site with the rest of our crew for live coverage.
Exciting prospect of seeing the returning Horse of the Year, and you know, there's been some pretty good horses too racing through the winter there, older horses. Even knew what's new.
Yeah.
He's kind of emerged.
And Bill Mott has quite an embarrassment of riches. Not only does he have this horse, but he has the best horse that's run so far this year for Godolphin and Knightsbridge, and he also takes over Baeza for the late John Sheriffs. So he's got a very, very powerful barn
What
right
is
now.
a better version of Sovereignty if he improves from his 3-year-old campaign?
Well, I think that's the big question, right? Can he improve? If he improves from the kind of effort we saw, particularly in the Travers, we're talking about a horse that can start running the kind of figures that the very best horses have run.
Right.
Now, all horses don't improve 3 to 4. If more of them do run, you're going to see that. So the potential exists for a very, very good horse. But remember something else. Both Journalism and Baeza have a chance to move forward as well. And I would also say that Journalism had run a lot of races going those Triple Crown races. I'm looking forward to seeing a fresh Journalism come back, and I'd love to see him up in Saratoga for the Met Mile, which they're talking about running them, and eventually seeing them hook up again.
Yeah, as
That's
4-year-olds.
exciting.
And then you'll see who really took that step from 3 to 4. And I think you make great points about Journalism. He had to endure some rather rugged trips, in my estimation, particularly the Preakness, you know, and those kind of trips, I think, show up on a horse later because they've had to use so much of themselves to bully their way through.
And I'm sure Michael McCarthy, his trainer, is dying for another crack at Sovereignty. It felt like I talked to him up in Saratoga. No, he is. He really wants a chance. Listen, you want to have a chance. He's a very good horse. So is Sovereignty, taking nothing away from him. And you think about all the excitement with Sierra Leone and Fierceness coming back last year, and eventually with Forever Young as well, and the arguments we had, the fights we had about who the better horse is. That's what makes the game fun, is arguing about him, and the idea of getting all these horses back this year is exciting. Yeah, you want it. Listen, those of us that love the game, you and I, Richie, have argued for many hours of our lives about horses. That's what makes the game fun.
Here is paradise for Brad Cox. Manny Franco, as you see the rain coming down, will go beyond a mile for the first time. 1 1/8, same distance we're going to have in our Wood Memorial. Let's go back to the Busher when she didn't get out great. Nikon a little bit worse getting out of the gate, but she wound up winning by 3 3/4 lengths. Paradise.
I thought she was getting stronger as the race went on, and to me, she looks like a horse that's making her 4-start, that's getting better for a good barn. She draws the perfect post. She's the speed of the race, and I think it's very much Paradise's race to lose. That's why she's 6 to 5.
Yeah, and a 2-turn race. Give me the rail every day of the week, particularly when I have speed. Man, watching her stride out, right? Look at the way her head carriage, the way she really reaches for ground. Gives you even more confidence about the 1 1/8.
Wade Beckman did say race prior, Cash Run, she did get sick after that. She missed a couple of works, so felt she might have been a little bit short coming up to that Busher. We'll see if she's a little more better prepared and if the distance helps her today.
And he's on a bit of a free roll because he had cross-entered her in yesterday's Ashland at Keeneland. Considering what happened there yesterday, she probably wasn't winning that race, so she's on a bit of a free roll for this one.
And Percy's Bar, big performance there. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
We've got sheets of rain falling here at the Big A for this Gazelle, as we'll check in with the horse who is just outside of your current favorite in Paradise. That is number 2, always a runner for trainer Chad Brown, as she's kind of jumping in, well, from the diving board into the deep end of the pool here, off the back of a maiden score with a slow figure and a questionable field. But it was the way that she did it, in that, you know, she was quite slow away, and she was asked to move closer to approaching the second turn, making a 4 to 5 wide move and barely asked through the lane. Now, here in the paddock, she has been very aggressive. They actually had a saddler outside with the pony, but once that occurred, she was more than obliging to let them get that tack on. She's not a bad-looking filly, a little bit on the smaller side for a gun runner, but with that kind of pedigree, you would have to think that getting out to this type of distance, and look, she already has a 2-turn configuration experience, it won't be a problem for her, as Chad has been saying that she did miss a little bit of time after getting sick from that debut, but her last few works have been, quote, excellent. Moving on to number 3, Nikon. I think she'll love the mile and an eighth. I know trainer Whit Beckman has said the same thing, but looking at this filly, she's that long, tubular type of frame that just lends itself so well to these types of distances. And they've been keeping her quiet in the paddock, obviously also trying to stay dry and warm here, because as I'm standing in the stalls, it's the best place to be, must be said. But she does have that kind of reserved demeanor. Even in her racing, you know, she kind of sits back, lets things unfold, and then she's like, all right, I'm gonna get going now. And that usually translates well to getting out to 2 turns. Moving on to number 6, Pashmina, who I'm very interested in. She really had a rough trip in that Sunland Park Oaks, where the eventual winner, who would come back and win the Virginia Oaks with an 87 buyer, just drifted out severely from about the 3 path to the 6 path and into Pashmina's lane. And so she had to steady and just to protect herself. Christian Torres did. She's a big, good-looking filly. There's a lot of size to her, and she is quite aggressive here in the paddock. We saw her winning the breaking her maiden with a more front-running trip. We saw her forwardly placed in the Untappable. The way she's acting here today, Greg, I think we will see her forward here for Rob Atras.
Yeah, Pashmina, Rob Atras said he just wants to see a fair trip for her. She's had a lot of compromised trips so far.
I would say right now she's the overlay on the board at 7-1. And how is she 7-1?
Hit a $10 win bet real quick in the Bluegrass, Wood or Santa Anita Derby. Split $10,000. Opt in, NyraBets.com. There you go. All right, back to your point.
How is she 7-1 and always a runner 4-1? Now, I understand always runner is Chad Brown, but she just broke her maiden her first start with a 59 buyer at Tampa. Maybe she improves a lot. Maybe that race is a little better than it looks. But in her second start against horses a little more seasoned that have run faster races, she's 4-1, third choice. To me, that's crazy.
Yeah, Chad Brown said she was off the Oaks Trail until the last 2 works, and then all of a sudden he reversed course.
He had told me before her debut, I really thought she was my Oaks horse, but I'm getting started so late, I just don't know. He said, I'd like to get her the Gazelle and take a shot. And after that race, just what you're saying, but she's working well.
Here she is. She'll kick off the post parade. Didn't break great. She was off slow and did do it rather easily, even though it wasn't a fast time.
And she's got a pedigree to really back her up, too, by gun runner out of always Karina, who's a nice race mare in her own
trained
right.
also.
Jason Worth's Icon Racing stable, former Major League All-Star with Nikon.
I'm surprised that she's a clear-cut second choice here. I know smart people who like her. I do not.
To the rail, Paradise, the favorite 6-5 winner of the Busher.
I just think she's way the horse to beat, and the public agrees.
Showed you Amelia Green going to break earlier in the program, former assistant to Todd Pletcher. She sends out 2 bits.
Well, big effort in the Ruthless, got a big buyer speed figure, took advantage of a great ride by Jamie Rodriguez, taking advantage of a period of time when the rail was dynamite here at Aqueduct.
And going up against her old boss right here, the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with Baffle.
I think Todd Pletcher's going against his protege here, actually.
Yeah, still a maiden Baffle looking for that first career win. Here's Pashmina, and she has had a lot of excuses to this point.
And I thought that there should have been a disqualification in the Sunland Park Oaks, and she took the worst of it, really stymied her forward momentum about the 8th pole.
Yeah, Battle of Rouge caused those problems. Who was your eventual winner? Victory Hall, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Tom Morley.
Can show speed at times, and on the stretch out, maybe she's the one that keeps the pace a little bit honest with Paradise.
And the Saffie Joseph Jr. Barney Bravaro in the Wood. He has slow Cara here, and still a maiden to this point.
If you name a horse slow anything, does it discourage them? She's a maiden coming in here who didn't draw well, who would have to improve substantially to win.
6-5 favorite, Paradise, but the up-and-coming barn of Amelia Green with 2 bits, who was the Ruthless winner here in early February. Let's go back to Maggie.
And she possibly is taking the biggest step out in distance, at least based on last time out races. But thank you, Amelia, for joining us. Here is 2 bits. Really, showed some grit, some tenacity to go up the rail in that Ruthless win. What do you think about her stretching out to the 9 today?
I mean, obviously coming from 7 to a mile and 1/8, it's an ask, but she ran 2 turns back at Delaware as a maiden.
Yes.
She won going a mile, her maiden race. We think she's going to go the distance, but just like everyone else, you know, we'll find out today.
Exactly. And for you, considering you also have minor inconvenience, a horse that I know you bought yourself, coming up in the Wood, and as a long shot, I think he has a pretty big chance. For you, in your, what is it, a year and a half since you began training, to have horses on the biggest day here at the Big A and Graded Stakes, what does it mean to you?
It's very cool. I definitely didn't think I'd be here, you know, with the first crop of 2-year-olds I had that have now turned 3. So to have runners, like you say, in those 2 races is very cool, and I feel very privileged to be running in these races.
And horses that you got for bargains as well. So well done. I think you're already winning here, but thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Greg.
Very talented trainer. She's made an immediate impact, and people are noticing.
Nah, if you're not noticing, you're not paying attention. From day one, you saw how well her horses are running. And, you know, even Todd Pletcher talked about how he didn't want her to leave. I guess he got her to stay an extra year, and he's been generous helping her get horses. And Amelia feels to me like somebody who could have a very big career ahead of her.
I agree with you. And you know what I like, Andy? She gets on a lot of horses of her own in the mornings. And I just think that gives a young trainer a little bit of an edge because you really get to feel what underneath you. Sometimes you can't always pick up things, you know, visually. But sitting on them gives you a whole nother perspective.
Yeah, I don't know her at all. I've never spoken to her. But to me, if Todd Pletcher has confidence in you, I don't need to know anything else. But I also have seen her results, and she can clearly train. She is good.
Right now, 5-1 on 2 bits, stretching out from 7 furlongs now to a mile and an eighth. Here's Pashmina, and still on the board at 6-1, Rob. Atras Barn, Ramon Vasquez will ride, and no question compromised in that Sunland Park Oaks.
And I'll tell you something else I like about her. Look at her Beyer speed figures. She has improved every single time she's run. Now, her first race was a disaster on the turf. She's a dirt horse. 71, 73, 77, 81. She's the opposite of Courting in the Wood, who runs the same race every time. She keeps getting better, so I don't think it's unreasonable to think she could have another forward move here.
And I could feel Rob Atras's frustration. She's had 2 trips where she was really compromised. And the last time, I was surprised they didn't take the winner down because he kind of came out into her at a critical point when a horse is gaining momentum. And at the 8th pole to the wire, you're not going to find that momentum again.
Yeah, untappable at Fairgrounds, squeezed by Hit Parade. It's been a rough go for her to this point, and Mig and Maggie going to wind up with Pashmina.
I picked her second, and from a value standpoint, she's the horse to bet. The way I play this race, I bet a little to win on her, and I bet a 1-6 exacta. Because I think that she's the overlay. I think it's crazy that she's a bigger price than Always a Runner. And frankly, I don't think she should be a bigger price than 2 bits. But we should talk about 2 bits. Because if you're looking at the speed figures, 2 bits' last race is far and away the fastest race. In fact, it's faster than just about anybody in the Wood Memorial has run. Now, she did it by coming up the rail, and the rail was a huge advantage that day. So I don't think it's a number that you can reasonably expect her to run in here, and she's got to stretch out to a mile and an eighth. But she's a big price at 5-1 for a horse who's capable of running pretty quickly.
See what she can produce with Jamie Rodriguez. Meanwhile, we saw Safi Joseph win the Grade 3 Distaff, beating a former champion 2-year-old filly. Maggie, can Slow Kara outrun her name here in this Oaks Prep?
I do agree with Andy. Why do you put Slow in a racehorse's name? That is beyond me. But what I can say is that they may have named her right for the style in that she wants to run, because watching her races, in which obviously she's been defeated in both of them, she just kind of looks like a plotter. Kind of built that way too. Well, what do you do with a plotter? You hope that they can sustain a decent, speed going a distance of ground and just keep grinding. Obviously, you don't want a horse that's going to drop out the back and have so much to do and be so slow early, which potentially could be her, but you want them to just keep galloping. And watching her in her warm-up especially, she is that type of horse. She looked great out on the racetrack. She looked okay in the paddock, but she definitely elevated once she hit the stage here, if you will, for this Gazelle. So I don't particularly like her, but I just thought she was a little bit interesting, finally getting out to a mile and an eighth today. But I've continued to be impressed with what I've seen from Pashmina. Greg?
Guaranteed spot in this year's Kentucky Oaks. Grade 3 Gazelle as these 3-year-old fillies begin to load here momentarily. 6-5 favorite. Paradise for a trainer who has won 3 Kentucky Oaks, including last year with Good Cheer, the one that really turned his entire career around, started everything for Brad Cox. Monomoy Girl won the Kentucky Oaks back in 2018. Can Paradise punch her ticket and lead every step of the way from that inside post under Manny Franco? Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with a grade 3 Gazelle from Aqueduct.
Pashmina moves in first. Now 2 bits. Victory Hall points towards the Kentucky Oaks on the line. It's grade 3, the Gazelle. 131st running, $200,000. And Slow Cara goes in. All set. And they're off in the Gazelle. From the outside, Victory Hall's got early speed. Pashmina's in the early mix too. At the rail comes Paradise, and Paradise moves on through smoothly, is at the rail and ready to challenge, but Pashmina will take the lead. It's Pashmina with a neck advantage. Paradise is comfortable in second. Nikon in between horses is in fourth, 3 wide in that group. Now moving forward, that's Victory Hall. Towards the back end of that group, at the rail comes Always a Runner in 2 bits off the pace in the purple, then Slow Cara, and the trailer is Baffle. They work to the backstretch, 23 and 4. That opening quarter mile, Pashmina is the target. Ramon Vasquez forwardly placed. Pashmina right in front of Victory Hall. The New York bred as a comfortable second, is to the outside here of Paradise in third. Nikon was in between rivals, wanted out of there, is now in the 3 path, is in the 4th spot. 2 bits is still wide center of the racetrack, 48.5, won the half-mile time. Behind the leading group is Always a Runner. Dylan Davis looking for a way through. From the back, here comes the run from Baffle and Slow Cara. They haven't caught Pashmina, who's rolling right along, and Pashmina's put 2 lengths on the field. It's Pashmina on the front end, looking strong so far, in Paradise in full pursuit. Always a Runner at the rail is launching, and look at Always a Runner has just made a big run, and Always a Runner has Pashmina in sights. Also trying to run on, it's 2 bits, Nikon at the rail. They reach the top of the stretch in the Gazelle, and Pashmina trying to take them all the way, but Always a Runner starts motoring down the center of the racetrack, but Pashmina's got more. Pashmina with a furlong left to go. Always a Runner is going to try her one more time. Pashmina's tiring. Here's Always a Runner in the late stages. Always a Runner will win the Gazelle. Always a Runner over the game, Pashmina. Then came a photo, that's Paradise with Nikon in 1 minute 50.97 seconds.
Number 2,998 in the career of trainer Chad Brown. Always a Runner. 2nd career start. Graded stakes debut. And she's going to the Kentucky Oaks.
I mean, I remember the conversation when Chad said, I'm running a horse at Tampa this weekend at my Oaks horse if I can find a way to get her there. And then she wins. She runs a slow figure. He said, I don't know, but I think she's better than that. I mean, I think Pashmina ran absolutely terrifically. Got a tremendous ride from Ramon Vasquez. Looked like she put her away, and this horse came back and got her. This was a very nice performance by both the 1st and 2nd finishers. And let's write down the time, 1:50.97, to compare to the Wood.
Yeah, and there you had a lot of separation back to the 3rd horse. When you see a young horse kind of get outpaced a little bit, turning from where Pashmina kind of got away from her again, usually that's game, set, match. It's over. The fact that she dropped her head and kept running resolutely to the wire, that makes this exciting to me. This filly went and got a filly that was running to the wire in Pashmina.
And all the upside in the world. I mean, just her 2nd start for one of the great barns in the sport.
I mean, I didn't believe him. I didn't believe this horse was even remotely a player in here. She took a lot of money, and she proved me wrong, and Chad Brown absolutely right. He had a lot of confidence in this horse. This was a very good effort by both the 1st and 2nd finishers, and I'm looking forward to seeing the numbers because this Kentucky Oaks is wide open, and Chad Brown is going into the Kentucky Derby with 2 horses off of 2 straight wins. Emerging Market in the Derby, and now this horse with just 2 career starts. Can he win with that kind of inexperience?
Good for Dylan Davis, back in New York, on board for this win, just like Mom Always a runner's mom, always Karina, started her career perfect 2 for 2, and now she has as well. Third start's going to be a little bit tougher.
Real nice ride by Dylan here, too. Saved all the ground, came out around the leader. Nice to see him get a win like this.
I also like this kind of effort because she made the run. It looked like she was going to win top of the stretch, and then, and I agree with Chris Griffin, it seemed like Pashamina put her away, and then she kept coming and coming.
Never
and
quit.
I got to love that kind of relentless performance from her.
Always a runner, daughter of the great gun runner. Punches her ticket to the Kentucky Oaks at Churchill Downs. The Wood Memorial is next.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Wood Memorial next in New York. Right now it's post time in Hot Springs, Arkansas for race 9. Ratings handicap here, 6 furlongs, $80,000 purse. For fillies and mares 4 and up, it is the 8 who is favored, Blue Squall. Looks awfully tough for Randy Morris, who's having a great meet. Let's go to Megan.
She does look tough in this spot, Greg. As quickly, I will touch, though, on the outside runner in the number 11, Miss Arlington, who's also in some good form, though she's going to have some pressure on the front end as she will be breaking, of course, from that wide post. And I wonder, looking at her physically, now getting to this very sloppy track, if she's going to take to it. She's a heavier bodied. She's not bodied sort. She's just not the streamlined type that kind of skips over the surface. So she's going to be taking money there as well, along with your favorite Blue Squall. And she's going to have some company on the front end with the likes of Anna Karina. But while I do admire the recency of Blue Squall's form, I want to take a little bit of a shot with the pet horse of mine, the number 10 Flashware. Now, this horse is coming off of the layoff and taking a cut back in distance, and it could just be a sharpener for her to get back into a nice rhythm. But I really appreciate.
Apologies there. We lost our audio. We'll see if we can get it back before they break from the gate. And there is the current favorite stepping by, Blue Squall. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard.
She is the horse to beat in this race. I don't have any argument with her. I think the 4 is a little interesting. Second off Alea for Al Stahl. She's 5-2 as the second choice.
That's Dream Concert. Francisco Arrieta will ride. Let's go back to Megan Burgess.
Hopefully got that sorted, but as these fillies and mares approach the gates, just quickly finishing up the comments on Flashware, I think that this, like I mentioned, could be a sharpening for her, but she's tactical and she should get some good speed to run at here in this spot. Blue Squall, the horse to beat off of her last couple, but I wanted to take a little bit of a stand against her, knowing though that she has been doing the running here at Oaklawn Park as we set it up to Matt Dinnerman with the call for this 9th race.
Flashware post 10. Cleek post position 6. And then after Cleek, Miss Arlington to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Flashware off awkwardly from post 10, drops to the back. Delachina in the purple jacket with Anna Karina in the blue and white. Those two on the lead. Miss Arlington going to take up to 3rd here, and she's moving up nicely into that 3rd spot in a good position now. Dream Concert in 4th, Blue Squall to the outside. Then comes Liuza Paparina. Cleek is second to last off that pair. Must be 8 or 9 lengths from the speed, and 4 back to Flashware, who's the trailer with a half mile to go. Delachina on the lead, just a deck. Anna Karina on her throat latch as they go into the forward turn. They've opened up 2.5 lengths. Miss Arlington into 3rd with Dream Concert, who's shown more rain. Blue Squall being asked to go now, and she's moving up level 4th with Dream Concert. Blue Squall beginning a move. Liuza right behind her. She's 6 off the lead under a ride. Paparina next. Cleek is giving way, and Flashware is well behind. Top of the stretch. Anna Karina putting away Delachina. Blue Squall grandstand side, motoring towards the lead with Miss Arlington. Dream Concert trying to re-rally. Anna Karina keeps going strong here under Eric Asmussen. Hits the furlong pole, accelerates, opens up 4 now, and Anna Karina rolling down the lane here in the mud. It's going to be Anna Karina to take him the distance. Second home, Dream Concert. 3rd, Delachina, and then Liuza.
Anna Karina, Dallas Stewart trains. Manny Escobar aboard, 7-4-2 finish in the 9th from Oaklawn. Back to New York. Always a runner, Oaks bound. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's get digital. Was not even on the path to go to the Oaks until she kind of turned things around starting on March 20th with an improved work in the morning.
Boy, has she turned it around in a big way, and I'm curious to see how this race final time compares to the Wood. 150.97, the magic number.
We'll find out next. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
What a way to get your first win back here at the Big A. Dylan Davis, back-to-back Gazelles as well for Chad Brown. Ballerina d'Oro last year, but today it was all about always a runner. She seems like it. What a ride you executed, going up the rail like you did.
Yeah, so, I like that I was on the inside post, and the horse to beat I thought was right inside of me. But she didn't break well, but I was able to get a good position there where I'd like to. And, again, it was just staying straight into both turns, and I just saved all the ground and able to work my way out there when I needed to at the top of the lane. And it's just, I think just due to the inexperience, it was kind of difficult for me to get past the front runner, but trying to coach her along, it definitely felt like she had a lot in her, and just trying to coach her down the lane to get past that last one and show her stuff. So she was able to do that and get to the wire first. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's so much talent, but obviously you can't buy experience, and she's gotten a lot out of it in this start here for the Gazelle. But Dylan, back off that long layoff for you, and we saw you win down at Gulfstream, but to be back here, kind of where it's all started and all taken off for you in New York, gotta be great.
Oh, it's definitely great. I mean, that was a tough spill for me. It was the worst one of my career, but be able to bounce back and do what I love is great, and a lot of support from my family and my kids and my mom and my dad, Mike, everyone. It was a tough one, but this is what I love to do, and I'll be out here, so it's real special for me.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy this win. Well done. And did Chad give you the green light? We going to the Kentucky Oaks?
Not sure. Yeah, I don't want to jump the gun too quick. Let's see how she comes out of the race. And Chad knows I'm always available for him whenever he needs me, so I'm here.
You were here today. That's what counts. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
Very meaningful win here for Dylan Davis, getting back to the Big A winner's circle, Greg.
We talked about this division. There's certainly no monsters out there.
Yeah, I would say as long as she's physically able, she'll be at the Kentucky Oaks.
This was a very big performance. Second start to do this and
Yeah.
rally through traffic the way she did. You know, I admittedly have a little bit of a hard time wrapping my head around horses have less of a campaign now. I'm so used to horses having more preps that, you know, I see a horse making their second start in a race like the Gazelle, my initial instinct is to, well, I'm looking elsewhere. It's just different now. Horses don't race as often, and they're doing more with less starts.
And the game is evolving. And I'll say something else interesting. You look at both of Chad Brown's horses coming into the Derby and Oaks with 2 races, both emerging market and the winner of the Demoiselle. Both of these horses, always a runner, made their debuts at Tampa. It shows that that's the track that Chad Brown likes to run his horses, turf and dirt, his best horses, for their debuts in the winter.
He's got more work coming up with the favorite in the Wood Memorial. It's our ABR race of the week. You don't want to miss it. Chance to get into the starting gate in this year's Kentucky Derby. 100 points to the winner, 50 points to the runner-up. Points down to 5th place in here. An iron honor for Chad Brown. Is the morning line favorite at 5-2 right now? Opens as co-favorite though at 7-2. Actually, co-second choice.
I'm not surprised. With that post and looking at handicappers, a lot of people are against this horse. I'm not one of them. I did pick Talk to Me Jimmy, but I think Iron Honor is the horse to beat here. I am surprised Napoleon Solo is taking this much money. For my money, a horse that missed a work coming into a race like this, I want no part of him, and I don't think he wants any part of 9 furlongs either, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's certainly a big question going in, but more to the point what you're saying, it just doesn't seem like there's been a clear defined path. You know, they were going to go to the Arkansas Derby. No, we're going to scrap that. We're going to come here. It just feels like there's some uncertainty in the camp as to exactly where they're at. We know he has great ability, the way he ran in the Champagne.
He could be as talented as just about any 3-year-old in the country. I think you might agree if he's going to win a Grade 1 again in the future, it's going to be more likely in the Woody Stevens and the Alan Jerkins than at 1 1/8 or 1 1/4. And it just feels like when you're running them and they haven't prepared the way you want them into these races, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, again, those are the question marks for me.
We'll see if he can bounce back. That was the most impressive stakes performance by a 2-year-old probably all of last year. Napoleon Solo, he's 7-2 right now. Iron Honor. You would think he would love this distance. Far outside post, can he overcome it? Perfect record so far in 2 tries for Chad Brown, winner of the Gotham. Can he punch his Derby ticket with a Wood win next?
Hey, girl, hey. She's a little low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do not hear myself.
Sinatra said it best. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. And for today's winner anywhere is Louisville on the first Saturday in May. 11 times the Wood Memorial winner has done just that. From Triple Crown champions Gallant Fox and Seattle Slew to the $4 million Colt Fusaichi Pegasus. This is New York's final and most prestigious Kentucky Derby prep. And the question today is simple. Who punches their Derby ticket? For 5-time champion trainer Chad Brown, the Derby has been elusive. Runner-up in 2018, agonizingly close 2 years ago. Today, he'll send out undefeated Iron Honor as strictly the one to beat. Talk to Me Jimmy would be quite a story. A New York bred winning New York's premier prep. He shocked the field in the Withers this winter at this very distance. And Napoleon Solo's Grade 1 Champagne win was dynamite. But after a disappointing 3-year-old debut, this is his last chance to make a Derby impression. Welcome to the Wood Memorial on Fox Sports 1.
Welcome to the Wood Memorial. It is 15 minutes to post and guaranteed entry in the starting gate for this year's Run for the Roses on the line. Full field assembled for this 100-point Kentucky Derby prep at a race with so much history. Over a century of history in this race. Some all-time greats have won this race. Take a look at the Aqueduct Road to the Derby. Began back at the Champagne. Napoleon Solo, he's showing back up here. It was that Champagne that stamped him as a potential star. It hasn't panned out so far.
No, I agree, though, but but your point is correct. His race last year was as good, if not better, than any race a 2-year-old has run. But that was also a one-turn mile, and I cannot back a horse that missed training going into a race this tough.
Yeah. Here is Iron Honor, and you look at the Gotham. He wins by a length. Second start of his career, impressive enough to do that. Graded Stakes company in your second start. But he also did it coming up to the race a little bit short in terms of the work he was able to put in the morning.
Well, Chad Brown shipped him up here, and then the weather was so lousy he couldn't really train him as he wanted to. You know, I think a lot of people are missing just how well this horse has run in his races. A 95 buyer in his debut. Chad Brown said he didn't expect him to win that day because he thinks he wants more distance. He's still got it done on talent alone. Beat a good horse in that race who came back to win with a fast figure. And then last time out, missing some training, coming back in his second career start, 2.5 months after his debut. This horse could have a lot of upside.
What I like, too, is he showed that same kind of relentless, grinding run that the filly in the last race, Always a Runner, showed. He was just resolute. He wasn't going to lay down. He was going to keep coming at you. That really bodes well for the mile and eighth. The question for me is post.
And you saw that leaderboard. This horse is like a seasoned veteran compared to another horse Chad Brown has going to the Derby, potentially, an emerging market.
Right, he'll have 3 starts if he gets to the Derby, as most of the emerging guy has 2 starts. I want to ask Richie a question. As long as he runs well enough and they can go on to the Derby, do you think you could make an argument that drawing that outside post is an advantage to him going forward the Derby because he's going to go into that Derby facing some adversity in his final prep?
Yeah, I think it's a very good point. It's a good dress rehearsal. You can't count on having a perfect trip in a 20-horse field. Either you're going to encounter traffic or you get shoved wide. So, yeah, I think this is a nice dress rehearsal in that respect.
So start number 3 coming up for Iron Honor. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, St. Elias Stable, and Right to Party. When he met Iron Honor, not the best of beginnings.
He broke out hard to the right there, didn't he? And his rider had to, take the time to correct him. And anytime you're correcting a horse, you're not allowing them to stride forward.
But one thing I'd say, and he absolutely had some trouble to start, I'm not going to deny it, but I always feel like when you have that trouble to start and you're already a deep closer, it doesn't hurt you as badly because you weren't going to have forward position anyway.
Well, if you're a speed type, it's usually the end of your race. If you have, a trouble beginning that way, I think it's a fair point. This is what I'm talking about, though, here with Iron Honor. Just relentless. He just keeps on grinding away.
And not just he missed time here, sure, when he came to New York because of the bad weather. He also missed time in Florida. Had an interrupted schedule. He had a minor issue. He had an infection in his hind leg when he first arrived. Missed a bunch of training then. So he really was very behind and still was able to produce that performance.
Chad told me when this horse had that issue that you mentioned, he was going to send him to the farm. He thought he was going to need time, and he said he just completely turned it around. He overcame it quickly, and he said, he told me this like back in January, I think, said this horse has been training so well, I'm going to send him up to Gotham, and I think he could be a Derby horse.
3-1 on Iron Honor. This horse has been beat by Iron Honor, combined 16.5 lengths in their 2 meetings so far. Let's go down to Maggie.
We'll start things out on the rail with Napoleon Solo, who has some question marks surrounding him. Obviously, his Champagne was devastating, and he's back to the scene of that performance here at the Big A, but it's set at longer distance in a different configuration. Will he respond to the 2 turns? He definitely didn't do so in the comeback race in the Fountain of Youth, where he was a well-beaten 5th behind Commandment, who, as we have talked about extensively, the Florida Series arguably is the strongest of the Derby preps this year. He also hasn't worked since March 19th. Now, that could be a product of him potentially having that start in the Arkansas Derby, which would not come to fruition. But you still have to question it. He does look fit to my eye, and he's matured really nicely from 2 to 3. But again, what will happen here? But Acacia, we've talked a lot already about Iron Honor. How does he look here in the paddock?
He looks great once again, Maggie. I got a chance to cover both his races, including that Gotham where he did effectively stretch out to a mile, and he is not built like one of those kind of quick, early type of sprinter builds. He does have a big stride to him, and since that Gotham, he's remained here in New York instead of shipping back down to Florida, and as he will now try to stretch out to the mile and an eighth, I think he's more amped up in the paddock today than he was last time. It's almost like the light bulb has come on, like he knows what's happening now, that it's race day and that they're coming over, putting the tack on, and he is 2 for 2 here at Aqueduct as well. He does have to navigate a trip from that outside post, but he has tactical speed, and last time he was able to kind of press early on. I imagine he's going to get the same kind of trip. We'll see if he has enough left in the tank late, Greg.
All right, Acacia, here's our post parade. Here is Napoleon Solo, brilliant in the Champagne as a 2-year-old.
This is a very talented horse who did have a bit of an excuse in the Fountain of Youth, but distance and his preparation are big questions.
Talk to me, Jimmy. Shocked just about everybody with his impressive win in the Withers.
A powerful win in the Withers, taking advantage of a good speed track, but he ran them off their feet.
Ken McPeaky is a career Triple Crown. Horse was no match for Iron Honor the 2 times they met.
But he's an outrageous price at 37 to 1 in this race, and now I realize I got to bet a few dollars on him, but does he want more distance?
Bill Mott's won this race twice. Steele will try and do it in his 2nd career start.
Made some mistakes on debut, didn't break particularly sharp, came with a resolute finish to get up. Tough task, 2nd start the Wood.
Ocelli getting a 3rd crack at a Derby prep.
I just don't believe that he's good enough to compete with these, not that he's untalented.
Minor inconvenience. We talked a lot about Amelia Green on this program, 2nd in the Gander against New York breds.
Well, this is a really nice New York bred. I'd be surprised if he won, but 53 to 1 seems out of line.
Bill Mott's son, Riley Mott, with Albus. Jamie Torres rides.
I think he's an overlaid 18 to 1 in this race. Of the weirdos you don't know about off a maiden win, I think he's the most interesting one coming into this race.
A $5 million son of 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. Here's Courting.
Yeah, Courting has kind of run the same race every time he's run. We haven't seen any kind of step forward from him.
Saffie Joseph Jr., blinkers on, Bravaro.
Yeah, I think he's a very talented horse. I just don't believe he gets better with distance.
Red Zone runner, Hugo Padilla, his trainer, says this horse is working out of his mind.
Well, he's taking a big step up, but he comes off a huge win in the City of Brotherly Love at Parks, and he adds speed to this race.
Who are we to argue with Hugo Padilla?
Butane, Bob Baffert, 3-time winner of the Wood.
Yeah, Butane, kind of not the most comfortable trip in the Virginia Derby after chasing the pace in the Southwest. Kind of need to see the best of him today.
And the undefeated Iron Honor, winner of the Gotham for Chad Brown.
He's a very fair price at 3 to 1. He's faster than these horses, but he's got to get the right kind of trip. He's a horse that we'll find out a lot more about him because there may be some new shooters after today's preps, and he could be one of them. So could a number of horses in this race.
Bill Mott won last year's Kentucky Derby with Sovereignty. He'll be in here with Steele. His son, Riley, sending out Albus. Let's go down to Acacia.
Intriguing prospect, Riley. He won last time going 2 turns at Tampa. What did he show you that day to give you the confidence to try this spot?
Well, he finished up the race really well the last quarter mile and galloped out extremely strong. So I'm really optimistic that he'll handle the mile and an eighth. You know, we have to run and see how he does, but he gives me every indication that he'll handle the distance. And I think he's a progressing colt that, you know, fits in here with his numbers and how he's doing.
He's a good-looking individual, and that was the first start of his 3-year-old season. Do you feel like a little bit of time has made the difference for him?
Totally. Like last year in particular, we always thought he'd be a horse that would get better with, you know, age, 3-4 years old. So it was nice to see the way he won Tampa and the way he came back, and we're optimistic that he'll run a good race today.
Thanks for the time. Good luck here.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Riley Mott sending out Albus, but he's warming up on the track now. Maggie, how's he look?
Excellent. I really, really like this horse for Riley Mott. I love the way he finished that maiden breaking score at Tampa. We'll see if the Tampa preps into the Aqueduct races continues with success here, but yes, he's a son of Yalpon, who is a very good sprinter, and he's produced several sprint horses, sprinter types, in his first crop. But this horse looks like the bottom side of his pedigree. I love Bernardini as a broodmare sire, and he just looks like that classic thoroughbred that Bernardini can produce here. He oozes confidence. He has such a lovely way of going. I really like this horse. I know this is not a particularly easy field, but it's a field where a lot of horses have question marks and you know, questions to answer. And I just thought there was a lot of upside with this horse. As we'll move on to one of the 3 New York breds, and number 9, Bravaro, as he'll add blinkers. You know, watching his work too back at Palm Meadows, he was not working in his blinkers, and he just seems like a horse that really needs them. I mean, to be honest, because watching that workout, he never really let himself down and leveled off, and I would think with these shortcut cheater blinkers on that that's potentially what they're asking him to do. And going back to his last race in that Fountain of Youth, he got steady back at the start, but he wasn't happy about it. He got very headstrong going into the first turn, back to last, and then, you know, kind of commenced a little bit of a rally while going back to the inside, which I didn't necessarily love to see there at Gulfstream. He is moving better than when I last saw him here at Aqueduct in the Sleepy Hollow victory, at least in the warm-up. Framed up really nicely on track, but I do have that same question that you guys were talking about upstairs. How far does he want to go? I think his best distance might ultimately prove to be that 1-turn mile, Greg.
We will find out if he can handle this distance coming up. Thank you, Maggie. 7-1 on Bravaro for Safi Joseph Jr. As we go back to the New York bred, Talk to Me Jimmy, trying to prove that Withers' win was for real.
I thought I was being a wise guy picking him. Apparently I'm with everybody else in here as he's vying for favoritism at 7-2. And he's the kind of horse that I feel like, Richie, is either a very good pick or a very bad pick. I don't find him middle of the road because he ran really well in that race. I don't know what to really make of it. He was a little bit with the track, but not completely with the bias that day. He ran an extremely good race. If he can run back to that race, he's a big player. But with Napoleon Solo in here, it's unlikely he's going to have the same trip. Can he be as effective rating?
Well, it was interesting because I thought that Ruben Silvera was trying to sit off a horse last time, and this horse was having none of it and kind of dragged him to the front, which was the right thing, especially the way the track was playing at that time. He's the only horse in this race that has actually won at the 9 furlongs.
Yeah, and, you know, that was a good effort. And keep in mind, he didn't miss a race. Rudy Rodriguez said after the Withers, my next start for him is going to be the Wood Memorial. And, you know, he feels like the proverbial box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get, right?
Grabbed a quarter out of that race, but didn't miss a lot of time. Missed about a week.
Right. You know, and horses sometimes will leave the gate, step on themselves. They kind of scalp off part of the flesh by their hoof. That's when we say they grab themselves or they, you know, grab their quarter, if you will.
Here is the $5 million son of Curlin for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Hasn't lived up to the pedigree just yet. Pletcher, with a win, would equal the all-time mark set by Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. 7 wins.
Pretty
in
lofty,
the wood for Pletcher.
Lofty company there.
and one of them won a Preakness, one of those horses. But I think Richie will agree with me, and one of them won a Breeders' Cup Classic. The best one was Escondarea. If he hadn't been retired after that Wood, I mean, it's a lot to say, but he could have won the Triple Crown that year.
It was a dominant performance.
He was
and
scary
he ran
good.
Fast. He was very, very good. I landed on the one of the New York breds, number 9, Bravaro. I happened to watch the work without blinkers, and Dylan Davis was aboard for that work. And when they finished the work, I said, man, that horse really needs blinkers. He just, there wasn't any continuity to his work. And then lo and behold, they entered in the Wood Memorial, and they entered him with blinkers, so that's why I had to go with my gut instinct.
Had a little bit of rough going, too, early on in that Fountain of Youth. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, I'm with Richie on this one. Usually when Maggie and I are both reporting, we often have the similar kind of thought process. And we're a bit in disagreement here because, well, I still do question the distance as well for Bravaro a little bit. I think the blinkers are going to make a massive difference for him. And to Richie's point, yes, the work 2 back, he really needed the blinkers. He did not work with them. Unfortunately, the most recent work is not available on First TV, but he did work in blinkers that day. So he's had the opportunity to train in the blinkers. And poor Safi Joseph Jr., it's made a massive difference with him because you can watch in the Fountain of Youth last time, yes, a little trouble. He caused it himself. He got a little bit keen early, made a move, and then flattened. Kind of all of the signs suggesting that blinkers are going to help him. And from seeing him down in Florida and seeing him now, I do completely agree that he's moving much better at this stage. We'll see if he can take it every step as far as the furthest distance he'll navigate today, but I think the equipment change is really going to make a difference, as well as maybe a little bit more time for him to develop, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. So both Mig and Acacia on Bravaro, 7-1. Trying to get a first win since he broke his maiden against New York breds.
I just wonder if 1 1/8 is too far for Bravaro. I think he's very talented. I just don't think he gets better with distance.
Such big expectations, Mig, for Napoleon Solo as we look at him here off that Champagne and just his second career start. He doesn't come back until late February in the Fountain of Youth. Obviously, things did not go his way at all. Game plan here. I mean, it sounds like there were several different spots they wanted to be in.
Well, the fact that they came back and worked this horse, very sharp work out of the starting gate, that's unusual to do. You don't see horses that are racing and are not having gate issues, right, come and work out of the gate. That tells me they want him sharp. Now you got Paco Lopez in post 1, and he won the Champagne wire to wire. I think you're looking at your speed here.
But one thing that's important to note, he didn't break that cleanly last time out. And he's got to break cleanly in here because talk to me, Jimmy, outside. If you're Ruben Silvera and Yuri Rodriguez, I think you've already said, hey, by the way, if Napoleon Solo doesn't break sharply in here, go.
Take it away from him.
Yep.
Make a decision for him.
Couldn't have been a more interesting draw in terms of where those two were placed, right next door to each other.
Yeah, and sometimes they kind of incite each other, right? Two speed horses drawn side by side, they get competitive with each other.
But the one is a much faster horse, assuming he breaks. He breaks very fast.
Yeah. There's Iron Honor, and now back to favoritism at 5-2 here as he gets set for start number 3. And Manny Franco aboard for both those wins. Distance, whatever you say about this post position, how tough it is, getting position, that should not be the problem, should it? For him?
I don't think distance is the problem. So here's the thing you talked about earlier, 3-4 wide. If he can get to the first turn in decent position, 2 to 3 wide, I think he's going to be very tough to beat.
I agree with you, but that's going to be the key. The key to him is the 10 red zone runner and the 12 butane. If he can clear the 2 of them and the 2 inside horses go, isn't he sitting in the garden spot then?
I agree.
But clearing
the break is very important both for him and the other horses. And if Manny can outbreak those horses, it'll go a long way to making his job a lot easier.
It's a Derby prep with over a century of history that has seen 4 winners going to sweep the Triple Crown, including the great Seattle Slew. And maybe the biggest Derby prep upset in history back in 1973 when Mighty Secretariat was beat by his stablemate, Angle Light, who will punch their ticket to this year's Kentucky Derby in the last Wood Memorial run at Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Ocelli, Butane, Minor Inconvenience, and Iron Honor. The Gotham winner, last to load, goes in, all set. And they're off in the Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts, World Casino, and a beautiful beginning for Napoleon Solo. Napoleon Solo with the speed is right up front. Just in behind is Talk to Me Jimmy, so honest fractions from the top two. Talk to Me Jimmy, a little wide around that turn. Now more settled in behind them. Red Zone Runner was right there with Iron Honor, who gets over to the 3-path. They brush shoulders there as they work to the backstretch. Napoleon Solo is the leader. A hard to handle Talk to Me Jimmy wants to go. Ruben Silvera in second, Iron Honor in third. Back and forth is now Red Zone Runner. They're followed by Butane, who's in fifth. It's another length and a half. Back to Bravaro. Another 3. Back to Minor Inconvenience towards the tail end of the field. Here comes Albus. Ocelli is right there. Courting starts to move from the back of the pack right to Party. And the trailer is Steel as they work up the backstretch. 47.30. And the Champagne winner, Napoleon Solo, has the lead. Talk to Me Jimmy, the Withers winner, is right next to him, and these two into the turn together. Iron Honor is Asked for More by Manny Franco is in third, is fully extended. Red Zone Runner has dropped back, and Bravaro has now taken fourth. Butane's trying to run on. Albus from the back also trying to run on. Here comes Ocelli, and back there to Courting. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and the top of the stretch in the Wood Memorial. One final time here at Aqueduct, and Napoleon Solo has the lead. Talk to Me Jimmy down the center of the racetrack. Iron Honor. Albus is weaving in between rivals, and here comes Albus and Jamie Torres. Albus is now sprinted to the lead. On the grandstand side, Ocelli's trying to run on. Also right to Party from far out of it. It's Albus in front. Right to Party is trying to catch this leader. Albus will win the Wood Memorial. Trainer Riley Mott, Jamie Torres, what a moment here. Final running time at 1 minute 51.71. A Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World Casino that we'll never forget.
Albus in the Wood Memorial, the son of Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who won last year's Kentucky Derby with Sovereignty. What a performance. Jamie Torres aboard for the victory.
And Riley Mott doesn't have one in the Derby. He has 2. And this was a very, very fast pace. And as you can see, a considerably slower time than the final time for the Gazelle. As this race came apart, Napoleon Solo ran an unbelievable race to hang on for 4th in this race. But it was the very, very good trip on Albus getting it done. A little 7.35 in a race that had some trouble trips and a fast pace, but Albus gets it done.
And it was a great ride by Jamie Torres. He was able to negotiate his way through a big field and finished very well. That was an impressive performance by the winner.
Albus in the Wood. Let's go to Acacia.
I get to talk to Riley again. This one's a lot more fun, Riley. What a nice performance from Albus.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great trip. I mean, there was plenty of speed up front. Jaime was always, comfortable. Looked like the horse was in a great rhythm down the backside. Sort of weaved his way through traffic, from the 3/8 pole and split horses. And he showed a lot of professionalism coming off a maiden win. Is what you want to see with the horse going to hopefully the Kentucky Derby.
That was going to be my next question. Is it on to Louisville?
I don't see why not. Hopefully he comes back good. We'll monitor him and enjoy this today, but we'd love to get to Louisville with him.
It's been a big year for you. To win this race off the back of a maiden win, we saw Incredibolts in the Virginia Derby, just picking up some really big horses and big wins like that. How rewarding are these victories for you?
It's unbelievable. I mean, this is my life's work, and have my wife Megan here, and it's just been really special for us as a family, and in particular the ownership and Pin Oak with the Bernhard family. They've had a really rough go at it recently with the loss of Mr. Jim Bernhard. So just really happy for the farm and the team and their family.
Thrilled for you and everybody involved. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Got to be extra special for him, too. He spent 9 years as an assistant to Dad after he graduated the University of Kentucky. And when he went out on his own, one of his earliest supporters, Jim and Dana Bernhard, Pin Oak stud.
Yeah, to have this kind of victory for people that supported you when you first started out is hugely important. And we've seen now 2 horses, the winner of the Gazelle and the winner of the Wood Memorial, last race at Tampa Bay Downs.
And I think we once again have to point out 0.74 seconds slower than the Gazelle with a faster pace.
Yeah, always a runner. That time looking even better and better. Let's go to Maggie.
I am so pleased to be joined here on the racetrack by Jamie Torres. Albus, Jamie, you rode him in his first two. We'll let Juan put the blanket on here. But to get this mount back and win the Wood Memorial and be, well, now you and Riley have two Kentucky Derby horses, so I'm not exactly sure who you're going to pick, but what a huge performance and ride from you.
Yeah, what a good problem to have right here. No, I'm very, very happy and very thankful with the team. They are just like another family for me, and I mean to give me an opportunity for this kind of stage like Wayne Lucas it means a lot. So I'm very thankful.
But Jamie, this is also where it all began for you here at Aqueduct. So to win the marquee race, the last one too at the Big A, how meaningful is it for you?
I was telling the outrider that it means a lot for me to be back here, and I really didn't want Aqueduct to be close before I come back here, because I know I learned a lot here with Angel Cordero. What a big person to learn from, and I know there is. Like Tom Morley, my first stake, I won it in here. It means a lot for me. I'll be back home.
We're so happy to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Albus, guys, what an amazing year in prep to the Kentucky Derby that Riley Mott and Jamie Torres have had, and Pin Oak Stud.
Yeah, Jamie Torres, he ended the 2023 season as a leading apprentice rider on the NYRA circuit. We all know, of course, the late D. Wayne Lucas gave him a shot on Seize the Great, won the Preakness. As we take a look at that start from Iron Honor, difficult early on.
He did have some trouble. The 10 got in his way and gave him some trouble. But I got to tell you, the Woody Stevens winner was in this race. That's Napoleon Solo. If he can get into training and get in that 7 furlong Woody Stevens off of this effort, he's gonna be very tough in that race.
He did run some race.
Incredibly fast early fractions and able to be around late as we go to Oaklawn for the Rainbow. 3-year-old spread in Arkansas, going 6 furlongs. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Well, just quickly, what a few minutes on this Kentucky Derby trail, and just emotional with Pin Oak and Riley Mott, both of those families just, gave me goosebumps. But quickly in this Rainbow Stakes, as we look to the inside quickly with Strolled Mischief for Dwayne Loy, we'll say this horse did miss a breeze coming into this race strong, but Dwayne Loy has liked what he has seen from him overall as an individual. But I'm going to get a little bit of a try with your quick returner in 70s music, though I do find he'll probably want some more distance out of ground there with a leggy individual. But we'll send it up to Matt Ditterman for the call in this Rainbow Stakes.
And to the outside, 70s music. We're ready to go. That's the 7th Little Trick, who reared up in the gate. Johan Rosado went out the back. He's up on his feet. Stroll's Mischief on the inside, also a little bit stirred up in there. Johan going to climb back aboard. The 7th Little Trick. They've backed out Stroll's Mischief, who seemed to be a little bit claustrophobic in there, was getting a little restless, so they backed him out. Looks like they're going to reload him into the gate. He's your current 9-5 favorite. Stroll's Mischief. This stake for the 3-year-old Arkansas bred. They also backed out Little Trick. Reloading with him. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Rainbow Stakes. Stroll's Mischief popped out of there from the rail and shoots to the lead early. Cattle Baron a half length back. He's running in second. Instamania right behind him. Broke better today. He's on a hold right now. Third. 2 off the pace here. Sioux Empire, Little Trick there together. Arco Thunder, the long shot sent upon already. He's 4 lengths off the pace. 4 clear of 70s music. Second to last. And Extracts Arrow is the trailer. Stroll's Mischief has company. Here comes Instamania. Wants to go, and he's up to challenge that front runner. The rail Rails open for Instamania. Strolls Mischief, narrow lead. Instamania wants to run today. And these two, the two favorites, square off, rounding the far turn, and they separate 6 lengths on Cattle Baron, who's into third with Sioux Empire coming to the top of the lane. Little Trick is next. The others well behind. Top of the stretch. Strolls Mischief off the turn. Instamania trying to keep up. They're off the turn together. Strolls Mischief drifting towards the center. Instamania inside, battling on with him. Instamania down on the rail. He's got a short lead now. Strolls Mischief trying, but Instamania starts to edge away. Francisco Arrieta and Tom Vanberg, they've got a 3-length lead. Now 70s Music coming like a rocket. Here he comes. It's a photo finish. A photo finish to decide the rainbow. Instamania 70s Music came like a train, and it was a tight photo finish.
We're not sure if Instamania held on. What a finish from 70s Music to make this a photo here in the rainbow.
As I said to the MIG, I should have taken the 5-2 on Instamania, who I liked in this race. I'm not so sure he held on for the victory here, Richie. This got very close. What a late run.
Desperately close. 70s Music found his best stride late. He's a horse that's had trouble getting out of the gate. Watched him train at Oaklawn and really liked him early in the meet. And this is the 4th start, 3rd time on a sloppy track. And does he get up? Wow, I can't call that, guys. I have no idea.
Well, if you think the inside has the advantage, it's very close.
Very close.
You got to get out of here, Wolfie.
What a finish. Randy Morse, win or lose with 70s Music, he has had a tremendous meet in Hot Springs.
Yeah, he really has. And this horse, on first time, we really liked him after watching him train. He got left, but he actually ran through, kicked back, and finished well.
The funny thing is, his 2 losses were on sloppy sealed tracks, the 8, and his win was on a dry track. Yeah. And apparently, he got up 70s Music. Get out of here, Wolfie.
8's been posted. Yeah, I'm going to head out. I will see everyone next weekend at Keeneland. Live coverage of the Lexington.
I won't see you for a couple weeks. I'll miss you.
Miss you
Safe
guys
travel.
as well.
Safe trip.
Thank you.
We'll
These
see
guys
you
are going to take you the rest of the way. You're in capable hands. What a performance. Wood Memorial, Riley Mott, and Jamie Torres, the young guns.
Yeah, nice to see. Good for Riley.
Coverage continues right after this. It's Albus at 11-1 in the Wood Memorial.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Next Saturday, Fox's America's Day at the Races team is live from Keeneland for the very first time. Thrilling stakes action includes the Lexington as the last chance to qualify for a spot in the Kentucky Derby, and Keeneland's iconic Jenny Wiley on the grass. Plus, special team coverage from Oaklawn Park featuring the Apple Blossom Handicap and more, live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Catch Keeneland and Oaklawn Stakes races next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern on FS1.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Richard Migliori, Acacia Clement, Maggie Wolfendale, and Megan Burgess at Oaklawn, and Andy Serling taking over for Greg Wolf for just a few minutes. A very happy Winner's Circle celebration in the Wood Memorial per the 7 Albus, and an excellent ride, an excellent trip under Jamie Torres gets the money, Richie.
He really did. He was able to negotiate his way through traffic so smoothly, never had to stop his momentum, found the gaps when they presented themselves, and this horse finished very, very nicely. Now, it was slower than the Phillies race. I mean, that's something that we got to, think about. We'll talk about. Some other good performances in here, though, Andy, and obviously Napoleon Solo hung on grimly to the end.
To talk about the 5th place finisher after the race, seems a little silly, but when you consider the pace, you consider where Talk to Me Jimmy finished, you consider where Iron Honor finished, he ran a great race. He missed some training, and I think if we see a Grade 1 winner come out of this race in their next start, it'll be Napoleon Solo if they run into Woody Stevens up in Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Day.
Yeah, I think 7/8 would certainly be a good fit for him. I thought that your favorite, Iron Honor, had a little bit of trouble into that first turn where the 10-horse Red Zone Honor and he made contact, kind of took his hind end out a bit.
Yes, there's no question that really hurt him. The 10 really got in his way early. It's hard to really know, and even though he has points, Iron Honor, for the Derby, I wonder if Chad will go there going forward. He's a talented horse, so we'll have his day. Today wasn't it, but we'll get more from Acacia on the runner-up, Right to Party.
Well, Right to Party finished second in today's Wood at 38-1, and that's after finishing third in the Gotham, meaning he picked up 50 more points today. He would have enough to get into the Kentucky Derby starting gate potentially. However, he is not Triple Crown nominated. I did just get a chance to catch up with Jimmy Jerkins, his assistant to Ken McPeak, and oversees his Belmont division here, and asked if it would be a conversation to now nominate to the Triple Crown and take a shot at the Derby. And he said that they probably would nominate in all likelihood. However, given the mental abilities of Right to Party and how he's always very tricky, tough to saddle, really energetic and kind of distracted, but prior to his races, he said he just really didn't feel that the Derby would be the best case scenario for him. So we'll see what the future holds, but he does now have enough points.
Well, to be candid, I'm a homer. I don't think we saw the Kentucky Derby winner in the Wood Memorial. Now, there are still 2 other preps today. One was already run, and that was the Bluegrass Stakes. The Santa Anita Derby will be a little bit later. We're going to come back, and we're going to show you that Bluegrass, and perhaps there could be a horse or horses coming out of that race that could be Derby contenders. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, they had a big race at Keeneland today, and they got some big races coming up this week. And next Saturday, you've got the Lexington, the final points race for the Kentucky Derby, as well as the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, and we're going to be there. First time ever, live on-site coverage from Keeneland on America's Day at the Races. We will be bringing you the racing action from Keeneland from 4:30 to 6:30 on FS1. We'll have a whole team down there covering races. You guys will be covering the Apple Blossom down at Oaklawn, but we'll be covering the races at Keeneland as well, so stay tuned. A big day on America's Day at the Races next week. And of course, the Bluegrass was run about a half an hour earlier, and the heavy favorite was the 6, Further Ado. Orsu had already shown quite an affinity for Keeneland Racetrack. Let's get the call from track announcer Kurt Becker.
And they're off in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. There's Talkin' with Great White from the inside, and Great White comes forward for the lead. Creole Chrome is there to the far outside of the opening strides, then Talkin' back toward the rail as they head into the first turn. Reagan's Honor is next. Further Ado is wide. 3 lanes off the rail as they head round the first turn in the 5th position. Otinho is now next to last as they travel off the turn and onto the backstretch. Moonstrosity is the early trailer. Great White is the leader. Great White to the inside leads it by just a neck. Creole Chrome tries to draw alongside from second. Further Ado was wide around the first turn, moves up into third, a length and a half off the front pair, 23.6 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Reagan's Honor, fourth between horses. Talkin' moves up 1 spot to the inside of that one. Then a break of over 5 more lengths to Otinho next to last, and nearly 4 more back of that one. Moonstrosity is the trailer as they reach the midpoint of the backstretch. Creole Chrome to the outside, challenging Great White for the lead. Further Ado still there to the outside, still third by just a neck, and Talkin' fourth back toward the inside. 47.71 seconds the time for the first half mile. Reagan's Honor 5 lengths off the lead in 5th, on to the far turn. Back up front, Creole Chrome has the lead by just a head around the turn. Further Ado is looking for some more running room, swings back up toward the outside and comes after Great White and Creole Chrome. Just over a quarter mile to come. Top of the stretch of the Toyota Bluegrass. Further Ado moving forward to the far outside to take the lead off the far turn. Creole Chrome is now second. Great White drops back third. Talkin' is in fourth. Into the final furlong. It's Further Ado by 5. Further Ado by 6, by 8. We've seen this before. Here he comes to the 16th pole. A magnificent run to win the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Further Ado, Irad Ortiz Jr. Spendthrift wins the Bluegrass. Otinho did rally up to be
Official
second.
margin of victory, 11 lengths. You called it, Richie. You thought he won by 10. It was just a little bit more. He's now won 2 races at Keeneland by a combined 31 lengths. If Brad Cox can convince Churchill to move the race to Keeneland, I think he has a really big shot.
Well, by far and away, his 2 best efforts have been over that Keeneland race strip and Bluegrass. The Bluegrass was just a tour de force for him. So basically, in 2 starts at Keeneland, he matched the same margin of victory of Secretary's Belmont.
That's actually right. That's pretty cool. And you know, that Tampa Bay Derby is looking, the Tampa Bay Derby is looking like a better and better race all the time. And given the results we're seeing, I think everybody's going to want to start prepping down at Tampa Bay because the Gazelle winner, emerging market, these horses, the way the Puma has run, and this horse, let me tell you something. I know the race isn't going to be at Keeneland, but there is a new shooter in the Derby, along with Renegade and along with Commandment. Further Ado is going to get a lot of support, Richie.
Yeah, I think this effort, certainly from Further Ado, strengthens the resume of the Florida horses going into the Derby, right? The Puma, Commandment, but Renegade was awfully good in the Arkansas Derby, and he came home his last 1/8 of a mile in the Arkansas Derby in under 12 seconds. That's racehorse time.
He's terrific, no doubt about it. I think a lot of people are a little bit overly excited by him because he won by so much, but he won by a lot because of the competition. They just weren't as good, but he's very, very good,
Yeah.
and I think maybe Further Ado, along with Commandment at this point, depending on what happens at Santa Anita and Renegade, they're going to vie for favoritism, 3 of them right now.
It's gotten very interesting, this Kentucky Derby. Now, it's going to be also interesting to see where Irad Ortiz Jr. winds up because he rode Renegade, now he rode Further Ado.
And he rode we rode Commandment before, but he gave it up to Flavia.
Be interesting.
Thanks for joining us for the Wood Memorial. Our action will continue, of course, next week. No racing on Easter Sunday. We'll be back on Thursday, but the performance of the day, honestly, Richie, it feels like always a runner, the winner of the Gazelle, who ran 0.74 seconds faster than the Wood Memorial, getting her victory in her second career start. But the star of the day was no doubt the winner of the Wood Memorial, for Riley Mott, the number 7 Albus getting it done. Thanks for watching. Next Saturday, we'll be at Keeneland. We'll be at Oaklawn. We're all over the place. Thanks for joining us, and have a great Easter.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.